Yo, what's going on? Long time no see, Brawlhalla fans out there. How y'all doing today? We're here for a banger 2v2 EU bracket. I'm your boy Zipmaster Flex, and I am here with Hackle. He's gonna be here with the information. How you doing today, Hackle?
Issues happening with Video Ninja. There we go. I'm doing good. I'm excited. We got some stacked up matches. Had some big upsets in the bracket on the way to the start of our block here today. Notably, we've had some older heads in the tournament today, and one of the most notable being Cresu and Blue just 3-1 Godly and Blaze, who are one of the most established teams in Europe, if not the most. So, heading into this, I'm excited to see how some of these different teams are going to shape up. Our first match, obviously, being Akno and Munir versus Marker and Dark, is going to be a good one. We have in the place of Akno and Munir, they are a very, very established team, as I'm sure you're aware. They are, like, right now the highest PR team in Europe, coming off the back of a second place at the World Championship 2025. Not quite as good in Winters, getting a 5th place, but Winters also can be that sort of that strange state of everyone's been practicing, everyone's been taking that time to either relax off the back of Worlds or take some time to be ready for the start of the year, and everyone who's been practicing the hardest tends to do better than the teams who are more established. So often you'll see big upsets in Winters, and I think Acto and Munir are still a very terrifying team. Marker and Dark, on the other hand, they're very established players, but they're not quite the caliber of Acto and Munir that we've come to expect. Still, though, definitely capable of taking this match. I'm curious to see how they're going to be playing into what looks to be a Ragnar locked in for Akno right now, which isn't a really legend we see too much in the 2v2 space.
You know, so you talk about legends that we're going to see reoccurring. If anybody, I'm going to be very clear to everybody out there. I already told my production team here and Mr. Hackle, I'm out of the loop, man. But I will say, back in the days when I was prevalent talking about this game, I would see Ragnar as that sneak pick in twos. I think that he does very well in this space, especially pairing with Devil Gen right here. I think that they can pull off some pretty sick kills with or KOs with team combos, especially the way that their SIGs are set up. They can put you in a really perilous situation.
Yeah, Ragnar's signature kick can be very, very brutal. There's a deceptive amount of force on a lot of those SIGs, and obviously with the backup of that Devil Jin, that Zarya on the hands of Munir, very, very solid pick to complement that Ragnar. The Katars generally are the big question mark, right? Like Axe we know is a very, very solid weapon. Katars are much more of a single target focus, but also Katars right now are in a very strong spot, just generally balance-wise. They are very strong in 1v1s especially. So it's very possible that Akno is just playing this with the intention to just single out one person and just rip up the damage very quickly.
Definitely a quick damage racking type character. I just want to see what the opposing team goes with Marker and Dark. I mean, Diana. Now you said Ragnar. Diana seems like the off pick to me.
Diana's not. Yeah, the thing with Diana is that she's got a pair of weapons that have had their time individually in 2v2s. We've seen. I mean, Kaya especially has been the premier bow character in 2v2s for a long time. Obviously, Devil Jin has that bow as well. And blasters are very on and off in 2v2s. We had that period of time where Cross was just everywhere in 2v2s, because being able to set up with those blasters, especially with that neutral light to set up for like a long amount of stun for your teammate to hold off on is really, really strong. And they have those confirmed combos as well. But Diana, individually, we haven't seen as much because the pairing of blasters and bow hasn't quite found as much success, especially because her signatures aren't quite as favorable, all of them, for 2v2s. You see players pick characters that tend to have as many good signatures as possible for follow-ups, like the Wushang that we see here as well from Dark. Whereas, especially the down signatures on Diana's kit aren't quite as good for those consistency in follow-ups, especially on like two-person combos, but you can definitely sneak some stocks with the deceptive amount of force on both those D6. So I'm curious to see how this is going to shape. We're both teams are sort of one less orthodox legend going into this, but getting into it to start on Fortress of Lions, both weapons going the way of the red team to start with.
Yeah, buddy. They definitely started off pretty clean. But everybody is now well equipped going in here. Tried to go for a little quick combo right there, but the Zariel Sig will miss coming from Munir. And it's a lot of scrapping, right? Like 2v2 still what I remember. A lot of early game is fighting for positioning, trying to take dominance on the stage. But over on the side here, Munir has an opportunity, doesn't decide to go for a ground pound, but his teammate will fall, and we have a small lead here, starting off pretty quick. Not the way I thought it was going to go.
Yeah, almost catching that neutral signature follow-up, but Dark going to find the ground pound. Now the team combo could be coming in. The neutral signature going to disarm Akno on the left side of the stage. Mune is there to cover if he needs it, but the recovery comes through, and our combo could be coming back through. It's so back and forth so far. Now both teams, one player healthier than the other, but as I say that, Dark will also fall. Mune left alone for a second with Marker. The blasters going to do a little bit of damage here, but Marker able to avoid that perilous 1v2 situation. As Dark comes back, evens the playing field.
Oh man, he is in a bad situation. Able to fight his way out. Munir was in that solo situation, was able to get out. Akno on the side with Dark, trying to get something popping. Oh, there we go. That was a good sig on Marker. Marker almost got caught by the neutral sig, and then he's gonna get caught with a GC neutral sig and lose his stock. But right back at him. As we see, Munir falls also is still staying tied. This is much closer than I would think it would be with Munir and Akno going into this one.
Yeah, neither team's been able to get a sizable lead so far, but now, as I say, that the red team do have a full stock lead up on Dark. Munir now also in a perilous spot. The ground pound's going to come through, and that's going to be enough. The high force on that Blaster's ground pound. Now Akno trapped in a 1 versus 2, 3 stocks to the 1, and the red team are just forcing him off this wall, and he's going to fall very swiftly. A sub 2-minute game to start us out here, and going in favor of Dark and Marker.
You know, you play on the side of the stage one too many times. At a certain point, you're not going to make it. And we saw right there, he thought he was going to touch the side, didn't use his recovery, and he just could not make it back. I mean, he was already in a rough situation, going to try to bring back a 1v2. It was definitely 3 stocks to 1, right? I mean, most players can't get that off. So going in this one, that was not what I thought I was going to see. I mean, like I said, I haven't been around for a while, but Akno and Munir, I remember those names. Marker and Dark definitely putting on a great performance.
Yeah, for sure. It's not uncommon for the less favored team to start out a bit more hot because they have that surprise factor. But I am very impressed with how they played that out. The Wushang especially has just been so solid in the hands of Dark. These neutral signatures as well, just picking up so consistently. Akno landing 2 D6s in a row. Can't find the end sig onto Dark, but Munich almost actually getting caught out there in sweat beads. Some friendly fire happening from the red team and the blue team in all directions here.
Oh my goodness, what a GC! Is that both stocks? Yes! Marker with the down air, catching them down there with a bow. Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
This red team are playing so well in like isolating players off the side of the stage. Their offstage presence is so good so far in this set.
Man, they are playing so crispy. I'm loving it. Akno, kind of sig heavy right now, but I mean, when you go with a character like Ragnar, it makes sense. Down air is going to land. Munir's in peril, but he does make it back. Marker couldn't find the touch that he needed. Dark tried to come out there and secure also, but very sneakily getting through is Munir. Finally, first stock's gone off of the red team, but Akno and Munir are highly damaged, man. They can lose these pretty quick.
Yeah, they had a period of like lots of unanswered damage coming out of the red team, and that's put them in a very perilous position as Akno will fall. Munir could be next to go. The recovery not quite going to be enough. Up to 170 damage on this second stock. Looking for something with these gauntlets. Going to split into 2 1v1s here, which could be favorable given the Katars in the hands of Akno, but now back into this neutral. The neutral's going to come through, and now a team combo in position for the red team. Can't find a KO off it, but the ground punch is going to be ripped. Akno could be in trouble. Has no options, and Munir can't get that to save.
This is some cheek clappage, man. This is looking like a real rough game here. What?
Dude.
What just happened? How did that turn around? I saw the ground pound hit Marker, and I'm thinking, okay, well, he's gonna lose that stock, and I thought we were gonna see Munir try to come back up and have to deal with Dark on the edge play. But then somehow I see the reversal ground pound come out from Marker, and he's the one that survived. Amazing, amazing. Let me see.
Yeah, like it's weird. Munir went down with like the intention of fishing for a GCN sig, trying to like spike them down, I guess. But he just ended up right below Marker for the ground pound impact position. Although we are getting into the next game, it looks like gosh. We do see a switch actually, and we're keeping the Zariel. But we're taking it out of Munir's hands and giving it to Akno, and we have the Tezca coming out of Munir, which Munir has a very scary Tezca. These boots can be so good, but the red team doesn't even need weapons. They're just cooking up with the unarmed at the start of the game. This feels like more of what I would expect from the blue team in terms of team comp, but it could be too little too late for them to be pulling this out of the pocket.
Man, we're seeing some really good juggles coming out from the red team. They have, I mean, damage-wise, they're still down, but they've definitely put themselves in position to take some stocks a couple times. Talk about taking a stock.
Oh my goodness.
Going down in the deep depths. Hey, 1, 2, what do you do? Oh, he tried to get the down air, but he barely missed that. And the nair coming out there is going to be the end of his stock. Okay, all right. Blue team looking pretty solid on this switch, like you said.
Yeah, these double gauntlets can just be so potent. Now in the offstage, especially, the gimp potential is so strong, but Dark has the spear in hand and just cooking up with these aerials. Despite the fact that Akno is still on the first stock, Munir is actually taking more damage than either red team members. Now pushed up the side of the stage, Marco trying to chase with the bow, Akno clinging to life on this first stock. That recovery just barely not going to be enough. Another red team trying to find something onto Munir while he's isolated. And that could be both stocks. In fact, Munir falls before Akno, deep in the red on this Zariel, but that high defense keeping him alive. Dark can't catch on the edge of the stage either. But that's going to be in the hands of Akno to try and save this game as Munir needs to try and find something, but the setup is coming through. Can Akno interrupt? Combo is dropped by the red team.
Oh, I don't like it. Okay, able to get back up on the stage. I was scared for Marker going down there with both surrounding players. Highly damaged though. You know what? It's the time to make a risky play, so I'm not too mad at it. Nice reversal there. Gonna get it down there, coming back to the stage, but Akno coming over, saving the day. Boom, stock gone. We have, man, this is rough stuff. Munir is highly damaged. Great ground pound from Akno. But if Munir loses his stock, this could be a rough situation for Akno.
Oh, that's a good improvisation there, finding that side. Akno could be in trouble. Weapon Thrower is going to clip him, but he makes another clutch with the GCN Sig. Marco does manage to make it back to the wall, but Akno going deep for this stock. In the meantime, Dark finds the hit onto his teammate, and now it's Akno in a 1v2, but this time he does have 2 of his own stocks to 2 of the red team, with the NSYNC gonna catch. Obviously, the primary target for Akno would be Marco, right? He's the highest damage here. Akno knows that he can take him out more swiftly, but the red team's gonna try and play around that, put Dark in the front line and Marco behind. Some team damage gonna come through, though. The spike with the down there could be dangerous. Weapon throw as well. Marco's just done now. It's a 1v1 between Akno and Dark, and as the chase dodge is gonna be found, but Akno is flowing with this bow.
Yep, that was beautiful recognition in the way that Akno played that, not allowing the save on Mark. All right, coming back to the stage, we are a pretty even game, both with the gauntlets in hand. It's time to box it up Mike Tyson style. Nair is there. Try to go for a little read there on the dodge cancel. He decides to go bow versus these gauntlets instead of mirror matching, and I completely understand it. Not a fan of mirrors in any sense of the word.
Absolutely, yeah, gonna dodge back onto the stage. Dark is just finding these straight hits, so there's no big engages happening, but this chip damage is gonna start racking up if Akno can't find an answer back, but Dark is just spacing better right now.
You can talk about spacing. Beautiful hop over the D-light. All right. Big moment here. He almost had the recovery. Dodge to the right. Recovery went to the left. Tried to delay it that time, but delayed the dodge. Did Akno. Very well played. That time sneaks it center stage. And that is going to be a 3-0 in a game that I really thought the blue team was going to take. Munir and Akno are going to fall to Marker and Dark in a landslide of a set, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like promising towards the end once they ripped out that normal pick, but like Munir just got beat up. Like he wanted to go in with that Tezca because I mean he has to get within that close range and start brawling with those boots and those gauntlets, but he just got denied so hard by the red team, who just forced him to play safe for pretty much half of the game on that final stock.
I mean, it was a lot of the edge play, man. If you go look, I mean, obviously Akno had those beautiful starts. Nice ground pound there also, right? But a lot of the edge play, those situations were not playing well in Munir's favor. Munir would either be the one caught on stage getting attacked from the back, or he'd get jumped on the side, and we saw how that played out. Man, what a play there. Tried to go for the down sig. And then this 1v1 was very well played by Dark, man. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, it really looked like Akno was going to be able to take it home there, like with how he was playing better in the 1v2 than the 1v1, right? Like his offstage with that bow was just so clean. But then locked into the 1v1 with Dark, he just looked like he was kind of fumbling on trying to get in on Dark, and all Dark was just spacing really well, finding those neutralizers and just building up the damage bit by bit.
The spacing was done well, and his adjustments to where Akno tried to dodge and where Akno wanted to place himself on the screen. He was just adjusting, like, okay, if I hit you with this, you want to go there. If I do the recovery immediately, you're going to delay. He started to understand exactly what Akno wanted, and we saw him secure the dub, man. Beautiful, beautiful game. Look at the damage output from Akno, and still wasn't able to bring it home because obviously, look, Dart dropping a hefty sum there over there. And bringing that one back for his team when it looked like Akno was going to take it to the crib.
Yeah, Mooney just really stuck in a tough position that game, and it put Akno in a spot where he had to play really great, and he did for that period, but unfortunately couldn't quite take home a 3-0 in the favor of Marker and Dark. But that does mean we're going to be moving on to our next matchup, which is looking like it's going to be Jakey and Saphir versus Delta and Coco, which this is going to be a fun one. This is much more of a it could go any way thing. Jakey and Saphir much more recently have had a bit more solid success. Jakey especially has exploded onto the scene in the past year or so. And Delta and Coco, I mean, we know of Coco, we know of Saphir, we know of Delta. They've been names in the space for a bit longer, I would say. But all staple 2v2 players for the European region.
Oh yeah, for sure. I still remember these guys. Now, I do want to ask, you said exploded onto the scene. Are you meaning that Jakey just got better, or wasn't Jakey around back in my day?
He was around, but for a period he was sort of like trying to creep into those top placements. And then throughout 2025 especially, he really started placing a lot higher. Especially in a team with Saphir, just looking at their accolades, like they play so consistently. Like they won Summers last year, second in Autumns, fifth at BCX. Like they're a very, very solid team now.
Gotcha. Right on, man. Right on. All right, I'm excited for this one. I mean, I have not seen Delta and Coco play for a long time, but those were definitely some of my favorites, especially in the EU region. Delta being, I'm a huge Axe lover, but even back in the Axe hating days, I loved watching Delta play with the Axe, man. So we're gonna see what's going on going into this one. I guess we're waiting for them to get into Le Labé. No, they're all here. Everybody's getting their characters selected, and we're definitely watching a meta team being picked over here with the Jakey and Saphir combo. Oh, if we get A's off, I'm gonna be super high.
Fascinating.
That is my dog, and that skin is fire. I have not seen that one yet. That skin, you guys. I think I'm gonna have to turn the game on and buy that skin.
Yeah, it's another weird bow character that we're seeing here, right? Like we saw Diana last game, and now we're seeing Azoth here. And again, like we know Axe is a very solid weapon, but we just don't see that much Azoth in 2v2s.
No, honestly, in 2v2s, definitely do not see him a lot. But once again, I mean, he's the character that can really make something shake. He's going to hit pretty hard. He's got some pretty solid coverage on his signatures. So I could see him working. But, I mean, like I said, we got meta on the side of Jakey and Saphir with the Olbram and the Tesca. So it's going to be a tough hill to climb. Nice D-Sig there. But, man, teammate going to fall there. Punished with the Sair.
Oh, what spot dodge.
And doesn't touch the side. He went for a neutral air. I think he wanted a chase after that instead of going ahead and just touching the side. Trying to go for a defensive play and ended up losing his stock. So this is an early solid lead here. Try to go for the dare. He does not catch and gets back on stage. And we have Saphir and Jakey's solid survival right now.
Yes, I was. Oh, double is going to come through. Yeah, big double carry for Coco there. See, this is what I was afraid of, is like, it's fun to see the Azoth, but I'm worried that in the face of a team like Jakey and Saphir, who just are so locked in on the meta, that they might just show the blue team the power of meta picks. This Olgrim and Tesca has been so strong, but Coco, trying on Saphir for a second there with the gauntlets, almost going to take him out early, but both blue team members in danger of losing their stocks here. Jakey dodges back to the wall. That side signature, that's so okay. Yeah, there's the good side of Azoth. Is the amount of force on that side signature. It's gonna delete Saphir's second stock.
Yeah, I actually can't believe he fell that quick. I mean, he did get some damage racked up on him. Coco was doing a good job of putting some combos down. and getting him into that light red. But man, that Sig really banged out and took him out. Out on the side, does he go? Do they go chase? No, Saphir with good protection to not allow them to go out there and deal with Jakey. When Jakey surviving on that second stock, no, he's not. I curse him again. The recovery on the axe is more than enough force to take him out. Delta over here dancing around with Saphir. They went for a combo play there on Coco. Didn't get what they wanted. Saphir is really kind of being super passive. He's not pressing as much, which is allowing them to put down damage onto Jakey. That was a good ground pound hitting Saphir. Saphir now on axe to try to close this out.
Yeah, this is where it gets scary, right? Because both teams have the capability to KO at this damage range. The only person who's necessarily kind of safe is Delta, and he will find that side sig and just vaporize Jakey. Now Saphir trapped alone, and the signature comes through again. Delta making the Azoth look like it's worth picking in twos right now.
Dude, the D6. I would say I counted 3 solid hitting D6 from him. Very well placed. I don't even know if he whiffed one. That was so well done. So well done. That is why you play Azoth right there. The Sig game, baby. He is going to secure the stocks. That was so fun to watch. I love it. Are you a fan of Azoth? Well, you know what? Well, who's your favorite character in the game? Not meta-wise, but who's your favorite character?
In the game, King's Boomer. I was waiting for the Boots Hammer combo for a very, very long time. I'm a big Boots fan, big Hammer fan. Tezuka is also up there. I just love how Boots play. And watching Jakey play Boots as well is like it's just such a treat in 2v2s. I do respect Azoth. Like he can be so frustrating to play against in the hands of a good player. And Delta's kind of demonstrating that, like, if you're able to position those SIGs and land them at the right time with the rock. Because the weird thing is the angles you can hit on side SIG, right? Like, it can launch either straight up or, like, diagonals, depending on where you hit it. But Delta was able to consistently land that spot on to find that vertical. So, very, very scary. Meanwhile, I mean, Coco just making the Raw Gauntlets game work. But Jakey trying to get something done with the boots on top of the stage. Can't quite find it. Delta goes to that slide charge side SIG. They're just juggling Coco in the sky.
Coco was floating like a bird for a long time there. It finally was able to touch the ground, but look, it is too little too late, it looks, because if one good hit lands, that is the end of that stock. That could have been a punish on that side signature, but nobody was there.
Yeah, these axe SIGs coming out of Delta, not quite the same efficiency as the ball, and we will see the fast stocks go the way of the red team, but a much smaller lead than what we saw at the start of game one. I don't expect this set to be as much of a sweep as we saw last set. Like Jakey and Saphir, they're kind of demonstrating the fact that they are able to adapt, they are able to bring back these harder sets. Coco gonna interrupt that neutral light. Saphir just clinging to life.
Man, they needed that right there. They could not let him get back down, and they have now. Finally gonna clean that one up, but man, alone out there is Jakey. He's not taking too much damage, so that was a very good 2v1 situation for him. Lot of damage on Coco, and there it is. Stock gone. My goodness. Quick swift combo. One stock left each.
Brilliant reaction there from Saphir to go for that GC down heavy right in time to get both KOs there for the red team. And now a big lead taken for Jakey and Saphir, and it's just racking up as these combos come through. They're so good at landing those awkward feeling combos.
You said it perfect. That was a very awkward looking combo to me, man. But it was clean nonetheless. Recovery lands, and all alone out there is Delta. Side signature. Toss him out of the ring. Get out of my playground. And there is 1-1 on the board.
That is more what I would have expected from this set going in with just the legend picks that we've seen. Like, that is the power of the Olgrim Tezuka. They can just, if they start flowing and finding those combos, you can't let them find combos because the amount of damage build and the pace that they're able to just delete stocks is pretty much unmatched out of any combo right now.
Oh my goodness. They are putting down solid damage. Hilarious in the chat. Ghost alone. He said, holy BTA. And that is the best way you can say it, brother. That was straight up BTA. All right. Let's get into this one. They do not do any swaps. They believe in the character picks. They're going to stick with the Azoth and stick with that Dawson, a.k.a. Rayman. And I got to see them turn this one around, man, because that was a real bad one.
I mean, they've shown the fact that they can win these games, right? Like, they had a rough start to game 1, and they were able to bring it back by just stalling out Zephyr, especially, but another stage change here, going to a much more typical 2v2 stage of the Fortress of Lions. Early damage is going in the favor of the blue team. The Lance is now starting to heat up from Zephyr.
Yeah, but with the way this is set up, they have to secure, because Azov, once they get, even if they have more damage on, once they get around high oranges, oh my goodness, the gas. You know, I was gonna say that Azov can I mean, that Olgrim is gonna be the terror out there, and he's gonna be securing the KOs, but I forgot Azov is doing the same thing on the opposite side of the court. My goodness. All right, so we have a small lead here for the blue team. Olgrim, Sapphire still holding on to that stock, can't get that one off of him. Playing it safe, nice Sayer. I mean, yeah, nice Sayer. And there we go. That's going to be one blue team stock down. And a neutral light will seal the deal on the first stock of my boy Coco.
Yeah, but all eyes on Jakey right now. In that time taken to secure both first stocks of the blue team, Jakey's been pushed into the red on his second already. So Zephyr needing to be the stock tank in this game so far, but Jakey not afraid to try and go in here with these gauntlets despite having that damage deficit. And is paying dividends for the red team right now. And Zephyr just trying to solo here with the axe. Is going to finally lose that first stock. Punish out of Coco and disarm Jakey as well. But damage much more evened up here. Jakey going to try and survive on the side of the stage here. Delta not throwing out any risky moves on the side of the stage, but Jakey will finally fall on that second. Zephyr still tanking well in the yellow on this second stock, and both blue team members are at risk of falling now with this Olgrim Tezca team comp.
You know, at first I was liking the defense from Jakey on the side over there, but I don't understand why he let himself get to 2 exclamation points. That was too much hanging out on the side, and that led to his stock being taken. Now, missed a little bit of stuff as I was talking about that. We do have a lead here. Zephyr pretty healthy on that second stock as we're watching everybody get clinked up. A lot of axes.
Welcome to Europe.
Hard.
It's the axe
Welcome
region.
to Europe. Well, you know what? That makes sense, right? You know, United States, we got guns. You guys got knives. You know, so you guys are fans of the blade. Fans of the blade.
Dude, Zephyr still, I mean, just now entering this final stock completely clean on it, and Jakey able to just play back. Has that room to say, okay, yeah, you just go forward. I'll play off your engages, and the engages are there with this Lance. Both blue team members getting swept to the side. Jakey there for the follow-up recovery every time. And now it's just Coco left alone. Damage not in his favor. Stock's not in his favor. This is going to be a very tough situation to be in. Does find the side stick, but the punish is there. Jakey tries to go for something with the unarmed just for the style points, but the red team now up 2-1.
So very heavily still in the red team's favor, I would call that game, but that was still way better than game number 2 for the blue team, right? So they adjusted. They played better, but it's looking rough. It's looking very, very rough for them. And I think, I mean, if they didn't swap again, I don't know, man. I think that was the time to swap characters. I think that was the time to swap characters. But
yeah,
it's in the hands of the players, and we'll see what they bring to the table coming here into game number 4.
2, 1.
I was kind of wondering, like, what would it take for the blue team to swap, if at all? And apparently there is no scenario where Delta's getting off this Azov. I mean, I respect the commitment. At the same time, we haven't, like, the first game was where we really saw those signatures shine, and since then there's been a couple of well-placed ones, but nowhere near as much.
Definitely. I think that's actually that's a good call. That I think that's one of the main things changing how this is playing out. He's not sneaking off those KOs like he was in game number 1.
Yeah, it did really change the tide of that game, like how quickly and how consistently he was able to just get those early KOs with those blow signatures. He's able to find the neutral to go with that chase dodge, but Zephyr is there with the ground pound, covering his teammates' chase dodge gift. The Delta there, the red team looking pretty clean at the beginning of this 4th game. Jakey is deep to the side here. Disarm on Zephyr as well. Both stocks taken. Blue team are going to be able to even things up in terms of number, but you've got to keep in mind that Delta has taken a chunk of damage on this second stock already. Nothing too dangerous, but still definitely worth noting.
All right. This is a good situation. They've got some stage dominance. Holding it down, but punish there from Saphir. Ooh, my goodness. I did not see Delta sniping it out. What a well-placed side signature. To be honest, that's not even an easy sig to hit, and for him to place that like that, that was so clean. You can tell that he's proficient with this character.
Absolutely, yeah. We are going to see a cleanup come through from the red team, but still, we are now that Delta is able to find these signatures. It's looking a little better. Saphir once again being that stock tank, Jakey having to play it from behind a little bit here, but we saw how the red team can adapt to having one player who needs to play that safer game. We saw how well Saphir can take that driver's seat. Can they do it again? The blue team just jostling for position right here, not throwing out anything too risky. The side is going to come through, slap Saphir away. Both teams now have every player on their final stock. Jakey trying to get some work done with the gauntlets, going to disarm Delta. Tries to go up for the edge of that side light. Does catch it, but no recovery to follow.
Oh, this is good stuff right here. A lot of axe damage from Coco, working on Saphir, and I think that's the right idea, because Saphir surviving is really a lot of the reason that they've had a hard time these last 2 games. Nice save, interrupts that that signature that Jakey had onto his teammate.
And Delta looking for these side sigs. Now he's shown his hand. The red team know that's what he's looking for. No punish of any force on that end sig that's ripped, and now these Azov sigs have been scary, but the weapon those going to clip Delta. That's actually almost going to do it, but Coco does drop down, finds the recovery. Delta going to cling to the wall for a second, but meanwhile his teammates getting beat up. Sweat beams come through, and Delta left alone. Over 200 damage, goes for the risky side sig. No punish!
No! Oh, I wanted game 5. Oh, they looked so much better in that game, but Saphir and Jakey held it down with the Meta Boys. And I just love the slow play that we had from Saphir, allowing Jakey to dictate the pace and push them into Saphir as he was ready to punish and save his teammate and secure KOs. What a set between those two teams. Delta and Coco, no slouches, but they just got outclassed, man.
Yeah, it's really tough trying to play something that's slightly more unorthodox against a team like Jakey and Saphir, because they will just play the bread and butter, right? They demonstrated in spades why this team comp is so solid and why they're able to do what they can do with this comp. So still a very valiant effort from Delta and Coco. Very fun to see Delta rip out that Azov and make it work to that extent, especially that first game. It was such a treat to see that Azov just vaporizing stocks. But unfortunately for Delta and Coco, Jakey and Saphir will be the ones moving forward in the tournament.
Moving on up. Oh man, that was good stuff. All right, so we've been getting some niche picks going along in this bracket. Do you think that this trend will continue, Hackle?
I'm curious. I mean, we saw that Marker and Dark have moved forward. They're going to be the next opponents for Jakey and Saphir. So I'm curious if we're still going to see that Diana out of Marker. On the flip side, we do have our next sets after our upcoming break, which are going to be Vex and Sosa versus Shira and Heartbleed, and Cresu and Blue versus XJ, Cool J, and S-Grape. So I think those are some players who definitely have potential to pick out some wacky stuff. I think especially the Cresu Blue versus XJ and S-Grape game is going to be a very fun one to watch. But unfortunately, I'm going to take a brief break before that just to get everyone ready, make sure things are okay with the players. So if you're at home or watching, get some water, grab a snack, be ready for our return here at Galaxy Cup Zenith.
What up? What up? We're back, Jack, and we're here for some more 2v2s in EU. It is your boy Masterplex back in the building. I'm still here with my guy Hackle on the ones and twos. He has been dropping the information, dropping the dimes, and talking about dropping. We've watched some teams drop. We watched some combos be had, and I am glad to be here. I'm gonna see if we get some more niche picks like we saw earlier, man. That's my favorite part of this. I love character diversity in any game that I commentate. You know what I mean? It's always cool to see those niche picks come through and show that you don't always have to play meta, man.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's always fun to see someone rip out something that you just absolutely don't expect and then somehow make it work. Like we saw that Azoth out of Delta that was just he like in the face of Jake and Saphir, it's a risk to play that, but he made it work very well and it was very fun. I mean, even in that final game they lost, like it was still very, very prevalent. We are going to be going up into our next game, which is Vex and Sosa versus Shira and Heartbleed. And just by looking at the stats, you can see there's kind of an outlier with VX, Shira, and Heartbeat dancing around that sort of like 20 PR range, and then Sosa coming in PR 194. But as a team, VX and Sosa have actually been together for a little bit. They had a history of at least 5 logged tournaments on Pro Stats. Mostly we're seeing 17th in Autumn Championship 2023 and 2024, a 9th in doubles in spring in 2024 as well. So they're definitely up there as a team, but they're one of those teams that are kind of like trying to break into those consistent higher places. On the flip side, Shira and Heartbeat, as far as our stats tool is saying, don't have any logged games together. They are like very established players, especially Shira more recently. Heartbeat as a player has been sort of in and around Europe as a player who is a node entity, but not quite, again, not one of those players who's consistently breaking. We see 4 top 8s right there, so not consistently breaking those big placements, but still very formidable players.
Hey, you know, sometimes you're the underdog and you got to make something shake, so we'll see if this is their time to shine. Shira and Heartbleed, I definitely, talking about niche characters, those 2 characters are super niche. I'm seeing one of my favorites that I play all the time in ranked in the Nash, and let me ask you, is that a character you see a lot?
We don't see it. It's not like a complete hidden gem character. Like there was a period of time where especially S-Grape was playing a good amount of Nash as well, but it's definitely not meta. The weird thing with Nash is that he's always like been in debate, or like, is Nash going to be good in 2s this patch? Because Spear and Hammer on paper are like a very good duo of weapons that have had their time to shine in 2v2s multiple times over a long period of time, but we've never quite seen Nash be the staple that perhaps Bodvar is that we're seeing in the hands of Sosa. But we're seeing a double Hammer, which Hammer, another one of those weapons that, like, for 1 year it'll be completely mega meta in 2v2s and 1v1s, and you'll see terrors everywhere, and then you'll have something like I think it was 2022 Hammer incident where it was just completely gutted. So it's going to be fun to see a Nash and Bodvar. Deviljin and Bryn, much more typical, especially the Bryn in Europe has just been a staple for this region for who knows how long, but it's going to be fun to see the Nash. I think Hammer and Spear intrinsically have a very easy way to find combos that Hammer Neutralite sets up so comfortably into that Spear downlight, so there's definitely potential here from Sosa and VX.
All right, and we have an early start here. Stage dominance from the blue team, like what we're seeing here. Nice dare coming out there from VX. Sosa trying to come over and help his teammate, but not really committing to anything. That's a nice little punish. A lot of safe delayed swordplay coming out here, but maybe it's because highly damaged doesn't want to get punished for overextending. All right, working it, trying to come back on the stage. Oh, it was a little bit of team damage there on Sosa. I like the play there from Shira trying to go for the Insig, but no good. Ooh, GC light recovery will be the stop. And now, nice little team combo. Just a little 2-hitter. And you're going to go ahead and forget that life.
Yeah, a small lead here for the blue team to start with. That's that stomp stare coming out of Sosa's hammer, going to shut down that first stock of Heartbleed. Looking for the same thing here onto Shiro. Both hammers on the field, so it's very obvious what they're going to be looking for here. Sidelight is all that Vex can find to punish that GCD sig, and the red team taking a little bit of damage on the side of Sosa, but able to clean up both stocks. Vex taking this front line with the spear. It's going to get punished though. Nice gravity cancel neutral light to catch that vertical angle. The blue team now holding a bit more of a sizable lead as Sosa pushed into this KO range, especially for characters like Devil Jin and Bryn. Definitely going to be able to take that stock right there. And now Vex left alone on the second stock, just briefly able to avoid too much punishment.
All right, a little bit of a scrap fest in the middle. Oh, that was a good save. Good save. He almost. I don't think that would have KO'd, but that was going to be a pretty high damaging sig to land. Middle of the stage, nair. Good.
Yeah, those Bryn signatures do have a lot of power behind them. And we've seen a lot of handoffs with those. So far, Vex still clinging to the second stock with the GCD sig is going to be enough. Heartbleed and Shira looking pretty comfortable here in this position, looking for a handoff there onto Sosa, who could be in trouble here, being forced to play this safe final stock as Vex needs to play the front seat. The recovery from Sosa is going to give some room to breathe to his teammate, who tries to chase down Heartbleed, but the handoff is just barely going to be dropped by the blue team. Some offstage play coming out of Vex is going to lose his weapon in that scuffle, but picks up a hammer, immediately finds that knockout onto Heartbleed. They need to find something big here in the form of ideally a well-placed combo onto Heartbleed once they take this stock off of Shira. We're going to come through. Sosa is down. It's just Vex now left alone. One stock versus the 3. That Grand Pound's going to be dropped, but I mean, Shira has the room to breathe there. Has that extra stock to work with. Vex. Hammer is a decent weapon for this position to be in. Throws it down onto Shira's head, but the blue team just suffering out so much here. But we're going to come through. Vex, GCD sig once again. Shira hitting those so consistently. It's going to be a game 1 going the way of Shira and Heartbleed. Looking like we're having some technical difficulties with my co-caster, but I mean, okay. You can't see it at home. I'm having to look at a double level 100 Bodvar lock-in right now from Vex and Sosa, which that's a little unique, especially in 2026. I'm curious if that's what they're... Yeah, they are absolutely locking it in for the next game. So the Nash not working out, dropping the spear over onto a... yeah, 2020 throwback of double Bodvar here. Very European. Going into this next game, I'm curious what motivated specifically just going for double Bodvar as opposed to switching to something a bit more varied. Obviously, sticking with the double hammer. And I think Heartbleed and Shira are completely chill with this. Be back in here. Sosa once again taking the brunt of this damage on the side of the red team, and this spear out of Shira is just spacing out the red team so hard. They're struggling so much to get in on the blue team just by how well Shira is able to push them back. Sosa off the side of the stage has the sweat beats coming through. Shira finds the side air. Sosa has no options, and now the blue team take a first stock very comfortably here. Vex once again gonna play this 1v2 and spacing out really well with those hammer moves. Although it could be soon to fall over 100 damage onto Vex's first stock here. Sosa trying to relieve the pressure a little bit, but the blue team still comfortably holding position in this game so far. Backsider is going to come through, knock out that first stock of Vex. As Shira and Heartbleed both still on their first stocks, are within KO range for sure with the double Bodvar. 2 hammers on the field. Stomp Sarah is going to be their bread and butter right here, but they've got to land it. The neutral going to come through. Interrupted by Shira. Very well played there to keep his teammates safe, but the sweeps are going to come through. We're going to see a cleanup here for the red team, but look at the damage over onto Sosa especially. Into that deep orange approaching the red. This on the side stage as well. Both red team members pushed into the red appropriately, and the blue team trying to find these confirms. The dodge is going to be caught as Heartbleed finds that recovery over onto Vex. Now Sosa the one having to be a bit more tanky, but the handoff to the side air is perfect, and the blue team now a very sizable lead here. This Vex caught alone. The combo going to come in. Nothing too crazy out of the blue team, but still damage racking up very consistently here. This Axe putting in work here in the hands of Shira. Stomps out of Sosa is going to send Heartbeat flying. Shira going to try and relieve the pressure with the spear. But the Stomps are going to come through. But the red team needs something magical here, really. The amount of damage they had built up. Good hand up into the side air. The down are going to come through as well. Heartbeat is going to cling to life. So trying to chase down with this hammer here. Can't quite find the finishing blow onto the second stock. If they can clean up Heartbleed, they do have a position to be able to make this game work as Vex has Shira isolated. Tries to go for an offstage play with the hammer. Can't find it as Shira dodges back to the stage. Right, they're going to come through. Now Shira left isolated. Can the red team capitalize? So far, no. Shira going to be able to just sneak to the side of the stage, avoid any pressure. So it's trying to get the hammer started, but it's always starts and never finishes here for the red team. Vex barely surviving that neutral air. One well-placed aerial out of either weapon here, and Vex is absolutely cooked. Weapon throw down is going to be spot dodge, but Sosa on the other hand is getting sent flying, and the GCN fig is more than enough. Another game going the way of the blue team. The double Bodvar was promising, but not quite what they were looking for, it seems. And yeah, once again, having some technical difficulties with my co-caster. So you've got me and only me for the time being, unfortunately. As we get prepped for this third game. I'm curious. Yeah, we're just seeing, again, the double Bodvar locked in for the red team here. They're confident on this double hammer, or maybe they're just trying to have some fun with it. Obviously very experienced, both of them having level 100 on this legend. As we get prepped for game number 3. Question's going to be now, can the red team even take home a game to deny that 3-0?
3, 2, 1, brawl!
Dropping back onto Fortress of Lions. No change here in terms of stage. Clearly not a factor for these two teams. Vex swapping over to the default Bodvar, and that's the biggest change we've seen for this game so far. Pretty scrappy, just jostling for position to start with. Stomp Sarah is Sosa going to find some good hammer damage here. Another Stomp Sarah attempted, but the interrupt by Heartbeat is very well placed. Both teams racking up pretty even damage here, although Sosa is a bit less healthy here. Then Vex, that charged up side stick just going to vaporize that first stock of Sosa. So much force on Bryn. And another handoff by the blue team, just barely not going to be enough as Vex clings to life. But very little answer back here for the red team. The Light into the recovery going to come through. Vex trying to find this stock. Stomp set interrupted by the weapon throw. I'm not sure if the stomp was even needed, but it is still going to be enough. Hero will fool Vex still on their first stock. Now the GCD sig, that's been the bread and butter here for Shira so far in this set. Sosa having to weave around the pressure of the blue team side sig. Going to get punished by the side air. Combo could be in contention here, but the weapon throw once again. Heartbeat finding these weapon throws to interrupt so consistently onto the red team. Sosa trying to make the sword. We haven't seen as much sword out of the hands of Vex, but Sosa has been making both weapons work very well on the Bodvar so far. But that axe, that sweeping recovery, gonna chunk up this damage on the red team here. Vex tries to go for the risky D-Sig. Doesn't get punished, but doesn't land his mark either. Sosa onto this final sock. Vex could be soon to follow, so the recovery isn't quite enough. Double sword on the hands of the red team. Shira finds the recovery, though. Another blue team, 2 stocks. Or 4 stocks to 2 in the clutch! With the side air, it's going to take Sosa out, and Vex wants no part of it. Going to drop on the side of the stage in a 3-0 clean from the blue team, with just seemingly no answer back from Vex and Sosa for the entirety of the set. Very, very well played by Shira and Heartbeat. Obviously, an established team, or established pair of players, not a team that we've seen together making waves as such, but I'm very impressed with what we saw. That their handoffs were very consistent. We saw good improvisation as well. And Heartbeat was so conscious of keeping their teammates safe. Multiple weapon throws coming through to just get the pressure off of Shira. Fortunately, once again, Procaster still having some issues there. Is it Masterflex going to be absent for a minute, and because of that, it looks like we're going to a brief break while Zip figures out what is going on tech-wise. We'll be back after a very brief period just to try and sort out this issue, so don't go anywhere.
Yo, we are back. I am back. I had some technical difficulties, man, and but we're finally back together. I'm ready to rock here with Mr. Hackle. Sorry about that, everybody. Thank you for covering for me, Hackle. Are you feeling good going into this next set?
Absolutely, yeah. And just for an update for everyone at home, just so those are aware, seeds 1 through 3 are currently all on the lower side of the bracket. Lots of upsets today, and one of the resulting matches is our next one of Cresu and Blue versus XJ, Cool J, and S-Grape. Cresu and Blue coming off the back of a 3-1 victory of a Godly and Blaze, who are inarguably some of the highest accolade players in the game, let alone Europe. Both former world champions. Cresu and Blue, the power ranking is a little deceiving because you can see the earnings there, especially on Blue, of almost $50,000 as Blue once upon a time was the saving grace of Europe and the crown jewel of this region. These days, these two players are predominantly, I mean, I suppose just playing for fun, but they are coming off the back of taking out one of the most potent teams in this tournament. And I neglected to mention in our previous set that Vax and Sosa, who we saw were 3-0'd by Shira and Heartbeat, were able to win out over Tyre and Armet, who are pretty much the current best 2v2 team, or one of the current best 2v2 teams in Europe as well. So a very strange bracket we have here on our hands today, but very fun to see all these upsets of and returning players like Cresu and Blue. S-Grape and XJ on the flip side are a known entity. They've been around in the region for a good few years. They're not necessarily like new players as such, but they're definitely newer in the face of the game by comparison to Cresu and Blue. And a pair of players who have been in and around those high placements in both the 2v2 and 1v1 space, but never quite like the top of the region as such.
That is a beautiful breakdown coming from the main man Hackle, Skip Bayless himself. No, I'm just kidding. All right, let's get... All right. So, like you were talking about, definitely we know about these guys, but they haven't had the greatest of placements. But Cresu is a name that I've known for a long time, and I'm actually happy to see him get out here and still be thriving in the upper spaces of brackets after such a long time. And now we're getting into this. We got the Zariel coming in hot. It's a beautiful stage, by the way. As we get this one rolling, it's game number 1.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a bit more orthodox this game, besides the fact that we're seeing a return of another Diana. We saw one previously at the start of this block, this time in the hands of XJ Cool J. So, curious to see how that's going to shape up. Double bow in the hands of the red team, and so far working pretty well. Swapping over to the spear for Blue. Cresu very healthy on this Zariel.
Yeah, very, very healthy. Hasn't been hit by much. They did have an opportunity a moment ago to take both of those blue team stocks, but finally going to sneak that one away almost with the Sayer. Nice. Coming right back into the game. Going to assist with the recovery from Teska to get the stock off of... Wait, my controller. All right, here we are. Cresu and Blue. We got a lot of damage on XJ Cool J as he still makes it back on the stage. This Diana is just surviving. And every time I say something, every single time we lose the stock immediately. And the lead is still pretty sizable because Cresu's still alive on that first stock as we're getting a lot of damage racked up over here on... How do I say that? I'm sorry. Some? How do I say that?
Apparently, from what he said in chat, he was pronounced it Thomas. I was curious about it because I saw the name in on Challenger mode. Apparently, it is just a full name change from S-Grape to Thomas in terms of Chomsky. Okay, we're being informed it's pronounced Chomsky. He said Thomas in Twitch chat. I don't know which. But yeah, a full name change from S-Grape.
All right, we're going Chauncey. There we go. Thomas, we'll see. They're in the chat saying Thomas. I'm going Thomas. All right, Thomas in the mid stage, gonna land the recovery on Blue, but not able to get the stock. Back into the stage, dancing. Oh my gosh, punish into punish. And now we have dire straits for Cresu trying to go back on stage, but very good stuff from Blue coming in, making it a safe recovery for his teammate.
Yeah, it's curious seeing him on the Tezca now as well, because we've known for the majority of his time as a pro, him for spear characters. We saw a lot of Orion. We've seen like I mentioned prior, we saw the Nash as well from specifically Thomas, and now pairing up the Tezca with the Diana, it's working to an extent, but we're just seeing a lot more control coming out from the red team here. Nice interrupt there by Blue with the Pogo. The blue team slowing the pace right down as they don't want to try to commit too hard into something that could be very easily punished here.
They're trying, though. Like you said, it's working out fairly well. We are going to get the recovery KO there from Cresu. Very well played. That's a punish for sure. Not enough to get the KO, but the second one will do the job as we see Cresu very proficient in that game.
Yeah, I'm honestly impressed, right? Like, we know that Blue and Cresu have been in the scene for a long period of time, and we haven't seen them in a twos tournament like this for a while, but they're putting up a very good showing so far today. I mean, obviously coming off the back of that upset and then winning the first game out here against much more recent pro players. So it's exciting. We're seeing no swaps in terms of legend picks here, obviously continuing with the Kaya, the Zariel, the Diana, and the Tezca, back to the exact same stage as well. No changes to the game state, just adaptation is what they're saying right here.
All right. Definitely no changes, and I like that. You stick to your guns, no pun intended.
Oh no!
These are made for
no!
walking, and the guns are made for popping. As they get the first stock off with a nice team combo up into the heavens above. And that was so clean. Oh, they are putting in some work right now. Cresu was in danger, had to have his teammate come and save the day as he was out on the side of the stage, dwindling away on resources. Look at them go right now. Everything that touches turns into a small combo, and it is linking into the point where they cannot get to the ground. Look at Cresu's stocks. He's down to one stock. Immediately the dare is gonna hit, but Blue was able to make it back to the stage. Tried to come up for the punish with the D-Light, unarmed, and it did not reach. So that's a good look. D-Light recovery still not gonna be enough. Blue holding on. Sarah is good. That was a dangerous recovery. I ain't gonna lie. That was a little later. He got hit by that spear, and we would have saw a stock taken. But talk about a stock taken. There goes Blue.
Oh no!
Down team combo.
Being saved by the bell there, saved by the teammate. But yeah, Cresu losing 2 stocks in 45 seconds, that's brutal. Now the blue team not turning down the pace whatsoever. Both over 200 damage on their first stocks here, and the red team just struggling to find those KO moves. D-Light into N-Light is going to be enough. And once again, back to back onto both blue team members. As Cresu going to pick up the double KO. Blue still healthy on this second stock, but just looking at his teammate, like this is a rough spot for the red team to be in.
Very, very tough spot. Cresu overextends at all. I mean, look, see, getting punished immediately for trying to get some damage onto XJ Cool J. And now he's got to play safe. He's kind of got to stay out of dodge, or he's going to leave Blue out there all alone. And we know how that turns out in Brawlhalla.
Yeah, it's a really interesting dynamic in 2v2s, right? Where, like, you need to play the safer game to avoid being taken out so your teammates left alone, but you also have to have enough of a presence to not make it just a 1 versus 2.
Yes,
and
yes.
there are some players who are very, very capable of doing that. Cresu obviously has done a decent job here of maintaining presence in the game without putting himself too much at risk. Obviously, nice sidelight there to keep Thomas off that team combo. But the NSIG is going to actually clip his teammate. Does manage to find it onto Thomas, but unfortunately, the red team just going to fall apart towards the end of the game there. They did have a period of time where they're able to come back into the game for a bit, but the blue team just maintaining their pressure and a 1-1 scoreline after game 2.
Yeah, remember what that guy said in chat earlier? Holy BTA, man. That was that was a slapper right there. They held on to those first stocks for so long. Thomas or Chomsu Either way, and XJ Cool J looking great out there, and that's what happens. You know, they stuck to their characters, and they showed that they can do it.
1, brawl.
Seeing a change of scenery here going into game 3. We're seeing actually a good amount of, like, I'm so used to just seeing Fortress of Lions every game in 2v2 these days that seeing these changes of stage picks has been quite fun. Once again, no changes on the Legends. I'd be surprised if we see much of a Legend swap out of either team here. I mean, obviously the Blue team demonstrated they have a game plan, they can execute it very consistently. The question, I think, is whether the Red team will swap, because there can be limitations to playing a comp like this where you have the double bow. They have been showing they can make it work for sure, though, as they do have a small lead in terms of damage here at the start of this game. Very scrappy opening to game 3 here, though.
Very, very scrappy opening. Both teams trying to go for the gusto, want that big play, want to take the lead early. Kresu finds that recovery. Very, very well done. Good evasion coming out here from XJ Cool J, finally clipped. Hasn't been able to touch the ground yet. Nice. Goes for the side to get those resources back. Needs assistance from his teammate. There we go. Okay. Gets back on stage and back into the fray we are. Cannot find those 2 dares. A third one whiffs again. Almost lost the stock to that Zariel side sit.
Oh, that's going to be enough. Kresu going to fall off this first stock. Blue could be soon to follow. Lower ceiling on this stage than you would necessarily expect here. Kresu finds the neutral light. Not quite going to be enough on to XJ. Both teams now with 1 player over 200 damage, but Blue's going to want to fall first as XJ still holding on to this first stock on a combo coming in from the Blue team. The recovery is going to be there.
Brother!
Enough.
That's the same combo we saw from last game. That is such a secure the KO combo. Very, very well done. All right. So looking great here. So they've got some time on this team. They've got some practice on this team. They understand how to piece it together and get early stocks. And Kresu has been the one to keep falling to these. All right. Nice job. Gives some good damage on Blue. Blue is having a hard time trying to protect his teammate. But are you serious right now? Okay, I like that punish from Kresu, because that was going to turn into something a little goofy there for Blue. Very well done. Talk about team combos, going straight into the neutral sig.
Going to find that handoff. The Red team now back in this game to an extent. Once again, Kresu being the one having to play safe, but we saw that he's able to still maintain that presence. Dash jump from neutral air is going to catch, though, and the GC Light True combo is going to be secured. We're on to Kresu, who now is approaching at 100 damage range. Blue within the KO range here for the Blue team, but able to maintain this second stock. Kresu without a weapon is going to grab the bow. Blue once again clinging to life here, but the Blue team aren't getting any answers back against the damage they're putting out right now.
Yeah. Trying to find that final stock. Oh, I mean, not final, second stock. There it is, the recovery. As I was about to say it, I told you. I was going to say, every time I say somebody's holding on to a stock, they get taken out. And there it is. Oh. And it's now going to be a 2v1.
It was nice knowing you.
Combo. Oh, my goodness.
Blue team wins.
Oh, my days.
Already, and I still didn't think that he was going to be KO'd there. And you said, nice knowing you. You were 1,000% correct. That was good foresight into the future as we saw 0 to death. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like the combination of boots and blasters have such a strong vertical pressure, and I mean they're exploiting that to the max right now of just tearing away these stocks at such a low amount of health, and that's always been the use case of that boss's recovery, is the fact that you carry your opponent up before you send them flying, and so you can find those sneaky off the top KOs. We are going to see a change from Blue over onto Diana of their own now, putting away the Kaya.
Not going to have the same combo potential as the team, as the Blue team, but I do like the switch. Diana is looking really good out there. The blasters are doing the job. I understand it. I understand making that swap.
This is the third Diana we've seen today as well, and I mean, I guess she's just got the source right now in 2v2s right now, though. XJ Cool J making her look perfect as damage is just not being built up onto this player whatsoever. Thomas a bit more damaged here. Blue trying to get that down and mirror match going. Recovery going to come through from Kresu, not quite going to be enough.
Oh my goodness. XJ Cool J. Pinpoint accuracy. Tries to find the side signature to get Blue out of there. Gonna be a short whiff, just slightly spaced. Blue's going to be able to survive. Still not enough on that. Oh, I thought we were going to get a follow-up with the recovery coming from XJ Cool J to combo that with Thomas, but nothing doing. And still, everyone's still in the first stock. As I say it again, there goes the drop.
The curse is always present. XJ will find that recovery as well. Blue team both one stock up each, but also both within range to be KO'd relatively quickly. Thomas approaching, in fact, exactly on that 200 damage point. XJ not quite as high up there, but Blue struggling to find that KO move over onto this Tezca. The down air actually going to get interrupted by XJ's own down air with the blast. Is actually going to choose to reset the stocks. I like that there because trying to avoid disjointing the stocks, right? You want to avoid it any time that you can with leaving your teammate alone in that 1v2. And by just syncing up the stocks like that, it's saying, okay, we are playing to maximize our time together on the stage. And we're seeing it pay off in dividends as XJ going to find the down like ground pound. Blue out for the count on this second stock. Cresu could be soon to follow. Oh, Thomas will fall into the neutral light there, so no KO combo confirmed for the Blue team.
Yeah, that was going to be something serious. And talk about something serious, we saw Blue almost take out XJ Cool J up there on the top of the stage at very, very low damage. And it was going to be very, very necessary. Unfortunately, does not get it. XJ Cool J surviving so well. This has probably been the answer to this set. Oh, no, snatching up the homie. That's not what you want to see.
And now Blue very damaged here on this final stock. Cresu is going to fall, and we're seeing a switch as opposed to Cresu being the one who's in danger. It's now Blue as the winner's side stock in his hands. Ensig is going to come through. Actually, Cool J could be in trouble. Dodges through the pressure from Cresu, and now Blue left alone. Cresu leaving his teammate in a bit of a tricky spot. Now forced aside the stage, having to rush over, finds the pressure to relieve off of Blue, and this bow landing its mark. Can't find the recovery though. Now Blue has to hang on the side of the stage.
They tried to set up a little combo there. Punish with the Sair, able to get back on the stage from Cresu. Tried to make something happen. Blue trying to join in and assist his teammate, but so damaged. Almost anything will do it, especially on Diana. Nice recovery. Both damaged to the high heavens. Talk about the high heavens. Uppercut to the gut. There we go. There's an opportunity here for the red team, but my goodness, it's going to be a rough one. Blue is going to have to play this perfectly for them to be able to bring this home.
Absolutely, yeah. Going to find a small handoff there. Blue trying to find the down air as well. But the side air is going to come through and hit both red team members. That's going to be more than enough as Blue is sent packing off to the left side of the stage. Cresu manages to space around that down air, but it's going to be a tough one. We've seen how quickly the Blue team can execute on one good engage with this team comp. Cresu being denied weapons here as actually picked up the bow. Dodges away from the GC downlight. Able to avoid anything too risky here, but the chip damage is coming through, approaching 200 damage here. One well-placed high-force move, and Cresu is done for. But the movement is coming through, able to avoid too much here, but the GC downlight is going to be his doom as XJ and Thomas are going to take it home 3-1.
That was such a clean GC downlight. He saw him. He knew he was going to try to do something to sneak his way back on the stage, punished him for it. Very, very clean, well done. XJ Cool J and Thomas, after game number one, just ran away with that set.
Yeah, honestly, like the first game, Blue and Cresu looked really solid, but then XJ and Thomas just started to lock it in with those combos. I think the big weakness was that first game, they weren't able to find any of those engages to land the combos. So the second they were able to come into that stride, it was kind of just over for the red team.
That was very well done, man. Great stuff. Great stuff. All right. Man, we got the replays going over here. I mean, that last game, I would say that last game didn't really have big highlights, but I mean, it was still very solid play. If you want to learn how to play blasters and you want to learn how to cover and control the stage, watch XJ Cool J right there. I mean, look at this. Oh my goodness. What a whiff punish. That was so clean.
Absolutely, yeah. And with that, we are going to be stepping into the beginning of top 8 of this tournament with some names that some probably wouldn't have expected seeing this deep into the tournament. Right now, it's looking like the beginning of our top 8 is Seed 9 versus Seed 4, and then Seed 10 versus Seed 6. Once again, Seeds 1 through 3 sent down to the lower side of the bracket very, very early on. So, a bit of a shake-up here at Galaxy Cup Zenith, but very entertaining to see nonetheless.
What was that?
we're seeing a big shake-up in terms of the seeds that we're seeing in the bracket so far, right? With the top 3
Oh yes,
seeds
for
being
sure.
eliminated already.
Yeah, and you said lower seeds, man, making their way. And but the thing is, when you're in the top 10 to 12 seeds, it's not crazy for you to make it this far,
Yeah.
right? So it's not the wildest thing ever, but some of the names, what was it, Godly and his teammate, watching them fall as early as they have, that's some surprising stuff, because you would expect such high ranking players to secure their spot in top 3s and such like that, right? But we get here and we don't have them, but we have Jakey and Sapphire back in the building, as we saw them dominate earlier with what was it? They had Olgram and
Teska.
Was it Wushang? It was Teska. Okay.
Teska.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. There we go. Yeah. I mean, obviously, high tier comp from some high tier players. Is Jakey really going this route?
I would be surprised if we saw this. I think it might just be like a little lobby trolling. I'm curious how much they're going to shape up though, because we saw previously that Jake and Saphira playing really, really solid, right? That very standard meta team comp. And we saw Dark and Marker, that was when we saw our first Diana of the day. And they did take out the #1 seed of the tournament in a 3-0 fashion, which was very, very impressive. But Munir and Akno seemed that they weren't quite playing on the form we would maybe expect from them, especially domestically in a European tournament. So I'm curious. I don't know how much stock to put into the victory of a Munir and Akno for Dark and Marker. Still, I think this could go either way. But Jake and Saphir just looked so scary in that set versus Delta and Coco.
Yeah, that was a great set. Great set. Did Godly and Blaze not play? No, they played, brother. They got cookulated. That's what I was just talking about. That's exactly what I was just talking about. Well, all right. That's a Tekken emote that he just did, right? The Tekken emoji, the bear from Saphir. That's one of the coolest emojis that they got in this game, man. I love the crossovers that Brawlhalla brings out here, man, for sure. But all right, so we're gonna see. They're gonna go the Teska. They're gonna go the Olgram. So we were getting trolled on the picks a little bit, but over here with the Diana and the Wushang Ong coming out from Dark and Marker. All right. And everybody loves this map, man. The small fortress of lions, going back to the house.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a staple for 2v2s. It has been for a long period of time. It kind of has everything teams want in a 2v2 stage. And it's the closest thing we have to Apocalypse, which was the staple for a long time back when it was still in the game or in the 2v2 map pool. And yeah, this is the same comp
that's what I was gonna ask, because we haven't seen that, and I felt like that was the go-to stage. So it's not in rotation.
Yeah, no, right now Apocalypse hasn't been in the 2v2 map pool for a little while, and this has been sort of the replacement since then. We're seeing the same comps we saw from these teams in their previous sets, but so far Saphir having taken a big chunk of damage off the back of the blue team, but then answering back hard to Marker as well.
Man, I see everybody in the chat talking about Diana is everywhere, and she really is. That character has been on almost every team that we've seen today, and she's really making her mark. She's been the reason why a lot of these teams have won their games. We're going for the neutral sig there with the blasters jumping in. Nice little piece up, trying to get this stock off of Marker, but nothing doing at the moment. Recovery is there. You know what? I'm just gonna stop talking about people's lives, man. I think that's what I'm gonna do, man. I think I'm dictating too much.
So far, Saphir very damaged on this first stock. That sidelight sending him flying. Just one well-placed move will be enough to take out Saphir, but Marker needs to play a very safe game. Now, although both red team members are within that KO range, if they find the right engage, they can find a lot of damage, but the neutraler will be enough. Now, a combo over onto JK as well. GC down sig, and that is the scariest part of Diana's kit by far. The amount of force that you can sneak with that bow down signature. Both teams are onto their second stocks. Marker, the highest damage player on the board, approaching that red state of damage, and the red team accordingly punishing Boots combo out of Jakey. Gonna secure that stock, and now a much more sizable lead here for the red team.
That was a huge read on the dodge coming out there from Jakey. Snuck that one away, and now Marker down to that last stock. Not a good look. Out on the side, playing with fire. But very good recovery, getting back on the stage. Dark in the middle of the stage. Nice. Catch on Saphir. Can't get what he needs. Couldn't get the KO. Man, that was a wild signature there to try to just cover the side on Jakey. Jakey said right back at you with the
Oh,
GC.
goodness.
Oh, Marker's in danger, but the turnaround with the Sair is going to take the stock of Saphir. Now, still about, pretty highly damaged. Not in KO territory yet. One more good hit could do it, but I'm going to call 2. Yes, yep, that one, and then one more of those should be the stock. But we get back on the stage. Got to survive for a moment. Marker all alone. Oh, that weapon toss didn't quite combo. Trying to get the stock off on the side. Jakey was in danger. Marker is definitely in more. All right, finally back on. Playing it safe. Oh, hold on.
The fast comes through. Ground pound as well with the exhausted recovery. Dude. That is crazy. He manages to live that and secure the stock for the red team. And now it's Dark left alone. I mean, it's going to be rough to stumble already off the combo, but Dark had a very valiant effort at protecting Marker, who was down a stock super early. Jakey going deep with the side air. Ground pound going to be ripped. The red team choosing not to overextend here, just play their advantage. They know that Dark has to come to them and like going to get dodged through, and Dark has to go for something crazy and recognizes it, but the end light's going to come through from Jakey, and that's the first game going the way of the red team.
Yeah, that was a rough, that was going to be a hard one to bring back. They were pretty healthy on the side of the red team on those last stocks. You're out there without your teammate. I mean, might as well hang it up, homie. But either way, that was a solid first game from both teams. I think that stolen stock onto Marker on the second stock, I think that's where it all started to fall apart for the blue team. But I think they're in good standing. I think they can play this next one pretty well. They were playing good in the first one. It's just a really big play from Jakey.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of damage that this team can build up off one good interaction, like they have those combos completely on lock. I think Dark and Marker have had a very solid neutral, and they're able to take space really well, but the red team capitalize on advantages so hard.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Once they catch a lead, we saw from their set earlier. Oh my goodness, snatched them straight out of the signature. Very well done. I love those save plays, man, when you make a play to keep your teammate alive, but after saving 2 times in a row, we are going to watch as Dark is the first one to fall.
Marker could also not be long for this world. Going to get disarmed by that Lance combo out of Saphir. Dark flowing with the spear slightly, though, as Jakey has to return to the stage. Still hasn't touched the ground. Is able to make it back, though, with Saphir swoop to that Lance sider. Dark caught out by the boots for a second, with Jakey going deep for that double downer. Could be in trouble. Dark doesn't find the pogo, and now the boots dropped in favor of the gauntlet here for Jakey. Does find the side sig into the handoff to his teammate.
Ground pound. Yes. All right. Got that stock off. But we do have Dark even some good damage here. And like we said, the red team capitalizing on leads. They're probably going to make something happen with this here in a moment, as we see Saphir still holding on to his stock. Hasn't lost that first one. There it is. Securing that one is Jakey. Jakey is so the way that they're playing it is kind of like Saphir is kind of like the backup, stay alive, punish you for trying to punish the teammate, and Jakey is the KO securer, man. Finally going to lose that first stock from Saphir, but I mean the lead's already been begotten, man. This is beautiful stuff from them. Nice little combo. Didn't do too much, but anything matters at this point of the game.
Absolutely, yeah. Dark already in that orange on this final stock, and Saphir still has taken no damage on his second. Dodges to the side there, trying to play a perfect second stock game. He will fall to that ground pound at the bottom left of the stage. Saphir going to try and play safe at the edge of the stage. Finally takes a little bit of damage on this second stock, but the end light comes through the end sig as well, and Saphir making this Lance look flawless against the blue team. Jakey just playing back, knows that Saphir has that room to breathe with that extra stock and so much health to work with. Axe going to be picked up. The blue team could not be long for this while the side air going to be attempted to be interrupted by the blue team, but still hits its mark.
Man, trying to get something to happen here. Can't really get it. Man, they couldn't really get a touch on Jakey. The only one they were getting touches on was Saphir, and he still had 2 stocks left. So we see another clean victory from the red team. What are we looking at here? Do we see Dark and Marker change? I mean, this is looking rough.
We do indeed. We see Dark swap over onto the Devil Jin. This is our pick. This is a bit more orthodox, I'd say. I mean, keeping the bow from that Diana, but swapping out the blasters for the gauntlets. I think that's fair. I think the bow out of Marker was good, and this is another case of what we saw with Akno and Munir, where they keep one of their characters, but they give it to the other player. So now Marker's the one over onto the Wushang, and Dark over onto this Devil Jin crossover. But I think I respect this comp a bit more in terms of like meta presence. Obviously, double gauntlets. There will probably never be a time where double gauntlets aren't in contention for a strong 2v2 team, and Wushang especially is just so good with so many different legends. I'm already seeing why like that swap to the Devil Jin is good. That immediate handoff like is just so much more comfortable for a team like this.
Man, okay. You know what? I like it. They're focusing on Saphir to start this one off, and I think that is the right play. As long as you don't get robbed on the side of the stage. There you go. All right, making it back. Now, they are focusing on Saphir, but they are still at a damage deficit as trying to get back on the side of the stage. Oh, the team damage. Ground pound, but the Devil Dare. Yes! Oh, the GCD light!
Jakey, get back there, bro! Just back and forth for Jakey. Roller coaster of a interaction there. Saphir trying to clean up what Jakey couldn't, but now could be in the same position. In fact, he is. Sweat beads come through, and the blue team do actually take their first notable lead of the set.
Finally, in contention. I like it. And that's what it is. We got the swap of the characters. I love that, like you said, he gave over. He said, you know, I'll come off the bow. I'll go ahead and play Wushang. You go and get the bow character. You know, they had a discourse, and I think they made the right choice. Nice there to get back on there. A little punish. We got some nice safe play going on here from Marker and Dark.
Yeah, they're playing a very different neutral as well. It's a bit less scrappy. When they had the Diana on the pitch, they were in the field. They were playing like a bit more messy in terms of just like finding raw damage where they could without as many handoffs and combos. This is a much more orthodox style of play we're seeing, where they're playing around handoffs and engages. Although still the red team are managing to bring back a small lead here. The Gauntlet side of Marker are putting in work. Dark can't find the Entig there. The handoff going to come through from the red team. That Entig not going to be enough. Jakey finds another like Sarah. Tough is there to clean up with the downer.
Wow. Look, Jakey and Saphir, just a slow burn team, held it together after they, you know, fell down in the deficit early on and just pieced it together chunk by chunk. And now they're in the lead. Marker on the side of the stage, eating damage. Both players out on the side. Dark tried to come save the day, but Marker finally touches ground at 1 exclamation point. Gonna hit a Sayer on Saphir. What do you go for? Tried to go for the pogo, but
oh no!
Jakey came over and said, "Nothing doing, homie." Oh my goodness! I cannot believe he made it back to the stage. I honestly can't believe it.
Yeah, Dark there to relieve the pressure. Jakey now 230 damage and still going to go in deep with the gauntlets. Finds the gift and the second as well. Jakey.
That was nuts. That was absolutely nuts. Oh my goodness. You know, you take those first 2 stocks, you got to be kind of confident, right? I understand. But to watch the food get taken off your plate slowly, just bite after bite, as that match went on, Jakey and Saphir took control of that and dominated. Oh, that was ridiculous. That was absolutely ridiculous.
Dude, I just like they were saying it in chat that Jakey and Saphir have such crazy synergy, and I wholeheartedly agree. As a team, they're just you can tell by how they move together that they're so hyper aware of what each other is doing and how they're going to play certain scenarios. And I've noticed as well, there are some teams who will opt to play out those two 1v1s. If they separate their opponents, they'll like try and get that double edge guard or like play their individual game. Jakey and Saphir sacrificed that situation so often to play around having an advantage together. There was a moment in that game where Jakey and Saphir both had an edge guard going on Marco and Dark on each side of the stage, and Jakey turned and ran over to Saphir, and it turned into them getting a conversion into a team combo on the left side because they played around each other instead. So the amount of synergy they have together and how well they play as a duo is so impressive.
They stick to their game plan. Like we haven't watched anybody change what they wanted to do. They front man with the Jakey and backline defensive Saphir, and nobody's been able to force them off that. I feel like there was a good idea coming out from Marker and Dark whenever we saw them target Saphir to start one of those games. I think it was game number 2. They targeted him and they were like, you know what, we can't let him do this. We can't let him sit around and play this game that he wants to play. But in turn, focusing on him was getting them punished and put into combos by Jakey, right? So you try to lean into what they're doing, and that's not the right answer. So what is?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Like when this team gets going, they just kind of look like a wall. You need to have like the highest level of play to be able to answer back to a team like that. And it's scary. It's very, very scary to see.
Yep.
That being said, though, our next match is going to be coming up of Shira and Hartley versus Thomas and XJ Cool J. Thomas being a name switch from S-Grape, for those not aware at home, and playing to decide who else goes into the upper final here at Galaxy Cup Zenith 2v2s. I'm excited for this one because Shira and Hartley looked very, very good versus Vex and Sosa. And, I mean, we saw this XJ Cool J Thomas duo with that Boots Blasters combo and how effortlessly they were able to just delete stocks. I think for a team like Hartley and Shira, they're going to be more prepared for something like this because that's a duo and a combo that is known. Whether or not they're going to be completely ready for this team as an entirety is going to be the big question mark here. And I'm liking the fact that they're sticking with this team comp we saw previous of Dario and the Bryn, because the Bryn, especially in the hands of Shira, looked so scary.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. But after watching what XJ Cool J and Thomas did a moment ago, I would not want to be
it now. We're going to be seeing Shira
off
completely untouched in terms of damage, and the blue team are getting some more favorable trades to start the game out. Shira still no damage taken. We'll finally take a small bit here, but weapon out of the hands of Thomas is the first notable change, and a combo coming through the blue team as well as XJ is pushing to the red to follow his teammate. Maybe, I think, having some more technical difficulties, but as the game is going on, we're still seeing XJ being the sole player on this second stock. Currently, the handoff out of the blue team as well is going to send Thomas packing. And XJ left alone, trying to avoid the pressure of the blue team. They're struggling to find their KO blows here. The axe out of Shira is racking up damage in chunks, and the recovery is still not quite going to be enough. The blue team clinging to life, and Shira trying to go for a top KO there with the axe, isn't able to land the right angle on the ground pound, but a valiant effort. The end will be more than enough, and the blue team looking dominant here in game 1. Could be not long for this one. In fact, the red team entirely are getting eliminated as Hartley and Shira almost find a 6-stock victory in game 1 versus a very established pair of players here. Unfortunately, just narrowly falling short and getting a 5-stock victory instead, but very dominant performance out of Hartley and Shira in game 1.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm so sorry, everybody. All right.
Is all good. I mean, technical issues happen. Whenever I'm using vMix, it decides to just do everything in its power to mess with me, so maybe it's the same with Ninja for you.
Yeah, it's definitely been a long time since I used Video Ninja. I don't know. I don't know, but really the culprit is my Discord. It is just going haywire.
Well, we have you back just in time for game 2, thankfully. You missed out on a very dominant victory out of Heartbeat and Shira to start with.
Oh, they dominated. That's actually a surprise to me.
Yeah, almost a 6 stock. They lost 1 stock for the entire game, but it was very, very commanding, the victory from them.
That is a very good look for them coming into this one. But now, we got okay, Zariel making big plays. A good read there with the GC side signature. Getting some good damage onto Thomas. Over on the side, XJ Cool J, nice. Stole him a little stock from the overextension of Heartbleed.
I'm beginning to believe that Thomas and XJ just are not a game 1 team, because in their previous set, they lost their first game to Blue and Cresu, and then just dominated the rest of the set. And so far, this game is already like way closer than last game.
You know what? You're
They
right.
just-
That is exactly how that happened. You are correct. They got smacked out in that first game, and they really picked it up and showed who they truly were as the set went on. But evening it up right here. This is a good look for the blue team. Shira and Heartbleed got it tied up. Barely took any damage. Did Heartbleed, and now we got a little combo punish attempt came from Thomas, but wasn't able to stop it.
We're seeing Heartbeat be the most damaged player on the team right now. Shira once again maintaining good health here with this Bryn. The Axe doing good damage here to the red team as well. Turning things around slowly is the blue team. Shira maintaining being in the yellow here. Gonna try and weapon toss to protect Heartbeat. In fact, gonna hit in the face of his own teammate, but still a good position for the blue team to be in here, looking for these KO moves. They did not struggle whatsoever with finding their KOs in the last game, which the red team did seem to have a bit more difficulty in doing, was finding those final hits. But now everyone on the field entering that red state of health, and a bit of team damage actually going to be enough to take out the second stock of Heartbeat from Shira.
Recovery barely clips. Oh yeah, the punish with the recovery after a clean dodge coming out from Thomas there. Thomas really hurt. Oh my goodness, Heartbleed is bleeding bad coming in here on this last stock. Ground pound almost good. Sayer will work out, and there it is. The dare is good. Tried to come out there and save, did Shira, but no good. Full combo, no, drops and loses that second stock.
I mean, in that position, though, like, they have the room to go for something like that. They have that extra stock to play with, and Thomas especially was able to just go for something risky. But now the bread and butter going to come through the handoff into the NSIG, and the red team securing a game in their name, turning it back around.
Definitely. Very, very well done. Very well done. You know, we'll see if this is more of the same from the set we watched earlier, where they became the untouchables after game number 1, and we had a strong performance from the blue team in that second game, but it was looking like they're coming to life the same way we watched earlier. I'm liking it.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like this set could go the distance. Like, both these teams are putting up a very good performance, and we saw that even though the red team started out with a lead, Heartbleed and Shira did turn it back around slightly towards the midpoint of the game, but just weren't quite able to close it out. So I think this does have the potential. We've seen quite a lot of dominant performances here today so far. 2 3-0s, 3 3-0s and 2 3-1s. We're yet to get a game 5, which this set I think has the most potential for that.
I'm with that. I agree. And that makes sense too, right? Rightfully so. The sets get better as the tournament gets on because the hotter players are playing, right? But let's see. All right. Getting a start here, putting a lot of damage on to XJ Cool J, but the carry up into the skies, Shira almost lost that stock to cleanly playing Thomas. Put back up into the skies again. Not allowing the ground touch is XJ Cool J, but could not prevent the second touch.
Yeah, another very scrappy opening to this game. No team with a really defined lead. That is going to be a big side sig, but actually going to find the sweeping side sig of his own as well. D-Light into the side are going to get interrupted by Shira, who will survive that recovery as well. Both teams now very heavily damaged. Shira will be the first to fall. Can Heartbeat find an answer back? Yes, they can. And then Thomas is right there to answer back as well. But Heartbeat actually staying alive off that boost combo.
Very interesting. Sayer, still not enough to get Zariel. The chase down, and yes, nice little Tesca combo with those boots. will do the job. And we have a small lead here from the red team. Not huge. Yeah, we're trying to even it up here. I see. Yep, the dare is good. That was very, very well done.
Yeah, now XJ left alone and does take a small amount of punishment for being soloed by the blue team. Is going to enter that orange early red. Although Shira also taking a decent chunk of damage here as well. The blue team's still overall more healthy, as Thomas now pushed over 100 damage as well. Looking to try and find this KO blow onto XJ soon, although they are going to turn and put their attention towards Thomas temporarily. Recovery going to come through, and XJ will fall now down onto the final stock, and Heartbeat very healthy on this second.
Oh, recovery. Trying to get Thomas out of there, but Thomas moving pretty cleanly. Only issue is not really getting anything done. Finally is able to get the boots and tried to get a combo there with XJ Cool J, the recovery, but wasn't able to land. Now, I like it that XJ is not taking too much damage and Thomas is playing a little safer. They're trying to even it up, but very good ground pound there. Shira still holding on to that second stock, very close to losing it, and there it is. Now, if they can get this Heartbeat stock or do some really good damage before Shira comes back, all right, they did exactly what they needed to do. That was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. One on the board. Oh no, the drop. I think Thomas was a little leery when he saw Heartbeat come back on the stage and didn't commit to extending that final portion of that combo. But either way, very well done.
No.
Shira in danger, makes it back. Heartbeat taking the damage for his teammate. Sair securing that one. What a lockdown ending to this one. If we watch XJ Cool J and Thomas take this one, the lead was pretty heftily in the blue team's favor. Heartbeat all alone. Sair, no resources, cannot make it back on the stage. XJ Cool J and Thomas taking away game number 3.
And once again, it's an example of the fact that, like, they can turn up the heat towards the end of the game, right? You mentioned that Heartbeat and Shira, they had the game on lock for a good period of time, and towards the midpoint of the game, the pace really slowed right down, and it was in the favor of the blue team. But then XJ and Thomas, they found consistent and repeated interactions that were just entirely in their favor and just completely turned up the aggression to the point that the blue team didn't really have an answer back in time.
That was beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. You know that they are happy right now because I'll tell you, I mean, Shira and Heartbleed are really putting them to the test, right? But to be able to stand strong and take the set lead, any tournament player knows going down 2-1 in a set and the other team being on set point is not a good feeling. So keeping themselves from having to deal with that, great look. But on the other side of the ball, you got Heartbleed and Shira. Can they maintain? Is their willpower strong enough to bring this back and get us a game number 5?
Oh, maybe not as that recovery comes through. That we haven't actually seen in this set so far was that Boots Blaster's potential to just vaporize the stock off the top there very, very early. And now Shira forced to play from behind immediately. Heartbeat trying to make up the difference with these gauntlets, but it's a lot of difference to make up now as XJ still relatively healthy on this first stock. Both members of the red team not in a range where they could be easily KO'd.
That's huge. That's huge. All right. Evening it up a bit here. Out on the side, XJ Cool J makes it back. Nair does hit. How? What are you doing? Oh my. That's hilarious to me that he let that rip. Being as damaged as he was, he's like, you know what? I see an opportunity. I'm taking it. That was so good. Mike Tyson duffed him.
And now this game we're seeing a flip where the red team were the ones who had an early lead, and now Heartbeat and Shira are the ones taking it back as they've been able to equalize pretty efficiently. The side take going to come through, sweep Thomas on the left side of the stage, and a small combo going to come through onto XJ as well. Blue team holding space very well. Combo attempted by the red team, but they aren't able to find that side air. Can the blue team capitalize and find the stocks in the right place? Thomas is going to pull another handoff, doesn't find the recovery or a GC N-Sig. XJ in the sweat beads manages to just get over the top of that D-Sig. Thomas trying to come back with a vengeance. Manages to catch with the neutral to say XJ's alive.
That was, man, that's skill. That is skill. Love to see a reaction like that. Oh no,
very
the punish
brief
wasn't
moment
there. I love the idea.
Dominating.
I think we're getting it. Zip, I think we're getting it.
Game 5. Oh,
Yup.
yeah. Oh, my
Blue team win.
Yo, XJ Cool J was like, I ain't even doing this, man.
Yeah, no patience
get us
for
to
that.
the last game, bro. Let's get us to the last game. All right. Here we go. Game number 5. Everybody alive. Who in the chat is hyped for this set right here? Game 5, XJ Cool J and Thomas versus Heartbleed and Shira. These players are playing out of their mind right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Like it's so back and forth. Like one team is pulling off, like Heartbleed and Shira, they'll have a bit of a slump moment, and then they'll pull off like the handoff that we saw last game into that Bryn and Sig, and then Thomas and XJ, they'll find like a crazy interaction with the Boots Blasters. It's such a treat to watch this, and so far, getting into this final game, no changes to Legends, no change to stage. It's all about the adaptation in this set so far, and the blue team taking a small damage lead to start things off.
Yeah, more of the same. They've kind of been starting each game like this. Nice neutral light there. Bryn is just putting out chunks of damage, and they just keep getting caught in situations they don't want to be in. All right. Nice weapon toss. Try to go for the Sig. No good. All right. Unarmed. Fighting back over there, but Thomas can't find a weapon. He's being starved right now. Finally gets the weapon. I thought Shira was going to protect on that, but no good. XJ Cool J in danger. Both on the side. What do we got? Ground pound attempts? No. Tried to go for the Sigs for coverage, but snuck his way through. XJ Cool J side signature. We got a nice KO. Couldn't interrupt in time. Thomas did let his teammate fall. Then he fell to the recovery of Heartbleed. Heartbleed on the stage, holding it down for the blue team.
Yeah, the question now is going to be, can the red team equalize up these stocks, get this first stock of Heartbleed as soon as possible, with the blue team not holding back in terms of trying to get this damage racked up. This axe of Shira just chunking down the red team so far, and Heartbleed staying in the fray despite being that high damage, doesn't want to risk playing too safe and letting Shira get that damage built up, getting that disjointed stocks and damage there. Heartbleed disarmed off the side of the stage. The red team try and find something, could be in trouble, but manages to avoid it. At the top of the sky, Thomas finds the side air, and our handoff sends Shira to the left side of the stage, and I'll be asking a bit of a disjoint here as Heartbleed returns to the stage fresh on this second stock, and Shira very damaged here on their own second, but sides are going to come through. The red team both relatively damaged here.
Very, very damaged, especially Thomas. Thomas low on the side. Okay, allowed the side air to get back on the stage, but the punish is there. Neutral signature coming out from Shira. Gonna get that stock out of there. All right, XJ Cool J taking the beats, trying to get on the stage. Very good play to stop Heartbleed's coverage.
And Heartbleed choosing to actually play a bit of an aggressive situation on the 1v2, knows that they have the option to try and get XJ Cool J out, doesn't want to try and play too safe. But XJ Cool J, we've seen how well this player can move with this Diana in hand.
Bro, he's very, very clean.
Ooh, okay, recovery is going to come through, and now we're seeing even stocks besides Heartbleed, who once again is clinging on. But Shira has taken pretty much equal damage to Thomas. The advantage is absolutely in the favor of the blue team, but if Shira falls too early, it's Heartbleed in a 1 versus 2.
Very well done. They get that stop. Okay, this is a very close game, if not perfectly tied. We see Shira, the most damage on the board, staying alive. Heartbleed trying to protect his teammate. A little bit of scrapping on that left side. Thomas finds a recovery.
Ooh. Shira is very damaged on this final stock. 180 damage on this Bryn. Heartbleed has to be the front seat here. And Thomas in a very similar position, but now XJ taking chunks of damage from this blow. Heartbleed flowing a little bit here, finding hit after hit. Recovery as well. XJ will not fall. Shira sitting back, letting Heartbleed get these engages and getting unanswered hit after hit. The red team can't find a strike back against the blue team, and the D-Sig might be enough.
That was huge. That might have been the clutch play of the game, and another one just to seal the deal. And Shira and Heartbleed surprising myself as they move by XJ Cool J and Thomas.
Securing themselves that spot in the winners final. Securing that top 3 is C10. Very, very impressive going up against Jakey and Sophia in future. But what a set of sets we have had, and what a good set to end things out with that game 5. That really, I was terrified for a moment that XJ and Thomas were going to be able to sneak out that victory from under the noses of Heartbleed and Shearer, because it was getting real close towards the end there, but Heartbleed with that bow towards the end was just so clean.
Very well done. Very well done. Well played on both sides, man. I love it. That was definitely the best one of the evening. Of this morning for me. I don't know why I said that, but but no, that was the best one. I was excited watching that whole thing. I went in. I was really high on XJ Coolj and Thomas. I think the Heartbleed and Shearer game is probably the one that I cut out on earlier, so I didn't see the full power that those two held.
Yeah,
they did a great job.
They did a great job. The first game was really dominant, very scary out of Shearer and Heartbleed, and then obviously we came back to a much more close set, but still very well played. And Thomas and XJ was still really impressive. They were keeping that set incredibly close. It absolutely could have gone either way. But yeah, very well played by these players.
Love to see it. All right. What are we getting into right now, Hackle?
We're getting into a closeout. It looks like as we are finished with the first 6 sets of Galaxy Cup Zenith, we have our winners finals decided and top 8 cooking up on the lower side as well. Those first 1 through 3 seeds that we mentioned that had been eliminated early, one of seeds 1 and 2 are going to be eliminated soon, as a match that's waiting in the lower side is Munir and Aklo versus Tyre and Ahmet. So one of those teams is going out in the lower side of top 8 early on, which is very crazy to think about. And on the flip side, you have Razorx and Kimono versus Kresu and Blue, who managed to continue their run in this tournament, 3-0ing, by the looks of things, Bakonko and 7DLA. So some very stacked matches waiting in the lower side as well.
Right on. All right. With that being said, man, we've got a lot more coming, guys, but I think that's going to be the end of me and Hackle here on the 1s and 2s. I appreciate y'all having me, man. It's been a long time. You know what I mean? Hey guys, I hope y'all were okay with my lack of knowledge about a lot of these players. It's been like 3 years. Last time you guys saw me cast, I was bald. We see that a lot of change. All right.
Time has passed.
It was awesome, man. Spacetronics, I appreciate you letting me come through, man.
Yeah, thank you once again for everyone at home for tuning in. We'll be right back after a short break with a fresh set of casters, a fresh set of voices, ready to bring you further into Galaxy Cup Zenith. Stay tuned.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Galaxy Cup Zenith. It is I, Tripped Up, joined here by the lovely NJ, and we have got some very exciting action to get into today. How are you feeling about it, NJ?
I'm feeling so excited. I've been amped up this entire time. I've watched this tournament since like 11 a.m. We have some insane heavy hitters coming in to this lower bracket now that we're deep into the top 8. So far right now, this first game that we're starting out with Blue and Cresu versus Kimono and Razox, which is going to be the first time that we see Kimono and Razox on stream. They've been in the lower bracket for ages at this point. So I'm super excited to see what they're going to bring today.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they go all the way back to, oh my goodness, yeah, low round of 16. They have been battling through this bracket, but here they are, ready to prove themselves. And yeah, you know, this is going to be rather interesting. You know, we have seen some of these players for a while. I'm not too familiar with Cresu, but I think we all know Blue if you're a longtime player. And like you said, Razox and Kimono starting to get on the come up. They are seed number 5, so they've certainly proven themselves thus far. But yeah, I'm really interested to get into it, especially considering the comps that we've seen thus far. I mean, it's been a lot of Blasters and Diana, right? Boomy is ecstatic if he is happening to watch, you know, getting that legend back in the comp. And I can't blame people because honestly, Diana has been absolutely insane. Bo is great. Blasters is great for 2s. So I'm not surprised at all. But it's good that we're getting some different characters in the mix, right? Getting some differences in there. It's not just the same, you know, Zariel, Tezca. I mean, we're still getting those, of course, but it's not just those characters.
We're seeing a significant lack of the EU Ulgrim. We still have Saphir in the tournament up in the upper bracket, so you know, we're not completely rid of it, but we will be seeing, I believe, the first Onyx, which is surprising to be. This is the first time we see one because Onyx has been a sort of kind of meta pick for forever. So seeing Kimono onto this Onyx, I'm super excited what we're going to be seeing from Razox and Kimono, and Cresu and Blue. We already know how they can work on this double bow comp. It's going to be a lights out game so far, but we are going deep into it, into Small Forces of Lions starting off. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, and we're on the Small Forces Alliance, but I saw that we have been getting a different mix of maps in the pool now that the map pool has changed. I like to see that because, like other casters have mentioned earlier in the stream, we were just seeing Small Fortress, Small Fortress, Small Fortress, but now we're getting a good mix. But here in the flashback here, back to it, and so far, kind of a scrappy beginning here. No one getting too big out in the lead, just trading blows, everyone getting lower into the orange as we go, but no team combos coming out thus far. We do see a side stick coming out from Cresu, both red team members on the side of the edge right now, and they're trying their hardest to get the knockouts, but these bow attacks are going to take a while to get the KOs, right? That is the one issue with bow. The knockouts aren't exactly there from a straight hit, but recovery will just do it. A nair as well onto Razox, almost does it, but an answer back, very nicely done from him, and they're going to even up the stocks here.
Yeah, it's a lot of singular hits coming out and a lot of 1v1 interactions. We're not seeing too much in the space of anybody picking up moves set from the other team, and it still will be Cresu and Razox who are onto their first stock. So far, Kimono has got to try something with this Dauntless recovery. It will be the team combo, slight one onto Kimono, dealing a little bit of damage, and Razox is going to lose his stock, and it's given the opportunity for the 2v1 onto Kimono, and that's so much damage going out. The blue team is in the lead heavily at this point. Cresu is still holding pretty onto it, but I shouldn't say anything as a cannon Sayer to give them this everyone back down to their second stock.
That's right. Oh, and there it goes down to the final stock. Kimono falling down. And, you know, you got the high defense of both Kaya and Onyx being able to tank those stocks a little bit longer than normal, but still these knockout blows are starting to come in for this blue team. Not to mention that Cresu, he is on his second stock undamaged, so he is certainly going to be tanking here. Blue on his final, but if he can hold on and not leave his teammate in the 2v1, though right now getting really deep down there, and no, Cresu not able to touch the stage, sweat beating down to his demise, and that is unfortunate. That was their entire lead gone in a moment, but they can turn things back around. All they gotta do is get rid of Kimono's stock. As you can see, he's already down to about 100 damage, and now that they've taken out his teammate, they can try and cascade upon him. Nice nair, trying to force him out and into an option. He's holding on as long as he can, but look at this damage. It's raining upon him right now.
Yeah, Kimono's getting tossed around. He's got to try to find some way to survive on this last stock. The bow recovery to send him away and give them the opportunity for this 2v1 onto Razox, and they're doing such a good job at keep away. The side sig from Kresu is going to eliminate Kimono from this match, and it's down to Razox deep into the red, and it's the 2v2 combo, double signatures, and Kresu will get the KO credit. It will be the blue team bringing this first game in a very stable fashion.
And we saw at the end there, of course, that follow-up with the Zariel Sig, and Zariel in the one of those patches we saw he got completely obliterated, but still the fact that we see him here shows how good he is, because even if they did nerf those signatures, it's still great for follow-ups. One of the best follow-up legends as far as the signatures go, not to mention his weapons. So it's no surprise that we're continuing to see him despite the fact that he is not exactly as strong as he was just a few months ago. And then of course got Kaya on both sides, just doing the same thing as Kaya always does, just being a menace.
I am liking seeing Zariel as sort of like a new age Wushang, where you have these large hitboxes in these signatures that are very good at picking up whatever options your teammates are throwing out, but it hasn't seemed to be as common as we're seeing the Wushang, because bow is a difficult weapon to secure on. And speaking of securing, Kimono is moving with his cannon. He's tossing everyone around right now. Blue is deep into the red, into the stock. Just the stabilization from Kresu onto the stage with the side sig, almost going to be able to eliminate Kimono's stock early, and it's up to Razox to keep everyone away from his teammate.
There it goes, and yep, the team combo coming back out. Very nice follow-up with that GC side sig, and Kimono answering back very quickly with that breakdance. Maybe they can get something onto Kresu right now. He's able to hold on for just a bit longer, but that's going to leave his teammates in a bit of a pickle in between these two opponents. Nice ground pound. That was so very quick. And Blue, as you can see, running away right now, does not want to get caught in any sort of combo. He knows that as soon as an open up happens, there's going to be a setup. That is what these team members are so good at. They know exactly what the follow-ups are. They've practiced these time and time again. So yeah, great on him to get away from that. Nice interruption with that Cider as well, keeping that damage as low as possible, not wanting him to get too damaged. But for right now, it's actually pretty even.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job of being able to pick up some of these moves. The side sig will go unpunished, and that is Razox down to his final stock. Kimono is now stuck in the middle of this 2v2 combo, but the side sig is a little bit too wide. Not going to be able to find the connection onto it, so Kimono will be able to return back to the stage in a somewhat healthy fashion, while Razox is doing everything to keep Kresu off. That is going to be Kresu sent down to his last stock, and Blue needs to play perfectly around this spacing in order to not get tossed into a 2v2 combo. We know how good Razox can be on these weapons. He's so accurate, but Kresu is proving to be one of the signature demons here, catching Kimono on the side of the stage with an N-Sig, and that's going to finish everyone down. It's just Blue onto the second stock now.
Yeah, and he's doing a really good job taking right now, using these signatures to the best of his ability. But there we go, one from Razox, not going to have nearly enough force to even push him off the stage. But still, he's doing a good job keeping onto this stock as long as possible. He wants a weapon, but we're getting a bit of a starve. There it is, D-lighting the Nair to confirm that stock. And Kimono going deep right there, trying to give it a chase, dodge, down air, hoping for a jump option to get caught. Because, yeah, that'll take your stock very, very quick if you're not careful. Cannon off stage. A bit of a menace, I gotta say. But right now, Kresu getting disarmed by that side light. Now he's trying to pick something back up. Once again, it's the cannon. But now the damage is getting very, very deep with both these red team members. They've got to be careful. They do have an edge guard position here, but Razox really, really deep, leaving as a teammate by himself. And there he goes. It's going to be, once again, a 1v2 that cannot be won. It's going to be blue team taking yet another round.
Yeah, no platform is safe when you've got the Zariel Gauntlets N-Sig on the stage. That is Kresu with all 6 knockouts. I believe every one of them was a signature. Maybe one of them was a Gauntlets recovery, but he is so accurate with all of these signatures. And on a misguided Hail Mary attempt on a ground pound from Razox, that left Kimono alone on the stage and gave the blue team the opportunity to bring it down to a 1v2. That is not what you want to be seeing from a team as experienced as Raysox and Kimono. Certainly, congratulations to the blue team to taking full opportunity there. We will be going into our game 3. No map changes, no legend changes. We're going straight back in. It's all about the meta game here. Who can make the adjustments to bring themselves back into the lead?
Yeah, they certainly do feel comfortable on not only these picks, but also this map. There's so many new maps that you can pick, but why do that when you could have a small fortress? I get it. I truly do. But right now, Kresu getting deep off stage, and a ground pound's going to come through. You cannot contest that off stage. Great save, though, from Blue, using that spear recovery to put his teammate back up. A nice side stick, but the interruption, the GCD light unarmed. What an amazing save. That is one part of 2v2s that is often overlooked by newer players. They don't know how to save their teammates, but these guys are on the money. And here we go. Nice read coming up from Blue as well with that Insig. You don't see that too often, the spear Insig from Kaya, but when it hits, it does do quite well. A lot of damage on it as well. Nice side air to push Raysox off to the edge. Kimono, though, answering back with a GCD light recovery. And now they got a nice thing going right on over to Blue with a GC Insig that's going to take it as well. Red team, they've got themselves a bit of a lead, finally.
Yeah, even with Kimono dropping a little bit early in that stock, Raysox has been doing such a good job at holding on to it, but you can only do so much. Kresu with the gauntlets is deadly in the center of the stage here. Will be everyone down to their second stock, relatively equal onto the damage, and it's all up to whoever can get this control, whoever can set up the options for their teammates to pick up onto. It will be Blue getting tossed a little bit in that 2v2, but Kresu is there to salvage just a little bit of space. Kimono is deep into the red at this point. That Onyx defense can only save you for so long, and it's down to Raysox to help his teammate out, but he will be capitalized and given the opportunity for that 1v2, and it's a misguided GC, and Raysox is going to be punished heavily for it. Not going to lose the stock, but it is not what you want to be seeing here. Another side sig, neither connecting. This is so far going heavily in the favor of the blue team.
Indeed it is. Yeah, there's some crazy signatures coming from Raysox. GC side sig on the spear. You definitely don't see that too often, but you know, I can't blame him too much. It does have a lot of force to it. Right now, though, Kimono has got to stay alive as long as possible. A nice side air is going to confirm that KO, but at the same time, as you can see, he's got to stay spaced, and now that his teammate is gone, he is really got to take it away, try and running right now. And now that Raysox is back, he has a little bit of relief from the pressure, but at the same time, not when Blue is chasing you down with this spear recovery. Not much room to get away from it, but he's trying his best now on the wall. Maybe he can get something onto Blue, but here comes the spear attacks. Once again, adding up that damage really quick, and Blue team is still looking more and more convincing to get this 3-0 as it goes on. There goes Blue, though, falling down to his final stock. We are now at final stocks for everyone here. And maybe, just maybe, the team can find something to turn around on. Oh, sorry, red team.
Yeah, Kimono is deep into this red here. He's getting punished. It's at the point where even a bow end light could be deadly for him, but the cannon is thrown away, and it's the recovery from Kresu and the recovery from Blue as well. Double recovery is going to secure this game, and they're going to be taking it 3-0 and sending Raysox and Kimono home out of the bracket. That went way faster than I was expecting.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny because the match that sent this team down into the lower bracket, they were on the red team, right? But now that they're on the blue team, they've won. So I think it's the naming convention. So as long as Blue gets on the blue team, he's gonna be okay. That's clearly what this is. But no, good job to them able to close that out. And like you said, this is the lower side now, so that is going to be the conclusion of the run of Kimono and Raysox, but still well played to them. But now we have a match that I am bewildered at the circumstances, but still very excited to get into. It is going to be our seed number 1 versus seed number 2 in this tournament in the lower bracket already. That is going to be Munir and Akno, along with the Viltrum Empire, still rocking that name, Invincible, goated reference. Of course, that's going to be Amit and Taya. So, yeah, this is crazy because these two teams are, of course, seed 1 and 2 projected to be in the grand finals, but now one of them has to be eliminated here.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think anybody was expecting, even in the Discord, Spacetronics sent a screenshot and was like, what happened? we're seeing these two are some of the heaviest hitters entering the tournament, and seeing them both go down in I think Munir and Akno got 3-0'd in the or was that them? No, that's a different one. But I'm so confused right now because we should be seeing these teams being our grand finals entrants. We should be seeing them going as far as possible, and we're just now getting into top 8, and it's already into the lower bracket for both of these high seed teams. So right now they are fighting for blood. It is everything in this game. It will be the Barraza coming over on the side of Taya. I'm pretty sure everyone was expecting the Ulgrim, right? I'm not going insane.
Well, I mean, yes, but at the same time, after Ulgrim got, I mean, just obliterated in the most recent patch, I can't understand why you wouldn't want to play that. But Barraza, what an interesting pick, right? I mean, you're going to get that Axe, which of course he is familiar with that Ulgrim, but then the Blasters, which we have seen in this tournament, and I'm sure we'll continue to see, is very good in 2v2s. Plus, Barraza is just such an underrated pick, I feel, right? I mean, we haven't seen this guy since the days of Cody Travis. So it's like,
exactly.
You know, the fact that we're getting it now is great to see, not to mention these signatures already coming out. Nice recovery, almost going to take out Akno. That just shows the power of that Blaster's recovery, already going to get out of here with that. And Blue Team already down to their second stocks of the game so quick.
Yeah, right now we're seeing the strength of Taya as a player. The way that he's able to pick up so many of these Blasters hits and being able to pick up any of Ahmet's moves to be able to secure some of these stocks is beautiful right now. But almost the opportunity to get Pogo down to the bottom. It will be secured once again by Akno, so that will be everyone down to the second stock. The 2v1 combo onto Ahmet is not going to be secured, and Munir's already lost it. What?
I mean, yeah, we just saw Taya chase up there, and that recovery does not leave any room for error right there, showing that a recovery just out of nowhere can pick you up and scoop you and get you. But nice, the weapon throw, I think, interrupted that?
Yeah.
What was that? Okay,
that was
very
a
nicely
beautiful
done.
maneuver.
Yeah, and the Barraza instinct going to come through. Love that signature. Well, except for when I get hit by it. But either way, we're going to see a domination already coming out from Taya. These Blasters have been on fire thus far. And that's really interesting because, like I said, you know, definitely more known as an Axe player with that Ulgrim, but these Blasters are putting in the work.
Yeah, and they've been doing it quickly too. This game has gone by super fast. We saw in the last game that it took a little bit for us to warm up to these 2v2 combos. It was a lot of 1v1s going into it, but these guys, they're coming out the gate swinging, and it's a recovery on that second combo. They said to restart it, and they're going to be taking it in a dominant fashion, only losing one stock per player. This red team is lights out right now.
Yeah, no kidding. That's not what you expect to see, considering these are, you know, as evenly matched as you get, according to the seeds at least. So to see such domination on the start is surprising, but at the same time, you cannot count them out yet, because one big part of this game is adaptation, and certainly these guys have had their times of adaptation, so I have no doubt that they can pull that off. But yeah, definitely a discouraging start for sure. But you know, who knows what's to come. Right now we're waiting for Munir to lock it in. Do you think we could possibly see a swap?
If we do see a swap, I think that the Tezca could be something that will truly work for this player. I love Munir's Tezca. I think that if they want to bring it to Rayman, okay, we're gonna be seeing the Dhalsim Rayman, my favorite character. I'm not the most familiar with Munir's Rayman, but we know how great he is on the Axe and the Gauntlets, and how aggressive this character can be. We're gonna be seeing if that is the pivot that they want to go towards, to be able to maybe interrupt some of these 2v2 combos, maybe stop the positioning from Ahmet and Taya. I almost called him Thrag because that's his in-game name. This guy is a D1 Invincible fan.
Yeah, no kidding. But I mean, hey, W show. So if you haven't watched
Absolutely.
it, by the way, get on that. Anyways, this is Brawlhalla, not invincible, and right now we are already seeing what is this damage. We are 15 seconds in. Agno is already almost gone. What is going on here? They are
And
not
this is a
afraid to
high
throw down
defense
these
character
attacks.
too.
No kidding. Oh my goodness. Okay, disarmed with that recovery. We're gonna have Taya losing that weapon. Right now, it's very, very even. Nice GC deal at recovery. It's not gonna do the stock yet, but a signature to come out. These signatures have been on point for Taya, I gotta say. And a very nice GC deal at recovery coming out from Amit as well to leave Agno by himself, but of course, not gonna risk anything. Gonna keep on the side of the wall for now. And nice signature coming out from Munir. And obviously, you know, that is one thing you're really going to love about Rayman if you're playing him. The signatures are great for follow-ups, and a lot of them are really, really fast. Like the down sig on Axe, how many times have you just been bonked in the head by some stupid down sig? But it happens, and it works even at this level. So I would not be surprised to see that coming out soon, if at some point. But yeah, for now, things are starting to even back up as we have Munir put on some damage. He does save his teammate with a GC sidelight. These saves are off the chain.
Yeah, and while the saves are beautiful, the pickups may be even better. The way that they were able to chain that signature in, and Acno being able to just barely save his teammate with that weapon throw, that is insane work to be going. And right now, Munir is struggling to keep a hold of the second stock. They've got to find some way to bring it back. This could be the aggression that they need, the shift in playstyle, but Munir is getting tossed around. The save is not going to come through this time. It will be an Axe and Light to finish off Munir's stock, and it's down to the blue team's finals, and they get caught in both. A little bit of a flub on the GC Light with the gauntlets, but that is still good damage on both of the blue players right now. And there it is. That corner is so deadly when the Rayman Axe is on the board.
No kidding. I mean, also, you have a pretty large wall as compared to some other maps, so it gets even more deadly when it comes to those. But yeah, very nicely done from Munir. Though, he does have to hold on to this stock as long as possible, and a nice X pivot with that down air is not going to take out Munir, but nice haymaker. What an option coming out from Taya, leaving Agno by himself to try and clutch this up. And I mean, Agno, he's certainly a clutch minister, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him going for it. Look at this. He is not afraid. Even with the unarmed, he knows he's got to make something happen, and he is doing it right now. But with that GCD sig, it's going to be another round for the red team, but a much closer one than the first.
Yeah, that GCD signature, we're going to make the whole wall deadly for you. It's over for Agno, not going to be able to bring it back. But I do like the pivot onto the Rayman. I do like this higher aggression from the blue team. It was much better at being able to interrupt and displace the positioning from the red team, so they couldn't pick up any. Oh, hold on, we're seeing some major developments right now. Acno is going to be picking up the Devil Jin, that Zariel, and Munir is going to be moving on to the Tezca. We're seeing a complete switch.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you're not even. Yeah, this is very interesting coming out from Acno for sure. Because I would have expected Diana, if anything, but
right.
no, we're gonna see. It's gonna be the Zariel coming out, so we're gonna get a bit of a mirror match in that regard. And I gotta say, it is a bit scary to mirror match Amit on that character, because I mean, he's just so good at it, so known for it. So we're going to see if he can match that prowess that Amit has right now, getting into game number 3, still on the small force of Lions, really making it look like the map pool has not changed at all.
Yeah, if you didn't read any of the patches and have just now starting to tune in, you wouldn't have known that we had a complete shift in the competitive map pool. But right now, it's actually going super well for the blue team, able to bring down Amit and toss him down to the side of the stage. And now Taya needs to bring it back. Will be able to get back to the stage. Not going to be punished quite yet by Munir, but this is going extremely well for the blue team. Good interruption onto the end sig, and that is a far extension onto Acno. He's deep into the orange as Taya loses his first stock. The blue team is still sitting pretty on their first.
Indeed they are. In fact, they're already looking to knock out Amit to his final stock, but not a Taya. Something to say about it. Nice down signature coming out off to the side, trying to keep himself alive, but nice GC D-Sig. Not going to have quite that much force on Orange, but still some very good damage. And there goes Amit down to his final stock, and you can see they're already trying to set up the team combos onto Taya. They're very good at this. Munir's follow-ups on the boots are second to none, but you know, right now, nice recovery coming out. It's going to get that KO, but Munir is still making the pressure happen. There he goes, another stock down, and this is a huge lead for the blue team.
Yeah, there will be Taya saving Amit, but not able to refresh his options onto the wall, and he gets punished by just a simple dare from Munir's boots. And the way that the pacing of the blue team has gone, they are playing to destabilize this red team. They're not letting them set up anything so far. And even in this 1v2, they've got the red team is so focused on weapon starving Munir that they haven't found the 2v1 onto Akno that could have brought them maybe a salvageable lead, but the blue team right now is just taking it away.
Yep. Now with both of them falling down to their lower health, but at the same time, Munir just be a bit careful, but not if that's going to happen. What in the world? D-Sig KOing off the top because it still has that force, even though it's known as a spiking move. But yeah, Taya is going to try and clutch this one out, but a nice GC side sig is going to say, no siree, we're going to put a point on the board. That is blue team getting themselves the first rounds. And could this be the start? Could this be the start to a reverse 3-0? I mean, certainly that looks like a completely different blue team right there. This team comp is working out way better than the ones they tried before. So maybe so.
Yeah, and you know, they saw the leaderboard, what everyone's saying about the seeding, everyone's saying about the player caliber here, and they were like, you know what, we're not going down to a 3-0. We are turning this around immediately. And turn it around they did. This pacing from the blue team has been so good right now. The stability and the accuracy that we saw from Taya and Amit in those first two games was just not present, because at any point, at any turn, there was Munir or there was Akno to disrupt anything that they were trying to do. And we will be going on to one of our new maps, Small Wasteland. And yeah, moving away from the single platform of Small Fortress of Lions. I might be lying. I think there's a single platform on this map too, but
you might be lying. I get that. That was a funny pun. That was very funny. But yes, getting on to Small Trash Heap, or whatever the heck this thing is called. And yeah, it's good to see a bit of a different map, you know, get smaller walls here, still gonna get that same platform, so a similar dynamic in that regard. But look at this, Taya's already gone. That was 15 seconds. You cannot contest Bo off stage. That cider will snuff out all of your options before you even know it. And that is amazing for the blue team, who is continuing to push on this lead. Amit already getting pummeled off to the side, and Taya's just gonna have to stay alive as long as possible. But as you can see, it's forcing him to stay off to the side as his teammate gets pummeled. But nice recovery is going to come out and even up those stocks. Not quite the damage, but still, it's a start.
Yeah, I'm loving the focus that the blue team is doing. They swapped, they saw that Taya lost his stock super early, and they swapped straight to hawking down Amit. And they kind of ignored Taya's existence over on the side of the stage that entire time. And now we're seeing the shift happen once again. Taya is the primary target. He is the focus, and he is getting tossed around right now. Amit will be able to go in and disrupt, and it will be the bow recovery to finish off Akno stock. And Munir is now deep into his second. I'm not sure how he lost so much damage so quickly, but it is relatively equal on stocks here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you get aggressive. If you are not able to hit your attacks, they'll certainly be answering back. So it is not surprising to see a lot of damage being built up onto him. But as long as he could tank on the stock, and nice interruption on the recovery that might have just KO'd. I'm not too familiar with the KO boxes on this map yet, so I'm not exactly sure, but still. Yeah, but at the same time, we have got Munir staying healthy on this last stock for now. They have Taya in a pretty bad position, where as soon as Amit is gone, they can get a KO, but nicely done, dominating, coming out from Amit. And they have got to focus Munir hard right now, and that's exactly what they're doing, getting a nice combo with that read. And now Munir has got to stay back, but nicely done, and the ground pound That's exactly what you want to see. It's left in a 2v1 situation, but definitely not an unwinnable one, with Munir being heavily damaged on this stock. He's got to make something big happen here. Of course, Akno, being the aggressor, does not want to let any open-ups happen. Oh, the platform interrupting that insig, but still, they are right back on it. Very nice follow-up, and that is going to be 2-2 now for what is just the crazy. I mean, like, this game flipped. It was red team domination, and now it's blue team domination. And here we are in game 5. What is going to happen?
Yeah, my man Akno was schmoovin that game. He got all 6 of the eliminations as well. Him being able to chain together those last 2 knockouts onto both Taya and Ahmet with the GC ground pound, like beautiful work from Akno. He's playing heated up right now. So we're seeing a little bit of panic from the red team. Neither of them have locked in. They're not quite ready for this last game, and this game 5 will decide everything, really. I believe that the team to go forward into this game 5 will be the team that we're going to be seeing in one of these final rounds. So Taya and Ahmet really have to tie it together. They have to lock in if they want to be bringing anything home to go further into this tournament. And right now, Akno and Munir are on fire.
That's right. For those of you just joining us now, this is in fact lower side. I know that is not a April Fool's joke. It is really lower side, top 8. So yeah, this is going to be playing for a lot of marbles here, seeing who will get to go forward and who is unfortunately leaving us so early on. For such great teams, it's unfortunate, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. And Amit already banning the Wasteland. That's the first thing he banned. He's like, yeah, just screw that. We're not doing that. But we are going to see something new here. We have Shadow Scar Landing. So another new map getting into the mix. Here you have 2 platforms, so it's a bit different of a dynamic here. But yeah, I'm interested to see what we've got going on here. Getting to game number 5. Who is going to take this? seed number 1 or seed number 2? You, well, I guess you're not going to decide, but they will decide.
Yeah, if I had the chance to decide, I don't even know who I would pick. It's so devastating seeing either of these teams going out so early in the bracket, but right now they are going hot. The red team able to catch, not gonna quite get this X side sig from Taya, and Munir is going heavy off the stage to punish Ahmet, responding in kind, and it's Taya to slide off with the Ensig and throwing Munir off the side of the stage. He said, "Get off my teammate," and Akno now has to salvage his life.
That he does. Akno very, very low, but a nice side that comes out that is going to get the KO. And as you can see, Taya is already trying to get something going with these recoveries. He's not afraid, not trying to run away in this 1v2 situation. His teammate's back. Now Akno is going to get eliminated right there. And now Munir has definitely got to run because he knows, yeah, as soon as that open up happens, it's donezo. But his teammate's back, and he's ready to try and get this KO onto Taya. But he's not going to let that happen. Running away a little bit. And yeah, Munir is not looking too healthy right now.
Yeah, these blasters from Taya have been so good at allowing Ahmet to be able to pick up any of these moves. He's throwing out so many of these end lights, trying to give Ahmet the opportunity, and a charged side sig will just hit Akno in the mouth. However, he will be punished for it. The blue team responding in kind, able to bring a 2v1 possibly, but Ahmet able to maneuver around these platforms, able to space around these hits, and he won't be caught. Everyone on their second stock, but Akno and Munir are so deep into the red. They have to play perfectly if they want to return this lead. And it's Taya yet again with this axe N6. He is so deadly with it, and it's a side air to finish off Munir's stock as well. Both blue teams onto their final stock of this set, possibly the final stock of the tournament if they cannot bring it back.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, but they can certainly try their best. You can see right now they're all stacked on top of each other, just throwing out sig after sig, trying to make something happen. Oh no, Munir, he went deep, and the ground pound is going to take it. Akno, he can only save himself for so long. There it is. They're going to deny the reverse 3-0. It's going to be Ahmet and Taya taking things further in this tournament, eliminating seed number 1 and top 8 lowers.
Yeah, it's so misguided from Munir to go so deep off the stage, and he gets punished so simply off of it. That was I get wanting to go for the gamble because we are at the point where any kind of find on a knockout is what you need to be able to equalize the score, but he gets punished so heavily for it, and that will be the game. Taya and Ahmet are going to be moving forward, and they're going to be playing against Thomas and XJ next. However, that won't be our next game on stream. We've got to go back to Kresu and Blue as they face our Goku and Vegeta team, Marker and Dark, next.
That's right. But before that, got a small break, just a tiny one. So don't go anywhere unless it's to the bathroom or, I don't know, to grab some snacks, get some popcorn for the cinema that's about to play out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Seems right, it never was. We were just stuck into something. Time shows we let it go for too long. Go back, I never could. It wasn't what I was searching for at all. We've been turning upside down. Now things are stranger. Nothing's left to say. Too far gone to go back to that place. And I don't wanna feel that way. Seems right, it never was. We were just stuck into something. Time shows we let it go for too long. Go back, I never could. It wasn't what I was searching for at all. We've been turning upside down. Now things are stranger. Nothing's left to say. Too far gone to go back to that place. And I don't wanna feel that way.
Welcome everybody back into the Zenith EU 2v2 Cup. I'm NJ. I'm joined here by Tripped. We're welcoming you back into this top 8. We're going in hot right now. How are you feeling right now about these previous games that we just watched?
Yeah, I am honestly still reeling from that last set. I don't have words for it, honestly, but it was exciting. It was no doubt exciting. But yeah, now that we're getting into some more, I just want to say more usual lower side, because seeing that in the lower side is an anomaly upon anomalies. So yeah, this is a little bit more typical to see. So in this first match, who do we got?
We got Blue and Kresu on the red team, mind you, versus Marker and Dark. Last game we saw Blue and Kresu. They came in strong. They 3-0'd Razox and Kimono. I don't think anyone was expecting that. You can say that you wanted Blue and Kresu to win, but in such a dominant fashion is not the way that we thought that this was going to go. And in our last game with Marker and Dark, they got 3-0'd by Jakey and Saphir up in the upper bracket. So while they did enter this top 8 at a better record, it will be Blue and Kresu who have this momentum going into this game.
That's right. But I have to call the fact that, Blue is not on the blue team, like you said. And I don't know. From earlier, that kind of was a warning of, what's to come. But who knows? Maybe they've overcome the color curse. I don't know. But either way, we were getting into this first round. We're on small wasteland. And it's cool that we're getting some different maps in there, not just back to the old small fortress. But here we go. We're seeing some usual characters over on the Diana from Marker, which we saw some of that earlier. Diana being a very great pick right now, bow being clearly a great weapon. I mean, 3 out of 4 characters being bow characters in this game right now. That's just, imagine showing that to someone a couple of years ago.
Right. That, and also your last character being Wushong. We already know that Bo is going to be in such a good spot right now. But speaking of this Wushong, Darker is so deep in this third stock right now. He has to avoid every single knockout move, and it will be the Spear Sair off the punish on the unarmed Enlight onto Kresu. That is the red team featuring Blue, who is going to be taking this first lead.
That's right. Okay, they're overcoming the curse, I see. But, it doesn't take long for them to come back. As you can see, look at that recovery, getting that KO from what I would say was a pretty early position. So that's what we got to watch out for. These blasters are dangerous. As you can see, Kresu getting red on the side, and they are pummeling him down right now. A side stick comes out. Will be able to make it back. Dark, no, has no options. And instead, it's going to be him losing his stock instead of Kresu, who I thought for sure was going to be losing it there, but able to clutch it out in the end. And Dark, unfortunately, falling down to his final stock of the round already, just a minute and a half in. He's got to be very, very careful if he wants to stay alive for his teammate.
Yeah, of all of the outcomes from that interaction, I was not expecting one of the blue members to be the ones to be punished. Kresu was getting hawked down over on the side, but Darker ended up not having enough options to bring it back, trying to secure the knockout, while Kresu was able to bring it back to the stage very easily. But the red team did just lose both their stocks. They're going heavy onto Kresu once again, struggling to get back on this wall. It's going to be a double ground pound, but neither are going to be what seals it for his stock, and Dark is getting deep into his final. And it's a very misguided down signature that's going to set up Marker to be... Oh, all right.
That was a great nair.
Even though Marker lost his stock, very accurate nair from Dark, and that will be sending Blue down to his final.
Yeah, and you can see Dark holding onto the edge to the very end where the wall slip comes out, because he knows as soon as he peeks his head over, any of those signatures from either player could just wipe him. Yep, just like that. But able to miss it just that time. The nair does not KO just yet. Same thing with that recovery, but there it goes. It's going to be Marker getting hit with that D-Sig to close that one out. Pretty close, but in the end, it's going to be, I almost said blue team because blue is on the team. It's red team,
Blue's
blue,
team.
and Kresu, yeah.
What a performance from Blue as well. Maybe the red blue is what we need to see, because he got all 6 stocks in this game. That bow down sig has been so deadly, and being able to find such efficiency with all of these stocks is exactly what you want to be seeing coming out from the red team. Right now, Marker and Dark
Wow.
haven't been able to respond in any way, it seems.
This is the response Shiganshina. I mean, okay. Now this map, I don't even know where words begin with this map and how strange it is. But you know, it's a cool crossover map. I will give it that.
Number one word for
But-
me, hatred. I kind of do not like this map.
I don't blame you. It's weird. I mean, look how large this is. This thing is like a football field.
Right. We are seeing everyone migrate over to the left side of the stage, going over to the right now, and it will be Marker being caught by the gauntlet side sig from Kresu. And Marker is already deep into the red. He's lost out on some of these interactions very early and now has to play very carefully with these blasters. You really want to keep these blasters on the board. It gives Darker the opportunity to pick up some of these moves. Names are confusing right now. We got blue in the red team. We got Marker and Dark. It's hard.
Yeah, I noticed it said Darker a few times, like just merging the names together, you know? I mean, that would be a cool team name, though, for these two. Darker, I mean, that really works. Either
Right.
way, nice side air weapon throw and a pogo. Gonna close that one out for Kresu, and that is once again a lead. Or not even once again, this is now a lead for the blue team. And, oh, well, you don't want to be doing that. Almost knock out Marker, his own teammate. But able to hold on for just a little bit longer. And so you can see they're really taking a back seat here, just kind of like dashing around, waiting to see what open ups they can get. Dark now on the side, doesn't want to get caught by anything. He's doing a good job of staying away, knowing when to go in. Nair is not going to do nearly enough to get the KO. They're really going to just on the Marker right now because he is the one onto his second stock. So maybe they can pile onto him while his teammate is gone right there from recovery. So now here comes the aggression from Kresu, trying to grab someone with the gauntlets. But Marker doing a great job with these blasters, spacing out both his opponents. And yeah, things are starting to get closer to even.
Yeah, this gauntlet's coming out from Dark. He landed on the stage, grabbed the weapon, and immediately started tossing the paws onto Kresu. Right now, Kresu and Blue are getting into the range where some of these combos can be deadly, and it's a GC sidelight into a recovery to bring Kresu down off the top. And that is Blue now trying to find a way to salvage the second stock, seeing if they can try to secure Marker before they lose it. But a little bit wide on the reads for the signature, and of all ways for Marker to lose his stock, it's running out of options on the bottom, and Kresu with a quick punish onto Dark, who tried to save him. It is now the blue team down to their final stocks.
Now, well, the red team is right behind him, though, right there. Unfortunately for them, not able to get anything onto Kresu while Blue was gone. But yes, things are completely evened up now. Blue pushing his opponent forward with that unarmed. Look at that, they're not afraid, even without a weapon. And look at that, just going forward, trying to hit that end light so that way he can push him towards his teammate. That just really goes to show how important these team combos are in this game mode, even forfeiting the weapon just to try and get a little combo going. It's all these little small interactions that make all the difference. Very nicely done from Blue. Oh, turning around with the sider as well. Kresu getting pushed off to the side. Now both of them in a bit of a pickle because they are just starting to rain down on these attacks. Marker with his bow, throwing out these signatures, which be so deadly. Oh, but there he goes. Yep, Kresu's going to get knocked out. But Blue not left in a hopeless situation. All he needs is one good signature on one of them to end up in a 1v1 situation where I'm certain he could pull it out, but they're not letting that happen. And there it is, the easy D-Light into recovery to take that one. And Marker and Dark putting one on the board themselves.
Blue a little bit nervous on the landing. He stuffs his own options out, and it gives Marker the opportunity to set up for a very easy D-Light into a recovery. That will be the blue team of Marker and Dark taking it, and we're going straight into this next game, back on the same map as well. The red team, they really want to bring it back. They're not letting any of this momentum, any of this heat affect them too much. So we're going to be seeing what kind of pivots we can make here as we go into this game 3. See who can secure this lead going into match point.
Yeah, and you know, it is very interesting that they continue to stay on Shiganshina of all things, but you know, I'm here for it. A little bit different of a map, so I guess I can't be too disappointed right now. Kresu getting some damage pulled up onto him with that sider as well, not exactly helping out. Blue team actually being very, very aggressive right now. They're trying to get some things going in their favor, especially with Cresu already being knocked down towards the lower end of his stock. But the light gets interrupted. Marker going in there pretty heavily right now with that breakdance, trying to just get something. I mean, he clearly wants this stock badly with Dark chasing up to the top. Cresu able to avoid it for now, but there goes that. What? That didn't KO? Okay, game, sure.
Right, what? I was sure that punish onto the miss signature would be the end of Cresu's stock, but gets saved by the borders. Once again, the Wushang Ensig not quite enough to finish off these stocks. Everyone is so deep into the red. We're getting to the point where a single hit could bring the end of both, and it will be Dark securing both his teammate as well as Cresu's stock. Now it's up to these Spear players, Blue and Dark, to see who loses their stock first. We're getting very close into it. It will be the pickup onto the end signature to secure this lead for the Blue team, and a great interruption from Marker to stop the Nair from being able to toss Blue up, or not Blue, Dark up. But everyone is equal on the second stock.
Indeed they are, but not for long. If Dark has something to say about it, try to get that follow-up with multiple down signatures, but won't get too big of a connection with it. You know, it takes a long time for that to actually warm up. You can get caught in it, but, you know, that little bit of a startup definitely allows for those interruptions to come through. But there we go, Cresu grabbing himself a side sig, and Dark left by himself. This is not the position he wants to be in. Order comes back for right now. You know, those blasters in there, but already getting caught back into some attacks. But a nice GC light into recovery will almost take out Blue, but the high defense of Kaya is going to hold on for just a bit longer.
Yeah, this map is hard to secure some of these knockouts onto. Even that Sair deep into the red will not do it. Everyone is so close to losing their stocks. It will be Darker to find the recovery onto Cresu to bring him down to his final. But while everyone has the chance to survive a little bit more, survive just one or two more hits off of the map, Marker has been bleeding so deeply into his final stock, picking up 150 damage as everyone has just now gone down to their final, and Marker needs to play perfectly if he wants to not get punished super early into this and leave his teammate in a 1v2.
Indeed, indeed. But so far, he's been able to tank most of these attacks. He is getting very close to 200, and that is not the range you want to be in. Even Bo would start to KO there. And as I say, yep, there it goes with that quick kill confirmed combo. And Dark, yeah, let's see what he could do. I mean, he's not in a terrible situation, or at least not a hopeless situation, but it's not the greatest. He does have the right weapon for it, though, I would say, with the movement that Gauntlets provides. Very quick with the side lights, able to move out of the way of any attacks from the opponent. But it's not going to work. It's going to be Blue and Cresu taking this game number 3, putting themselves in a dominant position for this match point.
Yeah, and the amount of hits that everyone's able to survive onto this map, it's really working to the detriment to some of these players. And I think Marker is feeling it because this Blue team, they saw how many knockout moves the red team was able to survive. And they were like, you know what? We are upping the damage. Everyone is going down. We are playing Teska, Zul, and we're banning that map immediately. So right back to Forces of Lions, we're seeing these heavy hitters come out. A complete swap in everything except for Dark keeping the gauntlets. But this is a stark shift in playstyles that you're going to need to see from these two characters.
Yeah, Zol and twos, definitely not something you see too often. I mean, I remember back in the day when Zol was a new character and Sandstorm and Boomy ran it. I mean, that's like ancient history at this point. So definitely a different pick. We'll see how it works out, though. I mean, you still got, of course, that high damage. And then Cannon being a lot better right now than it was in the past. So maybe, just maybe, Marker has something cooked up for us, though it's going to be a signature coming up from Darker. And I gotta say, his signature usage across the board, not only with Teska now, but with the Wushang, has been very, very good. He's been throwing out a lot of these signatures, connecting a lot, and the high damage is going to cascade upon them very quickly. As you can see, just throwing them out quite often, just hoping to catch something. And thanks to the follow-up ability of like the active input, being able to throw in 2 different directions, it definitely helps in that follow-up. This Oh my goodness, that got really scary off stage with all 3 alive players sweat beating. That's a weird predicament, but right now it is going to be blue team in the lead.
Yeah, and the amount of damage that this blue team is able to bring out with this Teskazol is so deadly. And blue, on a slight misplay, on it's overstaying his welcome off the stage, got snuffed out by Darker's Dare, and that's blue down to his final stock. What a pivot from this blue team, able to bring out so much damage. Dark finally losing his 3rd stock, but Kresu runs out of options off the stage, and now this entire red team is down to their final.
Yeah, this is looking more and more like a GG go next for them, but you can't count them out just yet, especially with that side sig coming through. And you can see blue trying to get up there off stage using those bow aerials to his advantage, but not enough. It's going to be an unfortunate SD. And look at Marker going deep down there. Yeah, he's looking for that clip and he's going to get it. It's going to be blue team taking that one very, very quickly, getting ourselves into a game 5. Another game 5. I love it.
Yeah, what's going on with all the sweat beads coming out from that game? Everyone was running out of options off the stage. It was hard to keep track of who was even able to bring it back and make their way back to center stage, but that will be a very good switch up for the blue team, able to toss around blue and Kresu and not able to let them stabilize and find any of their 2v2 combos, any of their great pickups. It will be Dark, I believe, going for a quick game restart, maybe to reset things. This is do or die right now. This is game 5 of a loser's set, so whoever wins this is going to be moving on. Whoever loses going straight home. So blue and Kresu really need to lock it in and get it together, while Marker and Dark need to find this win condition yet again. We're going to Shadow Scar Landing as our final map.
That we are, and it's been interesting how we've been seeing such weird maps from these guys, but we're here for it. We're here for it, and we're here for this game at number 5. Here we go. Once again, staying on that same comp from last game, blue team looked really strong on it, but maybe red team has some adaptation in the back pocket. You can never count them out just yet, but they're already going for the weapon starve onto blue, which is a fantastic idea to try and keep him off the weapon, though blue not afraid at all to mix things up with his in-lights on unarmed, pushing opponents forward, getting those deep combos. It's exactly what you want to see, but so far things have been relatively scrappy, but Marker going really deep off stage, trying to grab something. A Nair is going to pummel more damage. Nice Nair again. Blue really struggling to find his way back on stage, and Marker is keeping up the aggression with that ground pound that missed. Recovery. Ooh. Sorry, I'm sick if you can't tell. But yeah, it's looking very, very even so far.
That entire last game, I don't think we saw that much of the cannon from Marker, but he's been piecing blue up on the edge stage here, and Marker and Dark are gonna both take their first stocks, winning out this interaction entirely as Kresu gets starved out on the side of the stage into a boost round pound. And right now the blue team is doing beautiful work. It will be the punish onto Dark stock. Kresu able to respond in kind, and blue with the spear dare to finish off Marker. Right now everything is relatively equal, but with how snowbally this comp from blue team can be, you really have to play so carefully. But careful is not the name of the game for the blue team. Marker sets up Dark for the 2v2 combo, and he gets sent all the way down to 160 damage on his stock. That is a blunder and a half if I've ever seen it.
Indeed. Oh, Dark tried to grab that recovery to save his teammates from that KOing blow, but not going to do it. And Marker falling down to his final stock. But the other 3 players not too far behind, so it's not too worrisome yet. But if they start getting a lot of damage on a Marker, then I'm going to start to worry. Dark, wow, what a dodge away from that down sig from blue. I am surprised he managed to have enough space for that, but yes, he will. And he still holds on even after that, but a quick in-lights KO confirm is it to come out, and now Marker has got to stay alive as long as possible, not get caught in any of these combos. Is going to be able to get his teammate. Oh my goodness, no. Darker. I keep saying Darker 2. You have me saying Darker 2 now. But yeah, here we go. Nice D-light into the Nair. That will take up that stock, but as you can see, they are quite damaged. Blue, though, takes out his stock as well, and now they have a great chance if they can get down onto Kresu right now. Not enough time, though.
Yeah, the 1v2 will not be fulfilled. However, the damage still in the favor of the red team. This blue team can deal so much though, but we can see how careful the red team are playing around these options, trying not to get caught into some of these deep combos, and both sides are secured. It will be the D-Sig from blue and the Sarah from Kresu to finish it off. They are going to be moving forward. What an amazing play from the individuals of the red team.
Yeah, that's right. And I really liked the aggression off stage. And we saw it all game from honestly all the players. None of them are afraid to mix things up off stage, but especially with the bow, because Bow's aerial options get so cheesy off stage. You have, of course, side air, which can be easily thrown out and not really an easy punish. And the down air with how much force that's got, and not to mention the range on it as well. And then you got the ground pound, which can easily sneak out a lot of stocks. So you saw that a lot. As you can see, Blue right there. Yeah, he lost his stock just from trying to get off stage and use those options. But yeah, you got to be really careful. You really do. But it's going to be them moving on into the bracket. But now we've got another match. Got our team from earlier, our C2. They're going up against Thomas and XJ Cool J. That's Amit and Taya, if you were not aware. Which, once again, seed number 2 in the lower side this early is still quite surprising. They did have to beat seed number 1 just a couple of games ago to get here. So, I mean, it's so weird, right? Like, because that match theoretically is way harder than this one. So it's like, how does that work? Anyway,
right.
But who knows? Maybe XJ Cool J and Thomas have something cooking up, because Diana and Teska, 2 characters you don't want to mess around with.
Yeah, and we saw the strengths of, or at least the weaknesses of the comp from Taya and Ahmet, where their strength is their stability in allowing Taya to be able to secure a lot of these pickups and a lot of these finishing moves with these signatures. Their weakness comes in fighting heavy aggression teams. We saw Munir and Akno were able to bring out just a little bit of blood from Ahmet and Taya by being able to stuff them out, by being able to shut down their ability to reset. So seeing the Teska come out from Chamsa and the Diana from XJ, where we can see a lot of good aggression and a lot of these movement options stuffed out. So right now, I'm really looking towards the blue team to see what kind of playstyle they're going to be going into this with and how they're going to be able to respond to the stability from this red team.
That's right. But here we are getting to game number 1. Back on that small force of Lions. Back to some normality here. And yeah, already the guns are flying, as you can see, with the 2 blasters on either side. You can just see these side airs and aerials coming out every which way. You got to be so very careful because they can pick up so easily. On the other hand, so you kind of see them taking a step back, keeping each other on opposite sides. Don't want to get too close because those blasters obviously need that farther range to work effectively. So here we go. Nice and light setup. Oh, but unfortunately not able to push into the ground pound in time. That certainly would have been a stock and a great lead for blue team to get. But they are still in the lead as far as that stock goes. What is going on at the top? Oh my goodness, Taya is gone.
Everyone up into the top border. Multiple people off the screen. And out of all of it, it's going to be Taya losing his second stock and bringing him down to his last. We have just hit a minute into this game, and XJ is finally going to lose his first stock, and Taya is already 100 damage deep into his final. Right now, the red team is at such a deep deficit here, and the blue team understands it. They know who they want to go for. Ahmet almost with the pickup on the GCD light up at the top border. These heavens have been deadly for both of these teams right now. So Taya has got to play insane to be able to salvage anything going forward. But it will be a falling Sair from the blasters of XJ to finish him off. And that is him already being eliminated entirely. I'm a little shocked right now.
Yeah, that's just what happens, unfortunately. No matter how good you are susceptible to those quick and easy stocks. And Amit, he's got himself in quite the pickle, trying to get against 4 stocks with only 2 of his own. Not to mention how difficult 1v2s are in general. But he's trying his best right now. A nice down air might just take out actually Cool J, but not quite yet. And he's just trying to kill on the end. What the heck? he hit the first part of the nair onto Thomas, and then it somehow switched onto XJ. Okay. This game continues to surprise me every single day. I learned something new, I swear.
Yeah, some of the weirdness coming out from these hitboxes has been wild to see. Right now, it's just up to Chomsa and XJ to kind of warm up their ability to find some of these 2v1 combos. And there it is, the start with the gauntlet stare, but a little bit of a flub here. They're going for yet another one. All right, cool. Strong game from the blue team. I am so surprised to see Taya, of all players, being hawked down and losing all of his stocks so quickly. However strong the blue team has been able to show out, I think it's hard to write off the red team, right? I don't think that is much to the fault of Taya or Ahmet. I think that's much more of a circumstantial happening, but clearly there seems to be something that they feel like they need to change, as Taya is going back to his historical comfort pick of the Ulgrim instead of the Barraza.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because, you know, as we all know, Ulgrim got put 6 feet under not that long ago. So to see him being pulled out here is a bit interesting. But like you said, it's his comfort pick. It's definitely his best character. So not that surprising. Also, quick PSA, the reason why I'm calling him Thomas is because we were told we could. So it's not because I can't read. Maybe I can't read. I don't know. Either way, it's all right. Game number 2, still in this small fortress of Lions, and we're going to see what this Lance can do. It's been a while since I've seen some Lance in these 2s. I mean, you really just don't have that many great Lance characters now that Ulgrim is gone from the meta. But still, as you can see, Taya trying to make it work, and it's doing well so far. Blue team already getting deep down into the red, as both red team members are looking just fine.
Yeah, and you can see how well Ahmet is at adjusting at some of these different hitboxes and some of these different setups, and being able to pick up off of it. These signatures from Ahmet have been beautiful. And speaking of beauty, the way that Taya is moving on the Lance, even through the nerfs, he is obliterating them. Chomsa losing his stock immediately, and XJ is deep into the red onto his first. That is the red team taking a heavy lead. XJ is going to lose it, and Ahmet, he smells blood. He sees Chomsa off the stage, and it's like, yeah, I'm going for it. I do not care. I need to set this stock down early. Revenge for Taya from the last game, but it will be Chomsa and XJ able to keep control of the stage, but Ahmet losing out on the options.
Yeah, oh, and there goes too. Yeah, that's going to be Taya falling down as well. Ahmet got to stay alive as long as he can, but a nice GC delay into recovery, catching that NSIG option from Thomas. And yeah, this is going to be very interesting here because he's very low already in the second stock, but if he can find a way to get out of that signature, yes, the interruption does come through. Very nicely done. That's going to keep him alive. That's certainly what they want. And now Ahmet is starting to get pummeled a little bit. Now Taya is infamous for being able to absolutely tank these stocks, especially on Ulgrim. So it's no surprise to see him being the healthiest one in this game, and I'm certain it'll be that way for probably the remainder, because that's just his specialty. But there we go, nicely done, and now red team getting a good lead with both those stocks gone. It's looking more and more in their favor.
Yeah, the blue team losing both of their second stocks, and Taya just now taking a bit of damage, but the weapon throw will bring him out of the combo. And we're seeing a little bit of the dex changes happening there. He just barely took some damage and got disarmed very quickly. This Lance is going to be very hard to keep a hold of if he's not Taya. But we know how good Taya is at holding on to these stocks, at holding on to these damaged leads. So right now, the red team is moving beautifully. But it will be the boots and light to finish off Ahmet's stock, and XJ finding a crisp recovery and reversing Taya up. And that is everyone down to the final stock.
That's right. And again, Scrappy in the middle there, getting some team combos going, even with their teammate on the board. That takes some chutzpah to do, you know, some gonads, but they are going for it, not afraid at all. And Kamsha, oh my goodness, there we go. That stock is gone. XJ Cool J, unfortunately, not able to stay alive, but here we go, the offstage boots combo. This is where this weapon thrives, and oh my goodness, there it goes. This is definitely a chance with that ground pound, able to secure that stock. Against this axe, it's going to take some time to get that KO unless he just hits an outright Sayer or signature. So as you can see, yeah, Taya bouncing around, trying like an empty hop sort of thing, trying to get an aerial option, because yeah, those grounded options are going to take a long time to KO. Now over onto the Lance. This is his specialty, but at the same time, it's going to be a bit difficult to KO, but there it is. Nice jump read with that side air. Going to put a point on the board for Red Team.
Yeah, we know how good Chomsky can be in these 1v1 situations. He is a player that plays both in the 1s and 2s circuit, while Taya, we don't really see in that 1v1 space all that often. But that damage deficit is just way too much to climb. It's a Sisyphean task to get over it while you're playing against the Lance, and it's a simple side air to finish off the stock, even though Chomsa was in a heavy momentum with those boots. He was tossing Taya around, but losing out on some of those interactions earlier in the game seemed to spell the end of it, and that will be Taya taking the 1v1, and we're going to be moving on to Small Wasteland, a new map for these two teams. We're going to be seeing how well they can play against this single moving platform.
That's right, that's right. Here we go. And already picking up some weapons. We're seeing a lot of aggression coming out from Thompson here. I'll just try and say that now. It's Thomas. Don't get mad at me, guys. Yeah, so already seeing a lot of aggression. The signatures coming out, and we've seen this from a lot of Tesca players, right? They just automatically go for a lot of these signatures, even when you quote-unquote shouldn't, because, I mean, obviously signatures are meant more for trying to get the KOs when your opponent is lower in HP, but for Tesca specifically, with how much damage it packs on and also how it sets up for a lot of team combos, it's not surprising to see him going for it right now, trying to push his opponent off stage with a boots in light to get into actually Cool J's down air. That would be very, very deadly if he can manage to get it going, but right now it's actually the blue team in a bit of a pinch as Thompson tries to get back, but a nice instinct is going to come out from Amit, and is that a save? Oh my goodness, that was for just a moment, but the ground pound is going to confirm it, and it leaves actually Cool J by himself.
Yeah, it's just a mess of attacks going on the right side of the stage, and it will be Chomsa to lose his first stock. Almost the save. That is not an option you see very often with a GC sidelight. A great pickup, but Chomsa with the interruption to save XJ's stock. XJ is 243 damage, and he is going well with it. Able to bring down Taya to his second stock as well, but it will be just anything to finish off the stock. The Sair from Chomsa, not going to be it, but I think he might have been expecting to eliminate his teammate a little bit earlier, so we're going to make that right and eliminate him with a recovery. But it's everyone down to their second stock, and it's up to the Lance and Gauntlets from Taya and Amit to be able to bring this lead forward. Chomsa seeping into the orange, and the blasters from XJ are working beautifully right now. He's connecting so much and stuffing out so much of the space, and able to keep his health looking healthy. There's not much of a better word for it, but the Sair from Taya will bring down Chomsa's stock, and XJ now needs to avoid this powerhouse of a team.
Oh yeah, and that's not going to be easy, but still he's not afraid to be throwing out these attacks, even with that deficit that he's in. Although, as you can see, taking a bit of a back foot. Okay, nice. And he's going to try and get something onto Taya as well. The ground pound comes through, but can he save his teammate? Yes, he can. Very nicely done. That is a good lead to hold on to. XJ, we saw earlier with like 250 damage or whatever the heck it was. So he's trying to do it again, replicate that success. But there it goes. Cider is going to do it. And now, oh my goodness, nice target swap right there from Tomsa. He was able to get that signature onto his opponent instead. And now, even with him being really far damaged, you know, he's able to get these combos. Oh, unfortunate for actually Cool J, not able to get that sidelight as hoping. And yeah, it's just going to be a quick 1v2 now. And here come the setups. They've got it down. Maybe not down enough. Okay, there was a little bit of a misinput there from Taya at the end, but still, look how much damage that did to him. It's going to be very, very difficult for him to bring it around.
Yeah, even without being able to secure the 2v2 combo, it did do a nuclear amount of damage to XJ's health. And it's at the point where I think this 1v2 is not going to be able to bring it back. It's just another Gauntlet's Endlight that will be able to finish it off. I believe a Lance Endlight as well. There's so many hits that'll end it out, and it will be the recovery. And the red team are going to bring it forward and be the first ones to reach match point, as we're going to be entering game 4.
Yeah,
beautiful
and now
work so far.
The question comes as far as, I mean, I already see XJ hesitating a bit. Is he? Nope. Okay. back to Diana. But yeah, you know, it is a bit of a pinch that they're in here because being against such a formidable team, and now you're down at match point. You were able to get one very early on, but clearly the adaptation has come around with this Ulgrim in check. So yeah, they've got to find out something quick here. And it's certainly no help that this Lance has honestly been doing wonders for Taya, which is no surprise, but still, it's great to see. I mean, we see obviously the follow-ups he's very good at, and then just getting these raw like side airs and aerials that can just build up the damage and get those KOs. Look at that nice follow-up already, like frames into the match. That's how quick and ready he is to get those combos going.
Yeah, I think that if you're the blue team, the way that you need to pivot in order to bring this game into a game 5 and being able to secure a lead is trying to find the damage onto Taya, not letting Taya be able to do anything, but in that you're letting Ahmet to run free, and he's getting so many of these pickups. Double side zig off the left side of the stage, and it's a recovery. Chomsa's already down to his second stock, while Ahmet has taken barely any hits. And Chomsa just lost 100 damage immediately. I don't know what you do about this high damage comp and this explosive team. It's a good interruption that would have been the stock for XJ off the side, but Chomps is there with a nair. But in the midst of trying to save a teammate, they're both gonna fall, and it's down to Chomps's final stock. This is not where you want to be when you're playing against a match point from this red team.
No, certainly not. But still going to try to make it work. Nice. Once again, good KO coming out from our good friend over here, Thomas. And, you know, honestly, he's doing all right as far as, like, he's still trying to get this aggression going, right? He's not afraid, even with the deficit that he's in, he's not afraid to throw out these attacks because he knows he needs to, right? I mean, you could play back and you could try and, you know, conserve your stock as much as possible, and you want to do that, but at the same time, all that does is let your opponents run a field day on your teammates, and that's certainly not what you want. So he's doing a good job right now, just trying to keep himself in the game. A nice interruption coming out that would have been a KO on the Chomsha, so I'm glad he was able to pull that one out in the end. But here we go, nice. The recovery is going to take out XJ though, and now he's just got to find a way to get away from this bow. Ahmet is relentless with this aggression. Drops the true combo though. Okay, that's a little interesting. I don't expect that to come from Ahmet too often, but there you go. That's your one chance, and your chance is gone. Being binked off the bottom of the stage to take that out. And XJ does get the signature and pulls out the emote, stringing that harp along, playing a song. Well, only if that song is called Getting Dominated, because as you can see, a 3-stock from Ahmet is going to be the end of this match. 3-1 for red team, moving on in this bracket.
Yeah, look at that stat line from Ahmet. 708 damage, 3 KOs, 0 falls. This guy was playing elite that game. Even with Taya being the subject of desire for the blue team, that target, he lost 2 of his stocks, but Ahmet was able to play completely free and just run down the blue team. What a game from Ahmet, and that will be sending Chomsa and XJ home. That is the elimination as we go into our top 4. What a game from these two players. Ahmet and Taya are proving to be that they entered a second seed, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're definitely proving to be as strong as they should be.
Oh yes, certainly. But you know, I can't lie. Blue team did very, very well there. Able to grab a point on that team is no easy feat. So congratulations to them for making it this far. And I hope to see more of them in future tournaments for sure. But for now, yep, it's going to be them leaving the tournaments, and Ahmet and Taya, they're going to continue their terror through the bracket to see if they can make it to grand finals. Speaking of which, we have to find out who's going to be on the winner's side of that. But before we do, got to get a caster swap going. So I've been tripped up. This has been NJ. Anything else to say before we head to a break?
Not much to say. I just want to say my cat joined me in the middle of the stream for some reason. He started interrupting me, so thank you for Lucky. Shout out to him. And very good game so far. An exciting top 4. Everybody you need to stay in here. Please do not go anywhere. This is going to be an insane conclusion to the tournament. Thank you, everybody, for coming out.
Me llama por la noche.
Nobody
What's up, Brawlhalla, and welcome back. You're watching the Galaxy Cup Zenith 2v2 tournament, and we are over here in the European side of things. It's 2v2 day, and I am going to be closing out the top 4 together with my great friend Flaming. How are you doing?
I'm doing absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Paulie, and thank you, Space, for having us on here. We have some amazing sets coming up and an amazing top 4 with a couple new names and a couple of old names.
Yeah, I mean, we have had quite an interesting bracket thus far. There's been a lot of upsets. There's been a lot of success stories. And speaking of which, we're going into the winner side of things. It's going to be the upper finals. And we've got Jakey Sapphire going up against Shira and Heartbleed.
I'm excited for these guys. I've always loved Jakey and Saphir as a team. I think they've split up like at least 7 times from what I have seen on Twitter. But they always keep going back to each other, and it's such a wonderful team to always keep watching. On the other hand, Shira and Heartbleed, I'm pretty sure that it's like a little mix-up of 2 different teams, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so I mean, Shira has really taken the European region quite by storm, both at the end of last year and also now having a strong 2026. And so them, not sure, as you mentioned, if this is just a temporary thing or if they're really trying things out and see if they can become a team. Heartbleed, on the other hand, Heartbleed has been like dipping his toes deep into the brackets for a long time with, it feels like, different teammates every single time. Like if you look at this guy's stats and you just look at his prior teammates, you're gonna have like 8 different top level 2v2 players. This is a guy who's just able to perform really well with anyone by the seams of it. He's just a 2v2 player through and through who can adapt to their teammates.
Yeah, and it kind of, I don't want to say it reminds me of Godly, because that's kind of putting him on a super, super high pedestal. But I mean, he's very versatile, as you're saying. Like, he has, I think, 4 top 8s right now, and part of me wants to believe each of those is with someone different. But I mean, he's been a really, really big player. I mean, going all the way back to 2021, picking up some top 32s and stuff in there with 2 and 2v2. So really consistent. I mean, he's been on for 5 years, and he's finally getting some good recognition.
For sure, and we are going into our first game here over the top 4. Just as a quick reminder, this is going to be Shira Heartbleed going up against Jakey and Sapphire, fighting for grand finals here, and we are starting things off at Small Fortress of Lions.
I am excited. We haven't seen too much of the new maps just yet. We got, I don't remember exactly the names of them because, I mean, they're quite recent changes. But I'm excited to see a little bit more diversity around the map pool. However, already a good lead by the blue team. Heartbleed hasn't taken too much damage and already putting some good work in with this bow.
Okay, seems the stage don't matter to Shira. He's popping off on this spear right now. Great down signature, then immediately getting that Seer. Yet another one here onto Jakey, another D-Sig, and these guys are wrecking havoc right now on the stage, especially Shira, taking so much control with that spear, and Heartbleed is right there to just push Sapphire off even harder. This is a great start for them so far.
Oh, absolutely. Now taking out Saphir. I mean, Heartbleed, 51 damage only on this first stock. I mean, he is tanking right now. Shira only slightly damaged, but not just in KO percentage just yet.
Okay, yeah, trying to set up for a 2v2 combo there. Sapphire and Sapphire very quickly recognizing that and just shutting them down there. But still, this is a very dangerous damage lead that they're starting to build.
Jakey now off the corner, catches the neutral light. Heartbleed still on the return back. Shira getting caught by the neutral sig. Now nice. Good conversion off of the D-light into reverse Sair by Saphir, getting some good damage. And slowly but surely, they're crawling their way back. They finally do get the KO onto Heartbleed, and Shira taking quite a bit of damage on this second stock. However, Jakey might be the first one to lose it.
They're doing a great job staying safe there as he was waiting for his teammate to get back. We were seeing quite a few missed opportunities to get a hit in there, but Shira, the most important thing is that he's got his stock. They're going to hit this 2v2 combo as well, but Jakey, literal last couple of frames, able to get in there and just interrupt the combo. Heartbleed still gets it off stage. They go into another 2v2 combo. What is happening?
They're playing so incredibly well together. They're finding a lot of small interactions, and they're able to capitalize off of just the slightest bit of give from this red team. And they really haven't seen much footing in this game, number one. I mean, sure, you're kind of, just trying to feel it out for right now. But, I mean, this blue team is absolutely running circles around these guys.
Literally going up against Jakey Sapphire, and they're playing this well controlled, and they are, as you mentioned, running laps around them. We're seeing a great 2v2 combo coming out from Jakey and Sapphire, but it's just not enough. Recovery comes out. Even if you're able to take down Shira here, the 1v1 would be so difficult, and there it is. Just like that, that's going to be the first game. Shira and Heartbleed are really showing why they deserve this spot in winners finals, and they're trying to go all the way.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that they won't. I mean, they've been playing really, really well. Shira has been a really big catalyst, and that spear has been working wonders. Had a lot of good reads, a lot of good conversions off of pretty much anything that Heartbleed was doing. So, I mean, if I was Jakey Sapphire, I'd be a little bit scared. I can't even lie.
Yeah, I would definitely be very scared, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know. Well, if I was Sapphire Jakey's coach, you just got to do this one thing. I promise you'll beat them. No. They're just playing plain, simple, great 2v2 Brawlhalla. They're doing everything by the textbook. They're doing everything right, and they're just hitting their attacks. They're just in the right place, at the right time. They're doing so well right now.
Red team already keeping this blue team kind of split. Try to keep Heartbleed a little bit more starved, but, not too successful on that accord. Nice clash off the side. Jakey tried to go for that ground pound, catch the decider off of the neutralite from Saphir. Now we're kind of back to both teams playing in the pocket.
No.
Now double team combo. Saphir's able to get out of it, but still so much damage put onto Jakey. It's not too bad. Neutral Sig is going to KO, actually, from Heartbleed. Now Jakey's stuck in the temporary disadvantage. Nice ground pound punish.
He just couldn't hold it anymore. He just had to do it. The voices. As a spear player myself, sometimes you cave into the voices and you go for those ground pounds. Shira still very, very dangerous situation there when he was off stage. We'll be able to get back up on though safely. Sarah isn't going to be enough to find the knockout. Do we have another ground pound? It's going to be the reverse helicopter this time around. Recovery to take the stock out.
So you're able to get the touchback down with that down air. Shira looking for an option off of the spear, but nice little bit of damage from both sides. They're finding a couple quick hits in here, and a nice little 4-piece coming from the red team. Not too much damage off of it, but still, really, really good. They're starting to flow a little bit more than they did in game number 1.
Yeah, they're definitely not looking as suffocated as they were last game. Sapphire doing a great job there, creating some space, pushing Shira off. Ground pound isn't going to connect though. They're on the way back. Oh, what a weapon throw! And this is it right here. These knockouts. This is a very important moment in the game. If they got that knockout on Shira, that would have been massive. But unfortunately, they just can't find it. The NSC is going to find one instead. And this is a dangerous 1v2 situation for Jakey. He's still not going down here, though.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like he was going to go for the punish there, but it's just, I guess he was really good at knowing his spacing and knowing the timing of the signature. You can't really go for too many big moves at that point. You kind of got to keep the stock as long as possible. However, Rico is going to take that one out. Shira getting hit off full court knockout, actually, from the side of Axe Ser.
That could have been dangerous. Shira back just in time to help his teammate out there. Down into orange, he gets stuck in that end light as well. And Sig is going to hit Jakey with the recovery. He tries to go even further up. He hits the GC side light. He gets punished for it, but we're not going to see any follow-ups from Jakey. Heartbleed putting on so much pressure with his movement, always staying close. But the quick recovery is going to take him out of the match for just a moment. Not enough time to make anything happen on Shira, though. This is looking like Sapphire and Jakey are taking this one home, Flamey. I can't lie.
Oh, not at all. I mean, it definitely looks rough for the blue team. That downer, though, onto Jakey. If he gets that stock, that might be it. Ground pound from Shira. Huge opportunity now And as you said, I mean, that red team, it looked like their game, but it's now dwindling down. Gravity canceled down heavy from Shira, and they just stole that one away.
My bad. I counted them out. That was my critical mistake. I counted not them out specifically. Let me be very clear. I counted Shero out. He is definitely the MVP at the very least towards the end of that game. Wow, excellently played. This
There
is
was
just
a moment, Jakey
Yeah?
hit a neutral light on both of them, and Saphir sidestepped the wrong way. I think had he went the right direction, that would have been a completely different game. But that one turnaround was just, oh man, that's rough.
I mean, still, that game is telling, though. I mean, Jakey and Sapphire, they are playing better for every game that's passing by here. And, you know, almost feels disrespectful to say facade of Heartbleed and Shira, their 2v2 synergy. It is starting to crumble a little bit whenever Sapphire and Jakey are really applying that pressure. And things were definitely looking better the last time around. Shira's going to have to pull out some more insane plays, or Heartbleed try and cling to those stocks for a little bit further if they want to have a chance at winning here. A nice first strike is a great start, though.
Try to go for a little bit more style. Shira returns to the stage, and Saphir's actually on Bryn now, which, you know, I guess maybe it'll work a little bit better. Spear's in a really solid spot, but Heartbleed gets the side light into recovery. Now a big hit there by Shira, but sends Jakey up with the ground pound. That would have been a huge play there, but Shira's gonna drop here. They have a really good damage using that spot dodge, and
that's so clean, dude. What is that? The spot dodge to have as many frames as possible into the down signature, sending them upwards. Heartbleed still has this stock left. 3 to his name right now. Man, I called him out first game that Shira was doing amazingly, and now Heartbleed is he's stepping up his game too.
I mean, both these players, they're just flowing so incredibly well, finding so many good options, high damaging moves. Does not get the save, but I mean, I don't know if that's a fair trade. It's still damage advantage, but no longer stock advantage. Still really good getting the KO onto Jakey. Saphir is gonna fall.
1v2 situation here. Tries to play it carefully. He's got the battle boots. Oh, but they're both stuck in the combo. Bow recovery can only catch one of them. It's going to be Jakey, and that's still quite some nice damage. Nice target swapping for Sapphire there. Immediately going for another sidelight. And they are just scrambling right now for any hits they can get. They need to win this to stay in the set, or they're going down into eliminations.
Shira trying to rip a neutral sig there. Jakey trying to plan his back foot, but just cannot afford it. The blue team side sig, that will be the stock. Jakey now 2v1. Can he stop the bleeding? Silent recovery onto Heartbleed. 1v1 against Shira. Oh no, it's not. It's gonna be the 1v1 against Heartbleed.
Okay.
I didn't realize.
Recovery comes out, and just like that, Heartbleed and Shira in their first tournament together have advanced into grand finals, and they keep taking turns of who is going to be the best player in the world. This time it was Heartbleed with 700 damage and 5 knockouts. They are popping off right now. Let me also just re-emphasize against Jakey Sapphire. What a game! What a set!
These guys have been playing absolutely insane today. I mean, like, I can't even describe how dominant they're playing. I mean, like, I'm trying to see, like, how do they get here? I'm not saying that they're bad by any means. I'm just like, I'm trying to see, like, I mean, we have some incredible teams in this bracket. I mean, like, I don't know. It's just so, you don't expect people, you don't expect PR23, or I'm sorry, yeah, PR23 and PR20 to take out multi-time EU champions, you know? It's like, what's going on? I don't know.
I'm very thankful to bear witness. I'm very thankful to bear witness to what is hopefully the rise of Shira Heartbleed as a team. I mean, we mentioned this previously. This is Obviously a community tournament. They have never played together before. It's very hard to say, even though you perform well in ranked, it's hard to say, you know, oh, we should try playing in tournaments. We could be really, really good. I feel like this is probably either them playing, you know, last minute teammate. I actually don't know. Either last minute teammate or trying out to potentially become 2v2 teammates moving forward. I hope it's the latter, because watching them play together has been a bliss. But we can't keep on yapping about them forever and ever. We have more sets in this tournament, and we are moving into a set that I'm very, very excited about. Whenever I saw these players in the bracket, there was a massive smile on my face. I am, of course, talking about Cresu and Blue. Now, this is a team, just in case there's anyone watching the stream who maybe joined the game around, you know, mid 2023 or you know, beginning of 2024. They played in Europe Winter Championship 2v2 and got 17th. Before that, their last tournament was BCX 2023. That was 3 years ago at this point. This is a massive return to the game from one of the OG or rather, you know, a team comprising at least of two very, very OG players, Blue especially. And I'm very happy to see that they're still competitive and they're still on the game. They're going up against some of these newer generation players, and it's none other than Taya and Ahmed, some of the best players right now in the 2v2 side of things in the EU region.
Yeah, you know, I agree with you. I think this is going to be a really, really good matchup. Yeah, I wouldn't say this is like an old team like Creshu and Blue, but you know, they're more seasoned. They're more I guess hardened by, you know, their wisdom, their skill of the game. And we have Ahmet and Taya, who are more a recent team, actually formed for BCX of last year. And now, I mean, they took Winters and they're thinking about potentially trying to take over Spring Championship, which is coming up very soon. So do make sure you sign up for that. It's going to be a great time. But here we go. Game number 1. We have the Barraza on the screen. I think Tripped was actually talking about it a little bit or more. Barraza is kind of like that sleeper pick. You know, you have really solid blasters. You have a really nice axe kit. So, I mean, it's definitely something new.
Yeah, I mean, it's been utilized in 2v2 more and more recently, it feels like. He has that perfect mix of great 1v1 capabilities, and then also, you know, you got axe and twos, you got blasters for those long active frames to get those setups. Really great legend, and, you know, Taya's really been making great use of it, but thus far in this match, we're looking fairly even in terms of the damage distribution. Taya is disarmed, though.
Almost was able to catch the recov. Creshu trying to go for that gravity cancel side sig, but barely going to miss out on that. Ahmed disarmed, down air, still trying to put some good damage on him. Lots of corner guarding, but not much gained from it. Taya kind of sitting off stage, already high damage on them. Doesn't want to approach too much. Wants to try and stock tank a little bit longer.
Oh, saved by opponent. That's crazy. Swapping over to the spear here as they set up for the edge guard. We're going to see the first strike there as well as Taya is now going down.
And there's just so much damage on the field. Ahmet finally going to drop N-Light, side sig, D-sig, caught his teammate, so they're not able to convert too much more off of that, but still 72 damage nonetheless. Neutralite not going to be enough to KO, but I believe one more will. That Neutraler not enough as well. I mean, bow, I wouldn't say bow is a bad weapon, but it's definitely not a KO weapon.
Okay, sticking to the blasters here. Taya being very, very conservative with the signature usage. Lots of opportunities to go for example, neutral signature on that axe, the infamous. But a lot of the times, opting just go for the D-Light, playing a little bit more laid back, playing a little bit more careful. I mean, I guess you gotta when you're the most damaged player on the screen. But definitely an interesting approach. Able to get that dare in. A nice couple of aerials to set up a bit of a juggle.
These guys are really, really even. Like, damage-wise, stock-wise, they're just kind of trading hits here and there, putting pressure on, then relieving pressure, putting more pressure on, then taking back the pressure. I mean, it is very, very close for either team, and now gets the disarm onto Taya, trying to corner guard Ahmet, gets the Sarah off the stage. Both red team members are able to make it back.
Yeah, let's see. Blue, nice recovery. Not going to get the knockout just yet, though. Side signature, nice job just sweeping in there. The ground pound is diabolical, but that's still Taya coming out on top, going for that Sarah. That's so risky. He gets the recovery on the way out either way, though. This is messy right now. This is messy, but it seems okay. I was gonna say the red team is just riding it out, but that's the blue team retaliating, actually cleaning up.
Yeah, I mean, stocks just started flying. I mean, one went, and then the other one, and then the other one, and then it was just on to the next one. Ahmet getting disarmed high into the sky, did not get a full touch, able to finally get to the wall. And Taya trying to put some pressure on, trying to stop the blue team from attacking their teammate. Ahmet's playing very, very patient now. He has to only go for small conversions. Gets the side sig, though. Good damage, ground pound. Kreshu able to make it back. But both blue team members split up and weaponless right at this moment.
Okay, blue able to get back. Nice there to interrupt that neutral light as well. All players very low now. It's blue stuck and left in this 1v2. A quick recovery is going to get the knockout, though. That's going to be Ahmet and Taya getting the first game here in this set.
Really even damage around the board. I mean, it was like 544, 538, and then there was almost 600 and almost 600 on both sides. I mean, it's insanely close, and it's very difficult to really call what's going to happen and, you know, who has the momentum at whatever given point.
We are very quickly, with momentum, as you mentioned, going straight into the next game. It's going to be on one of the new stages, actually. Although, I doubt in the grand scheme of things. Or actually, you know, those platforms. Who would you reckon? Oh, never mind. There's no platforms. Okay, I've not gotten used to this new map pool yet.
Oh, I don't think anyone
I thought they went for the other new one. Yeah,
No,
I mean, they are just going in the deep end. I mean, this is $2,000 tournament new map. Okay, I guess, you know, they don't have Mammoth anymore, so might as well try this out.
Oh my god, I forgot Mammoth Fortress was a 2v2 pool. It's been so long. But already a good lead for the red team. Ahmet is the one leading the pack right now with damage, and big combo there, getting some crazy damage and getting a stock off of blue. Kreshu now 144 in the red. Ahmet played that really well, and Taya was there to convert off of every single option, but whiffs on the neutral sig.
Nice. Come on. There it is. Gets the second knockout to blue. With the clutch there, closing out those stocks. I was so scared they would drop that combo.
Oh man. It was honestly very, very important that they got that KO. But Kreshu doing a really good job of tanking right now. And he's gone. Never mind.
Going for the offstage. Do we get a dare? We do get a dare, but it's in the wrong direction. Recovery into the Sair. And just like that, you don't even need the ground pound. It was finished. That ground pound actually putting you in a very bad spot. Kreshu going for a second ground pound. Just a little bit too greedy. Taya able to get out of that situation. Gets back up on stage immediately as well. There's the signature. There's the second signature. I shouldn't have said anything about his lack of N6.
Kreshu goes down, and they're trying to get blue off the top. Recovery's not going to be enough to take out Taya. Just get another down air once again for Taya. Trying to go for a third and a fourth. Why not add to it? Kreshu's going to whip on the down sig. They're still looking for these KOs on the red team just to equal up stocks. Gets the Sair off of the down air. I mean, they're doing really well, really good, but they just cannot seem to find the KOs fast enough.
Not too much, though. Blue looking very damaged. You can't be missing in the middle of Armataya. This man's got a death wish. And there's the Gensig. That's going to be the stock. Kresu now left in this 1v2. He finds the neutral signature. He gets some time for a 1v1 against Taya, but he's not able to do anything with it. Oh, that's good.
He is getting some good chip damage in, but that neutral sig is not going to be enough, but loses the weapon, and a recovery from Ahmed puts them up 2-0. One game away from eliminating Kresu and Blue.
There it is. Ahmed and Taya, looks like they might be running the show flaming. It looks like they might be coming out on top. I wouldn't count Kresu and Blue out though. This is a team, they have so much time between them. They have so many games played together, and I just got disconnected from the lobby. So if anything happens, make sure to cast it.
Oh my god, you won't believe it. They're playing Koji right now.
Who?
Koji?
I just rejoined.
Oh. Well, then you see I'm lying to you.
I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed. You lied to Twitch chat as well. That's not very low. That's very disrespectful. I feel like you just took out the immersion. I was excited about this game, and you have just completely ruined the experience. We're going to look past that. We're going into... I'm joking. We're going into match point here. Ahmed and Taya still on the same legends. There's no Koji to be seen here. And just like that, 10 seconds into the game, and we already have like 100 damage dealt onto Blue and Kresu. But they are doing better this time around. They just keep getting sandwiched.
For that signature. If not, and it's 30 damage with the follow-up from Ahmed, but down sig from Kresu is gonna take that the first stock off Ahmed, and now Blue team has a pretty sizable lead.
Okay, let's see what they're able to do here. Oh, great offstage play, recovery and nair, just to get some extra damage. You see another recovery, another nair, getting them both quite deep.
Good damage already being built on these second stocks. Gets the Sair, another sider onto Ahmed, still stuck off stage. Resets finally to center, picks up the gauntlets, immediately tries to go back into the action. Taya and Ahmed are struggling to find these knockouts now. Finally getting the side air, looking for another one here. It's not going to be too successful just yet.
Okay, here comes out Ahmed, trying to get that recovery. Nice knockout. Tries to goes for the second one as well. I mean, what is happening? This is 5 stocks to 2 right now.
This is looking very, very good for the blue team. But, you know, last time we said a team was looking good, they did not do very good. I'll say that. But blue is actually going to go down here. Pretty high health on that first stock, so they're only dropping down to the second on a fresh. So doing really, really good. Kresu got their dodge taken away, has to recover high to avoid any misplays.
Okay. I mean, this is just methodical, surgical gameplay right here. Ahmed trying to shut them down. They're gonna set up a 2v2 combo all the way through, and just like that, you can't be making mistakes like this in a game against Ahmed and Taya. Quickly finding that knockout, and just like that, you're gonna have a little bit of a harder time to win this here now. Not over yet though. Blue and Kresu looking fairly healthy.
They do need this game in order to, you know, keep living in this bracket. I mean, Downsig is going to find the KO, but I mean, this is lower side. If they do end up losing this match, then they're gone from the bracket. Ahmed and Taya want this 3-0, but Kresu, burn options, able to make it back. Sider onto Taya, still not enough, but the weapon throw helps out.
Ahmed now stuck in a 1v2 against Kresu and Blue. Recovery comes out, GCN light, and just like that, Blue and Kresu are going to be winning here in the third game. They put themselves on the scoreboard. The question is, see, I always say this. I feel like the worst result, or a very a very depressing result on a scoreboard, is 3-1, almost worse than 3-0, because it just means that they were slacking for one game and then they just locked in and then it was over again. They were winning and then you won one and you were just not able to ride that wave. Are they going to be able to ride that wave? Is this them locking in, or was this Ahmet Taya just getting a little bit sloppy?
I really could not tell you. I think they had a really good moment of adaptation there, but they were starting to falter later on. Taya and Ahmet, they got that really nice combo on to, I believe, Blue, and they kind of started that chain reaction. They were able to get a lot more footing, find a lot more confidence in their gameplay, and we'll see. I mean, the Blue team did end up winning that one, but yeah, it really is just going to be seeing, did the red team have enough momentum to go off of at the end of that game, or is Blue team going to be able to keep momentum from that other win, or from their win?
Blue popping off right now on this spear, but Ahmet and Taya quickly regaining stage control here. Oh, but just like that, they're stuck in a combo. We see the D-Sync, the recovery! He goes for the N-Sync, can't find anyone with them. That was so close, but still a lot of great damage. And Ahmet and Taya, they're going to have to be a little bit more careful here in this last stock. And they're probably aiming for early knockouts at this point. You can't, you can't rely, or a team combo. You can't just true combo your way into winning this first stock at this point. You're going to have to find something, and find something is exactly what Ahmet is trying to do. But a recovery from Taya, almost taking him down. Ground pound from Kresu will be the first strike.
Ooh, gets the side sig, takes out Kresu. I mean, they're looking solid. Gets the Sarah onto Ahmet. Blue 136. Some small follow-ups with the side air. Not trying to commit for anything too big right now. Did not want to get punished. Did not want to lose the stock just yet. And Taya, running out of options, finally touches back down, but loses the weapon off of it. Interrupted recovery.
Yeah, I mean, Blue, whenever he had a lot of health, he was just kind of mashing all that spear. He was running toward Taya, throwing out attacks left and right. They're just overwhelming them at this point. Ahmet and Taya previously doing such an incredible job at keeping stage control, might be having some difficulties just repositioning against both of their a little bit more aggressive movement that they've got now. Kresu, nice sideline recovery to take Taya down, and Ahmet is going to have to try and stay alive here. He's not just staying alive, he's thriving right now, finding a lot of great bow hits.
Absolutely. Nice conversion there, and a little bit extra coming in from the 3v1. Ahmet starting to dwindle down here. That recovery actually will KO, which is honestly quite surprising. I didn't think it would go that way. Blue barely
so many interruptions.
Out on
so many interruptions. Wow, that was like 7 interruptions in the span of 10 seconds. That could have gone either way. Kresu tries to get the interruption there, not able to find it, but Blue isn't going to get knocked out nonetheless. I feel so bad for Taya. Taya set up like 8 combo opportunities and none of them led it to anything there. Will be going down as he was interrupted one final time, and this is a 1v2 now against Ahmet.
I mean, I guess this Blue team definitely has the momentum. Ahmet is going to go down, but able to barely clip with the neutral sig.
I think he was trying to gimmick. Trying to see if he can get like the last frame of that neutral signature, throw them off. You gotta go for big plays at this point, and daring there might be a misinput. Did he dare? Did I see that right? I mean, getting hit by that weapon throw will nonetheless be enough to take his stock off, and this is quite interesting.
Yeah, I honestly, so Taya hasn't really been putting out too much damage right now. 327 from that last game. Only 1 knockout. He's the first one to go, and he's just not putting out enough damage. I'd expect a character swap, but I think he swapped to the Olgrim last set, if I'm not mistaken, and that ended up helping them win. So maybe we see it again here, but I mean, Olgrim isn't back to his former glory, or he is definitely not near anymore. With a lot of force reduction and I'm pretty sure a few damage nerfs to his name as well. So, I mean, maybe we go back to Ulgrim, maybe we try something new. But I just don't think this Barraza right now is working. What do you think, Polly?
I'm going to be very, very upfront and honest, and I'm going to say this very clearly. And I want everyone to keep this in mind whenever I'm casting. I'm not a good player. I peaked like 2300 in once, and I am terrible in 2v2. So I really don't know. By the looks of it, my amateur analysis would be that Taya was struggling to play support. Like, he was neither playing aggressively nor playing support like successfully, because he was just trying to set up for combos all the time. But Blue and Cresu, we mentioned the interruptions. Their interruption game was insane during that game. So playing support against them just wasn't working. If I was them, keeping in mind I'm not a very good player, I would just opt more into, like, you know, just try and get hits. Don't try and go for this massive five head plays. Just try and throw out your moves, split them up, go for these 1v1s. You're both amazing players. You're gonna make 1v1s work.
Absolutely. And already getting some pretty good conversions, decent damage onto Blue and onto Ahmet. Still finding a lot more success with this Lance already, and it's been 30 seconds in the game. So it's just, I think maybe the Barraza is just trying to find something new off of Ulgrim. And here's where you're supposed to try. You know, you're supposed to try things in community tournaments, and if it's not working, it's not working. You know, take it back to the drawing board. So Creshu's gonna go down very low. Did not touch the stage, and that is a huge moment for the red team.
Okay, Blue getting hit by that neutral light, almost enough to be a knockout as well. Trying to look for a 2v1 opportunity. Cresu staying very safe there, though. Oh, nice move, catching him. Last couple of frames of that Sair. It's not going to be enough to find the knockout, though.
I'm surprised that neutral is not KOing. I feel like that probably should have. That one I feel like also probably should have. But Blue's still hanging in there a little bit longer. Taya with a axe Sair to the face. And now trying to get this temporary power play to work on Creshu, but they're going to play a very, very very good run game and avoid most damage.
See, all players playing quite patiently here now. You can definitely sense it's in the air, it's in the atmosphere. This is game 5, and this is a very, very important game for both of them.
And one win from either side, and they either move on or they go home. Cressy with a big ground pound trying to get the confirm onto Ahmet, but downlights the wrong direction. Blue whiffs on the down sig. Taya comes in with the Sair.
Very, very nice.
Looks like blue team starting to dwindle down. A lot of momentum regained by this Ulgrim pick. Sidelight neutral air, another neutral air, put some more damage on. And you know, this is the Taya I want to see. You know, a lot more damage, a lot more confidence, and just overall a lot better conversions.
Okay, nice knockout. Now Taya stuck in this quick 1v2. He gets hit by that Nair. Nair comes out from Blue as well, throwing him up into the air, but he still has both of his stocks. Blue and Cresu are so very damaged right now. They need to make something happen. They're gonna need a team combo here to make something happen. But if they keep getting isolated into these 1v1s, they're not going to be winning this.
Honestly, their only hope is to probably just gimp one of them. But, I mean, so far, it's just not looking super great. Both players 149. Taya is still on that second stock. Neutraler finally gets the KO. Ahmet can just play a little nice run game. And now back to the 2v2. Taya, lots of pressure now with this Lance. Ahmet starting to swing.
Let's see. Anything is possible. This is, after all, as we mentioned, old generation versus new generation. Cresu, one of the greatest 2v2 players from the Spanish region, will be going down to them now, though. And that is going to be Taya with the axe recovery, taking down the previous king of EU 1v1. What a set from Taya and Ahmet. They were so very close to being reversed, but they were able to adapt at the very last moment. Wow. I have so much to say. I feel like I feel like unless anyone stops me, I'm gonna turn this into a 25-minute podcast.
Go ahead, man. I mean, we got 25 minutes probably.
You go first. You go first.
That was a really great set. It took a lot of adaptation from both sides. After game number 2, I thought it was probably just going to be another nice sweep for just another quick 3-0, move on to the next match. But Blue and Creshu showed why they've been such a dominant force for. Blue's been playing for 8 years now, since 2018 at Winter Champs. And I mean, these guys, I mean, they showed why they used to play at this level, and they show why they're coming back to it. I mean, I think last time I checked, they were like second on the global leaderboard for ranked 2v2. So, I mean, they're really good. They're grinding very, very much, and I'm excited to see how they perform in this upcoming tournament.
It's crazy. I'm so happy that they're playing together, and that we were able to see them, and that they're still playing together so well. Would it be mad of me to assume that out of like the European pro player base right now, like the vast majority of them were probably watching Blue sets back when they were like plat, or at least a large couple of them. Like Blue was the king of EU before Akno's reign, and that was like in 2020. This is like prime COVID era Brawlhalla gaming, and it was super fun watching them play. But the new gen of players will be coming out on top in this set, and they will be advancing in the bracket, going up against Jakey and Sapphire. It looks like most of the players are getting ready in the lobby here. We are just waiting for everyone to get ready.
Now we already saw both these teams, and it's going to be arguably a very, very similar comp with Saphir and Taya probably playing the Olgrim, and Ahmet and Jakey both having those gauntlets. So how do you think this is going to fare? I mean, it's arguably one of the best Olgrims against arguably one of the best Olgrims. Potentially not Olgrim,
It is definitely going to be interesting. I'm checking just very quickly how many times these guys have played up against each other. Let's see here. Taya and Ahmet being a fairly newly formed team doesn't mean they haven't been able to make some great things happen yet, though. They've only played 2 tournaments thus far. First in Winter Championship and 4th at BCX. They did actually play.
Yes. This is
at
the
BCX.
Team
Wow.
This is the team that knocked Jakey and Saphir out of bracket, actually.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's a little bit of a grudge, Been harboring those feelings for about, 5-6 months now. So might as well get your get back now.
Yeah. Taya and Ahmet have been their sleep paralysis demon ever since that day, every single night since the BCX, and they're ready to take their anger out. I don't think it's that deep. It's probably not that deep.
It might be, never know. Yeah, this is our lower side finals. Jakey Saphir going up against Taya and Ahmet. And our winners side grand final, we have Shira and Heartbleed. And they've been playing crazy too. So I mean, this is our top 3. We have these guys are gonna be playing for 3rd place and a chance at getting up into lower side of grand finals. So that being said, we have 3 level 100s, and Taya's actually back on the rig.
Okay. I mean, it was working. It was working quite well. At least at the very, very start. He went for that swap towards the end of the game. We are going to be seeing the new stage this time around as well. And let's see what these guys are gonna be able to do here.
Already getting a few quick hits here and there with these blasters. I mean, blasters have been really, really solid in 2s for a while, and we saw most prevalence with the Chronix team comp that kind of plagued 2022. But it's still working wonders, and Ahmet with a nice 4-piece there onto Jakey, putting a lot of damage, and Saphir finally taking their first bit of damage this game.
Doing a great job staying safe while still being useful to his teammate here. Getting singled out right now by Taya though. Both of them thrown off stage, but they're not really able to edge guard either one of them.
I'm at the most damage on the field right now, but Jakey on that second stock already. He's had a rough time this game, and
Nice.
this is not making it any better.
Nice.
That's the second stock gone, and Saphir, nor Taya, nor Ahmed have lost their first just yet. And dropping that, that's so unlucky.
That was so unfortunate, and his teammate Sapphire ready to follow it up as well. That could have been great. Jakey now going off stage against Ahmed and Taya here, but he's able to find that Sarah. I was just about to call him a madman, but I just forgot. Jakey's gauntlets, he do beat like that off stage.
You definitely do. Ripping a neutral sig. I mean, Saphir has to take the lead here, and now the red team's just going to try and focus hard into this. I mean, they're doing a really good job of keeping this blue team kind of split up and not allowing them to really work together. And, I mean, that's kind of what I feel like most teams have been doing against Jakey and Saphir.
Okay, down signature, catching both of them, almost getting the double knockout. Jakey tries to go for the reversal, the nair definitely would have been the knockout.
Dude, I mean, this red team just racks up damage so fast, and a sad misinput by Jakey, and Saphir just says, "Go next." We're gonna try something different. But man, that was rough. I'll be honest.
Definitely rough. But by the looks of things, I mean, we're really just jumping straight into the next game. Am I seeing a legend swap? Okay. Okay, I mean, I can kind of see it. I mean, you got the stats, you got the gauntlet still. Jakey Cannon will be interesting, especially in 2v2. Potentially not trying to stick to that cannon for too long. He's able to pick up the gauntlets at first though. Oh, neutral signature. So close to connecting there. Jakey gets the first strike off stage. I almost returning the favor with that nair. Recovery comes out, and just like that, stuck in a 2v2 combo. Jakey misses the last hit. He's going to pay with a stock for it. Wow, that was poetic.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a lot better this game. But, I mean, still, Jakey dropping that stock. Oh, I mean, they don't have too much damage on the Taya just yet. I mean, can't celebrate too early. Saphir 158, still trying to survive a little bit longer, but unable to keep up the power. Ahmed's gonna go deep for that ground pound. Actually, is gonna take out.
Oh, he's
Ahmed.
out.
Wow, that's huge here. Neutralite, and now we are completely even. Besides 3 damage on the side of Saphir.
All right, all even out here, and we're seeing the cannon in action. Jakey, let's see what you got. I'm very excited. So far, we've got 0 hits in like 14 seconds. We got 1 hit, 2 hits. That's 1 hit. That's 1 attack every 7 seconds.
Gonna do some leapfrog combos, getting some good hits with the bow. Taya in the red now. Jakey's he's living a little bit longer this time. I don't know if that would be thanks to the defense or just the red team not being able to fully target him.
Oh no, Ahmed
committing a lot of options. Saphir barely touching the corner with that neutral air.
It's probably just gonna come down to which team loses a stock first at this point. I'm looking at Ahmed, I'm looking at Jakey. Whichever one of them goes down, I feel like that's probably going to be the team to lose. It's going to be Taya now. Ahmed stuck in a 1v2, but the recovery isn't enough to find the knockout. Ahmed still in this game. He gets back up onto the stage with a bow in hand. No attempt to disrupt Saphir's combo there. A little bit scared, or of course very scared to get knocked out himself.
Sidelight dare onto Ahmed. It really is going to come down Jakey or Ahmed losing this stock, but Taya's going out so far to try and help out. Ground pound hits their own teammate. Ahmed actually almost takes out Taya. And Saphir, super healthy, sider to the dome. Not going to be enough to KO. Downlight, also not enough. Jakey kind of just has to play back. He can just apply some pressure.
Chill out.
He does not need to
Happy
do
throwing
much
out those
down
stairs. He
there.
finds a knockout though. Ah, there's the second. Jakey and Saphir are taking this set back. I was so scared by the end. I was like, Jakey is tweaking out. He can't help himself. He's throwing out these hairs, hitting his teammate whenever they were really close. But they're able to close it out. Looking a little bit nervous towards the end from both sides. But this is 1-1 now on the board, and we are seeing the Olgrim Onyx pick working out here. The defense also coming in clutch towards the end there. A lot of encounters where Jakey otherwise would have been knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, he did a really good job of not committing super hard. I think the cannon was working, but I don't know if it's better than the boots have been. But that's just my personal thought. But overall, super well played. I mean, Saphir was really healthy at the end of that, and honestly, there was Ahmet's second stock tie with the ground pound while he's in white, so kind of unlucky with that. But I mean, game number 3, 1-1, best of 3, whoever takes it.
Right. Jakey going down as the first strike. Effer now stuck on the offstage, playing very carefully. Ahmet not wanting to commit to an offstage here with the gauntlets. That's not very Ahmet-like.
Ahmet with the neutral light, going to disarm Saphir off the side. Now trying to go for the double corner guard. Jakey trying to come in here, gets the side light, gets the read and the recovery. Jakey trying to live here, gets caught in a team combo. Saphir and Jakey barely able to avoid the missed down air. Now Jakey needs to return to stage. Once again, a big edge guard from this red team. They're doing a really good job of keeping this blue team on their toes, especially when it comes to off stage.
Okay, setting up the combo. GCD light is going to get interrupted though by Jakey. Very nicely done. There's the stock as well onto Ahmet. They're both quite damaged. This stock onto Taya would be very important. Or I mean, at this point, I mean, when you're this damaged, each time you hit him away, you're going to have a 1v2 opportunity. But Ahmet is so careful, not getting stuck into any combos here.
Nice little 3-piece for the blue team. They're not doing too much with it. Sidelight and air into recovery. Now starting to get some good damage onto Ahmet. Saphir able to make it back. Side air. Still able to return another Sair. Ahmet's running out of options. Saphir with a down air. Now they have that stock down. And they're looking for some damage on the Taya.
All right. Jakey and Saphir very damaged here. We got the Sair. Not going to be a knockout though. Not just yet. And light comes out, trying to even things out a little bit.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh, Jakey.
Not able to connect the last piece of the pie there. 1v2 waiting for his teammate to spawn back in, and the pace of this game slowing down a little bit here. Recovery coming out. Taya going for yet another play there, big play off the top of the screen. He's been going for quite a few of those on the blasters. Not able to close them out though. Quite high risk, but never really getting punished for it.
Saphir taking the long road back touch. Jakey now respawned. Almost were able to get something onto Taya there, but you know, not able to just yet. The blasters are spacing really well. Trying to find an option. Saphir gets the neutralite, not going to be enough. Now this red team needs to put some damage onto Jakey. He's just kind of floating around, being a menace. Gets the recovery there onto Taya. Ahmet stuck in the disadvantage. It's 1v2. Runs to the corner while Taya respawns.
Oh, huge light onto his teammate. A little bit unfortunate, but fortunately for him, they weren't able to finish up a 2v2 combo there. Got neutral signatures from both sides here. Saphir connecting his though. And we're seeing now Ahmet and Taya getting very deep, but that's a nice knockout onto Saphir. It's a 1v2 now. Jakey, will he be able to do it? He's on the cannon. Grab pound comes out. He tries to go for the reversal, but the dare is going to miss. Oh, but they missed it! Wow.
It is actually so winnable right now. but Jakey throws away his weapon, looking for those gauntlets. Finally drops down, got the unarmed, getting some more damage. Tries to return, but they have such a good edge guard right now. GC gets the read too, but not gonna find the KO. Double KO!
I'm done, man. That was like it was the perfect combination of, I'm just gonna say it, no BM. It was the perfect combination of Ahmet and Taya just throwing towards the very end, but also, wow, playing so incredibly well at the same time. It would take still an excellent player to be able to really make use of a situation like that.
Man, honestly, I think Taya was just panicking, you know. It got or caught Ahmet in the down air, and you know, just very, very well played by Jakey. They just, for some reason, they just weren't trying to. I mean, he was unarmed for a little bit of that, and they wouldn't. I don't know. It just didn't feel like they were putting enough pressure on him in that situation. And
yeah, feeling a little bit stressed. We were seeing a missed team combo, a lot of edge guarding opportunities where the hit was just a little bit off. And Jakey was able to outmaneuver them and you know, stay calm and composed and get his hits in. Just like that, that's going to be another game for them. Very, very well played by Jakey. We're going back into the game now. Fourth game, as they are going to see if they can close it out. Ty and Ahmet now fighting an uphill battle. We'll need 2 games in a row.
both these blue team members, they are laying on the damage as fast as possible. Ahmet already disarmed at 150, interrupting the downlight from Ty. I mean, neutral Sig, not enough. But I mean, Saphir back on the bridge. He's seen a little bit of success with it, but I don't know. He has the axe to carry over, and Spear is just a wonderful weapon right now. So.
Okay, Nair coming out. Not going to be enough to find the knockout just yet, though. Signature won't find its mark either. Nice Nair to punish that. Taking to the gauntlets now. Recovery will be first strike, and a second one quick to follow, as they're now just trying to find some damage build-up. Jakey might be able to make something happen on the gauntlets, potentially offstage. You see him immediately fishing for it. He goes to the ledge. This is exactly what he wants to do. You already know it. Oh, nice interruption, though, by Taya there.
Jakey finally able to reset, but downlight Sayer from Ty gets rid of that first stock. Saphir kind of floating, doesn't want to approach too much. Now a nice little conversion.
Oh, no.
Big string there from the red team. Now Jakey's cannon once again. You know, it's honestly not bad. He's been doing really, really well with getting a lot of good strings, catching a lot of dodges.
I don't know if it was, you know, how do you say, madness or genius for him to go for the neutral signature at that 2v2 combo. I feel like sidelight Nair would have been better, but then looking back at it, it might have caught his teammate if he went for that. So just going for the safe and confirm the damage here. This is exactly what Taya and Ahmet are trying to do, winning by just consistently outperforming them in these interactions. Tries to go off stage though. Ahmet has that extra stock to spare, so he potentially wants to make something big happen, but just like that, they go down. What started as a stock lead is now a disadvantage because they don't have the weapons.
No, it's
and just like that, they're able to find them.
It's interesting. No, the blue team had a really, really solid lead at the beginning, then red team brought it back, and then red team had a lead, and then the blue team cleaned up real quick. It's like 4-dimensional chess, but the pieces are in 5 dimensions. You know what I mean? It's very.
No, I have no idea what you mean.
All right, good. I'm good. You know that. I'm glad.
I know one thing. I know one thing, and that's when you hit Axe Sayer, it makes a really loud noise, and the enemy flies really far. It looks like Saphir might have found that button because he is pressing it generously right now against Taya and Ahmet. But a team combo won't save you.
Okay, I just want to say it. That started at 82 damage. Those 3 moves did 70 damage for the KO. That's kind of insane. But anyway, game number 5, lower side finals, Saphir and Jakey. I mean, Saphir's actually back on the Ulgrim now. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I really cannot tell you. But red team had a lot of really good conversions last game, and we're just able to find those KOs to end up winning the game. So game number 5. Ollie, what are your thoughts?
It's so even. Like if I were them, because of how even this is, I would literally just be like, let's keep doing the exact same thing, but try a little harder. It almost feels like that has been what they're doing. We're seeing some adjustments in between the games, but it's a lot of the same ever since the swap to Onyx, at least, because they're both just so close. Jakey and Sapphire maybe haven't gone with my approach though, looking a little bit more coordinated now in their 2v2 opportunities.
And so far, blue team's doing a pretty nice job. Jakey and Saphir have been converting a lot off of side light neutral air and side light down air. From that lance weapon throw is not going to be enough to instantly get the knockout, but eventually Taya will fall.
Okay. Sapphire able to find the side light there. Jakey tries to go for the follow-up, but not able to find that one there. Sapphire struggling to get a landing here, using that platform to great use.
Saphir is just playing so patient right now, and so many wonderful attacks are going out, putting in so much damage. Trying to go for that neutral sig, unable to find it. Finally gets disarmed. Ahmed trying to put more pressure on with these gauntlets. Down air gets the disarm. Taya whiffing on the side air. Nice recovery from Jakey. A lot of overall well-placed attacks coming out from the blue team. Ahmet whiffing on the down air, and Saphir capitalizing with the punish, and also Taya stock drops as well from Jakey. And we have a 5 stock to 2 situation, 4 stock to 2 situation. I said that right. I know what I'm talking about.
Sapphire and Jakey coming out swinging this time around, and it looks like they are just trying to close this out at this point. Taya and Ahmed scrambling to make this work. Jakey being very damaged here. If Ahmed is able to focus him, which we're definitely seeing. Sapphire now just trying to chase behind him. Jakey, you're gonna have to be careful here. They're out for blood.
Really? Oh no!
Oh, never mind. Don't be. Nah, I'm finished. Do not be careful. I'm joking. Don't be careful. Just do that, and then you win. Do that, and then you win the BCX next time. Wow, they might have taken it personal. You know, the BCX incident, we were talking about it before. Maybe it's not that deep. You don't go for plays like that whenever you're winning if it's not that deep. There's only one of 2 reasons you do that. You're either trying to get put on TikTok with Monster Cat dubstep music behind your gameplay, or it's personal. And that felt personal, Flaming.
That was absolutely immaculate. Getting a quick gimp onto Taya, able to touch, by the way. Then gets the double ground pound onto Ahmed, trying to get back the punish. Wow,
Let's look at this again. Oh, never mind. We are not able to see the entire NA production. I'm joking. All right. What a game. What a conclusion to that set.
Wow, man. Like that's the kind of momentum you're gonna need going into grand finals. Unfortunately, Taya and Ahmed will be eliminated. But Jakey Saphir get their run back in grand finals against the team that knocked them to lower side in a 3-0 fashion, mind you.
Yeah. Wow. Jakey Sapphire advancing in the bracket here against, I wouldn't say all odds, but against the odds. Evening out their match history against them a little bit. But we are not finished yet. Yet again, we could go on and talk about this game for a very long time. It is 9 p.m. right now in Central European summertime, so the tournament is rapidly going towards its conclusion. Before we're closing things out with the grand final, we've still got Heartbleed and Shira waiting into the winner side of things. We are going to be taking a very quick break. We'll be back very soon, I promise. Don't go anywhere, and we're gonna continue in just a moment.
Hello, everyone. Welcome on back to Galaxy Cup Zenith EU Doubles Tournament. My name is Flaming MBL, and I'm once again joined here by the wonderful Polymonto.
Yes, hello. We are casting Brawlhalla, and we are in the European 2v2 side of things. Man, we have been waiting for the. I'm sorry, I got a little bit tripped up because I was seeing the caster's command was still wrong. But we've been waiting for this matchup for a long time. We've been waiting. More specifically for Heartbleed and Shira to get back on the screen for a long time. We just didn't know against who. We just came back from Sapphire and Jakey having a wonderful conclusion to their very long set, and now they are going to see if they're going to be able to take down Heartbleed and Shira. Let's see, would this actually be a rematch? I joined the stream a little bit. Yeah, okay, it is from the upper finals. Yeah, we watched that game. I'm so stupid.
It's
we
okay,
casted that game.
3 minutes is a long break. I get it. It's a long break, But, we're back. We're back. We got a incredible set going up here for grand finals. Shira and Heartbleed being on the winner side, and Jakey Saphir coming in from a lower side. So, I mean, definitely a little bit of disparity between, I guess, past stats and history. Jakey and Saphir having a bunch of medals, a bunch of podiums, a bunch of top 8s, whereas on the other side, Heartbleed, he's getting up there, and Shira only with 2. So we're back.
Yeah, but I mean, the pure talent of them have been visible in this competition. So try not to tell me these guys shouldn't have some real shiny gold medals hanging around their neck. See, the copy pasta is funny because it's literally true in this case. Like, it is insane. Okay, gold medals. There's a difference between officials and community tournaments, and but still, medals at least. Shira and Heartbleed. I do believe, actually, of course, I'm gonna have to double check. Okay, game is going on. Flaming, take the wheel.
Okay, great. So already Saphir putting in a lot of work with this axe. He is still on this Ulgrim, but Jakey's swapping back to the Tezca after what honestly seemed like a really, really consistent Onyx pick. But Red Team getting a couple leapfrog combos there with that delay into side air that ended up with Jakey almost getting knocked out off the top of their bow recovery. D-Light Sider still not going to be enough. Shira trying to go for that neutral stick. Saphir with a nice little punish. Now coming in to relieve some pressure off of their teammate. Jakey getting sidelined off the side of stage. And Shira with a nice interrupt that leads to the knockout. And almost to the other one with the neutral stick. But Jakey's going to fly off with a neutral light to KO.
Yeah, so I did double check very quickly because I know both of them have gotten top 8 multiple times before. Neither Heartbleed nor Shira do actually have any medals whatsoever, so they're basically plat.
They're basically plat. Is that how that works?
Yeah.
What an interrupt by Shira! Oh my goodness! Weapon throw to stuff out the side sig, and then a downer to stop the neutral light. If that doesn't say support, I don't know what does.
Jakey and Sapphire are just struggling, and it's such a different pace compared to the last game. Sapphire and Jakey, they're gonna have to try and adapt to it and make sure that they're able to match their energy. They are doing a better job in this second stock. We're definitely seeing them put some work in, but it could be too little too late in this game.
Shira is honestly just so good at getting his interrupts. Another sider there for Heartbleed. Not going to be enough to find the knockout, but Saphir does not have the options to make it back. Jakey stuck in this disadvantage. Down sig, side sig into... Dude. It's just so many... Oh, what is this, dude?
Oh! Sapphire? The ground pound? Go for... Please do another one. That would be so funny. No, he got disarmed. Shira now on the offstage, but there it's a second one. Jakey options. He got for one, and that's going to be the stop. No, he still gets back up. They both get back up, and that's Heartbleed going down. What is this?
Oh my gosh, it looked like it was over for the blue team, and then they made it back, and then Heartbleed's gone. Like, what is going on?
Good, but are you this good? You're going up against Sapphire Jakey, one of the greats in the region right now. Are you really going to be able to 1v2 them? This would put your name in Galaxy Cup history.
I don't even know what to say about that, man. This game should have been over 30 seconds ago, and we're still cruising along. Sheer getting hit up by the recovery. Still without a weapon, tries to hold that down heavy. Jakey with the neutral air, down air again to stuff out recovery.
Hey, I can also down air. Look at this. I also have that button. Look at this. Look at my down air. Wow. What that was a poetic end to that game, and that was an insane offstage interaction. As you said it before, that game should have been over 30 seconds ago. Shira tried to make the 1v2 work, but it was just too late. Sapphire and Jakey had too much of a lead, and they are actually going to be winning that first game. So maybe getting a little bit of momentum here. Of course, if you're Jakey Sapphire, you are a little bit scared. You went down 0-3 against them in upper finals. To get that first game against them definitely boosts the morale.
Heartbleed lost those three stocks within like a minute and 40 seconds. Like, 2, 1. That was not okay.
That was not okay. That was not okay at all. He has a chance to redeem himself. We're going into the second game. Shira pushing Sapphire off stage here. Back onto scrambling in the neutral. Shira looking so incredibly precise with these spear hits.
Trying to get a nice conversion off of that. Jakey tried to go for that down sig, not going to find a recovery off the dodge. Now disarmed. Saphir's still putting some pressure with this lance. Trying to make a way for his teammate to get a weapon. Down sig coming out from Heartbleed. Sidelight into sidelight, down air, sidelight nair, and sig nair, dude. Blue team starting to find their footing a little bit.
Oh!
Gets the punish onto
That's
Shira.
so good.
Sidelight nair.
Oh, nice. Very, very nice knockout from Jakey there. Now going for the weapon pickup there, going for the neutralite unarmed, but are gonna see a team combo. He gets the dodge, but they get the read, and it just keeps going. Oh, but they're not able to find the final hit. It's still so much good damage though. Shira's gonna have to play a little bit from behind here.
Shira also dodged out of that combo and still got hit by it. Which I thought was really funny. But now another opportunity for some good damage. This blue team starting to find the hits when it matters.
Let's see. Neutralite comes out. Heartbleed has got to stay careful here, but the Nair Sarah comes out from Sapphire, and he will be disarmed. A signature to the face will take his stock down as well. 5 stocks to 2. This could be 2-0 right now, but Shira is trying to stop them. First knockout will be coming up from his hands. He goes down for the dare. Heartbeat set up a perfect offstage for him. He's able to find a couple of hits, but Jakey and Sapphire are able to wiggle their way out of that situation.
This blue team is just playing so good off stage now. I mean, past few games or past few sets, it really hasn't looked that way, but now they're able just to find a lot more, I guess, success. And I don't know if that's just to luck or if that's just how it is now.
Yeah, I feel like definitely at least some percentage of it has to be a morale boost from winning that first game. They won the first game off of, let's be honest, they kind of threw that was really messy. Why did they win the second game? I mean, in a lot of cases they just outplayed them. This was just through and through very well done by Sapphire and Jakey. Heartbleed and Shira definitely struggling a little bit now. I mean, you can throw once and then you throw a couple more times the next game. At what point is it throwing, and at what point is it just you not being able to keep composed? They're kind of falling apart right now, and I mean, if they're able to get their stuff together, then they might be able to make some magic happen again. We are seeing a quick restart. We all know whenever you're playing poorly, just Alt F4 the game and open it up again. Your elo will increase by at least 250. So maybe that's a good start.
Might have to try that out. So no character swaps on the side of Shira and Heartbleed. What do you think? Do you think they should have swapped, or do you think they just have to figure it out?
They just gotta figure it out. Like this, they have a working concept. They have an amazing concept, and whenever they're able to execute it, you can quote me on this. They're looking like one of the best teams in the EU region. Period. Like they're looking like top basically podium material whenever they're on fire.
First
But
tournament, by the way.
their fire has been extinguished. Sapphire and Jakey have dismantled them, and they just gotta find their flow again.
This is low. They are in lower side though, so Saphir and Jakey do have to win this set and then another best of 5 set in order to take this tournament. But so far, they're looking pretty good, looking pretty solid with it.
All right. Okay, so far it is looking like they are playing quite well from both sides here. Sapphire and Jakey struggling a little bit here as they're getting broken apart. Nice target swap from Shira, not able to connect the side light though.
Pretty even damage all around. Jakey with the recovery. That is going to KO off of the top neutral light. Now, Heartbleed not able to get the touch, running out of options. Jakey trying to go in with a neutral stick is going to whiff and allow Heartbleed to get back. Down air onto their teammate. Jakey, another down air.
Oh no.
Looking to secure this knockout, but still unable to just yet. Shira now with the edge guard attempt. Jakey still able to touch.
Shira fumbling a little bit on that spear on the offstage. We're seeing a lot of missed dares, missed recoveries, etc. Getting hit off stage now, barely any options. Just like that, you're all the way down in orange. Hartley tries to go for a save, but he's not going down. At least that could have been so much worse. They get both of the stocks off of that, but still very bad situation for them to be in. Shira got knocked out very early there. He is in. I feel like Shira is in the opposite of flow state. We're seeing a lot of whiffs, especially off stage on that spear.
And they had a lot of really good moments, as you're saying. But I mean, we've seen that they are definitely capable of popping off when it matters, and we'll just have to see if they can do it. A little bit of preemptive side air there, so not going to get too much out of that side light that Heartbleed got. Jakey and Saphir, they're holding it down pretty nicely, not committing super hard. Nice interrupt then again by Shira. Side air onto Heartbleed now. I mean, slowly but surely they're clawing their way back. Shira just cannot really afford to be too up front right now, but side sig is going to send very far. Sayer will KO, and Heartbleed now in the 2v1 again.
Massive 2v1 here for Heartbleed. Both players having 2 stocks. Sapphire setting up a combo. Jakey goes off stage at this point. I mean, Heartbleed, he's already thinking about the next best of 5. This is basically over.
I mean, it's not basically. I mean, yeah, I guess it is now.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. There it is.
Jakey and Saphir will reset the bracket, and they have officially gone even in this tournament.
This right here, this is victory through persistence and consistency. You can be as good as you'd like. You can be the best player in the world one moment. But if you make enough mistakes and you mess up hard enough, Sapphire and Jakey are always there to punish you, and they will always capitalize on those mistakes. They're just playing consistently, and Shira and Heartbleed, these mistakes, they're adding up. They're making them lose these games.
And right there, Heartbleed almost getting it reversaled off the side where Jakey get a ground pounded, but able to stay up. Saphir still finally only taking a little bit of damage. But I mean, he does that so well. He's like invisible for like the first half of the game, and then they find like, oh, Saphir's here. Let's start attacking him.
Okay. Jakey without a weapon. Let's go for a couple of unarmed hits rather than picking one up immediately. He's going to pay for that. Stuck in the air right now. Heartbleed with some great anti-air. He just doesn't want to pick up a weapon at all, it seems. There it is, finally. Down signature will be missing. Shira, great movement to stay clear of that. Now it's a quick 1v2. Signature will be connecting. Very brave to throw that out right next to Sapphire, and we were actually not seeing any punish from Sapphire there either.
Trying to return the corner. Shira starting to put some damage onto Jakey's second stock. Now in the disadvantage. Down light on the corner. Saphir's trying to put some kind of pressure on Shira's stock right now. He is at 169, so pretty close to KO percentage. One more recovery should do the job there for that stock. But Jakey's kind of getting hounded off stage a little bit.
Jakey stuck in this quick 1v2 now. He will be able to get that landing. We're seeing a lot of anti-air whiffs from both Shira and Heartbleed there. Jakey able to maneuver his way down, gets the neutralite to push Heartbleed away, and we're setting up for 2 different 1v1s right here. And Shira is struggling on this offstage. Able to get back, only to get knocked away yet again. It's these 1v1s where Sapphire and Jakey are thriving, man.
Jakey looking for an option here. Whiffs on the neutralite, but Heartbleed doesn't have the options. Gets down air neutral sig, trying to make it back. And Jakey here to clean up the other stock as well with a haymaker. 4 stocks to 2, but Jakey still, I mean, he's close to KO percentage. And once again, Saphir pretty much undamaged. He's just invisible for a little bit.
Okay. Okay, we're seeing there's some team combos. We're seeing both of them kind of pop off there. This could be Shira and Heartbleed enabling their monitors.
Oh no.
Oh, but the dare comes out. Jakey's got a monitor of his own.
Drops the D-lights there. Kind of getting a little bit of nerves here from both teams. Saphir, once again, the healthiest person on the field. Jakey trying to go for something there. Side light Nair, a little bit late on the recovery, so they're unable to convert off of it. But a lot of damage on this red team.
Right, they're chipping away at the blue team though. Playing a little bit more laid back here. Much more passive position. We're not really seeing any attacks being thrown out from the blue team whatsoever. They're just kind of standing there as Shira and Heartbleed approach them, getting hit over and over again. Sapphire finally with a punish, but that's going to be Jakey going down now. Oh, recovery won't be hitting either one. Dare comes out. This 1v2 would be massive for Sapphire, but he gets hit by the quick 2 combo. Will you be able to get past the wall that is Heartbleed's bow? Well, he's going to throw it away, so it looks like it. Neutralite, not going to be enough for a knockout either. Barely any options, but we're not going off stage. Not today, Jose. We're waiting for you to get back up. There's no way, there's no reason for them to risk this.
Try to go for that down heavy, but well played by Shira and Heartbleed. I keep wanting to say Chandra. I see Shira. I'm like Chandra. Yep, because that was the team for Chandra Heartbleed, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But I mean, Shira and Heartbleed, they're playing really, really well. They slowed the pace down significantly there at the end, able to capitalize. And overall, I mean, they're playing really, really well now. They got something. I guess maybe they needed to lose to understand what it's like to win, you know?
Yeah. I mean, especially as you mentioned towards the end of the game, I feel like Jakey, Sapphire also, they were just slowing down the pace of the game too much. I mean, not so much being passive as in, you know, pairing them, but really just being passive, like not really doing that much in terms of fighting back, just trying to find any mistakes that they can capitalize off of, and just like in that moment, Heartbleed and Shira were able to really lock in. Let's see if they're able to continue with that momentum, or if Sapphire and Jakey are going to be able to stop them in their tracks. Thus far, this has been a pretty even game. Down Signature almost knocking out here. Shira goes off stage, and man, it really feels like Shira's off stage with the spear. It's not the same. It's not as it used to be.
Neutralite, try to get a conversion off of that. Side light, D light for Saphir, putting a little bit more damage onto the second stock of Shira, whiffing on the Neutralite now. Saphir double dare, try to go off once again. Put some more pressure on, whiffs on another dare. Heartbleed there to come in with the down light into side arrow.
See, dare comes out. Oh, he got the GC, goes for the double into the recovery. It's going to be enough force to get that knockout, and this is a great spot for the red team. Only dangerous thing, if Heartbleed gets knocked out, Jakey, Sapphire, if they're able to get a 2v2 combo onto Shira, that would be devastating.
They do find the KO, looking for an option here onto Shira. Catches the down air, Jakey hitting the neutral air, dodging through the ground pound of Heartbleed, trying to reverse neutral sig.
There comes out. Getting Shira quite damaged here. 152 damage, in fact. And Heartbleed is still popping off on this bow. Jakey able to catch that landing, tries to go for the follow-up, gets pushed off stage instead though. Heartbleed, I'm not sure if he was trying to go for Sapphire there, but immediately target swapping onto Jakey. Jakey is getting suffocated right now. He's not able to do anything.
It is like very, very close right now. I mean, that stock is going to be gone from Shira. Heartbleed needs to try to find this knockout on to Jakey. Shira comes back, gets the neutral sig and the KO on Jakey. Looking good for the red team right now, but only by 116 damage.
Yeah. Heartbleed definitely pulling himself together in this game, but Jakey is making quick work of him off stage. The ground pound won't connect. Heartbleed going for the double into the nair, but it's not going to be enough. Shira misses that nair, or rather Jakey able to dodge it. That would have been insane. Still, you're able to find some damage.
Really good work there by Saphir to get that save. That was honestly game defining right there.
Yeah.
Very, very well done. But now you still got to play the rest of this match. So. There goes Jakey.
Signature will be coming out. Yeah, that's a 1v2 now. There it is. Just like that. It looks like the tides of battle may have shifted in Shira and Heartbleed's favor.
Man, I mean,
oh man, we're doing this again.
Hey, it worked really well last time, so
it did. It's the 2-0 pick. It's the 2-0 pick, just like that. The chat should know which legend we are referring to. We are seeing a certain Onyx on the stage right now. It's going to be Jakey pulling it out yet again.
I'm surprised no Koji pick here, but yeah, it's whatever. Those long are the days. So far, once again, we're just back into this neutral, everlasting. Trying to throw some good hits in here, but
nice little trade. Shira setting up for some aerial gameplay there, hitting Heartbleed with that recovery though. Nice interruptions. This is very high octane gameplay right now. We're seeing interruptions and trades left and right, and it seems that Shira and Heartbleed are on the winning side of a lot of them. Nice GC neutral signature to catch them off guard. Sapphire just not in a position to interrupt that in time.
Saphir very, very damaged right now. Gets the D-Sig, but on their own teammate, Jakey, trying to get this edge guard. Trying to start the cannon. Gets the sidelight Sair, but Shira very, very healthy right now. Saphir, on the other hand, on that second stock. Now, Jakey trying to edge guard. Gets the neutralite. Shira hasn't gotten touched, but now Heartbleed 1v1 against Jakey. Gets the neutralator. Whiffs on the Sair, running out of options. Able to touch. Both players make it back to stage.
Goes for it again. I mean, you fail one off stage, you just go for a second one. Jakey, no options, and Sapphire doesn't have enough time to save him. Shira is on top of him. Down signature comes out, side signature, and Sapphire doesn't have enough movement to get back up onto the wall. 2 stocks against 4 right now. Shira and Heartbleed, respectively, in 2 different off-stage 1v1s, were able to outplay their opponents. And just like that, this is looking quite well for them. Heartbleed is going to go down to their final stock though. Shira is going to have some wiggle room to play a little bit more aggressive as he has that extra stock.
Yeah. Jakey, on the other hand, has to play so far back right now. They are down 0-2, and he is very damaged on this last stock. This is tournament stock here for Jakey and Saphir. They have to play their minds out right now. However, down on your own teammate, not a great start to do that. Shira trying to go up that gravity cancel D-Light. Neutral Sig thrown out. Jakey missing the punish on it too. Saphir has to step forward. He cannot afford the red team going after their teammate. Sidelight there, put some good damage on, but gets disarmed. Neutral Sig gets ripped. Dodging the Sair, but down Sig coming through.
This could be it right here. Sapphire already knows it's over. And just like that, with what I just have to say is an anticlimactic ending, but they knew it was over. They knew it was over. What a turn of events. I could not have guessed that they would turn up this hard compared to what we were seeing whenever it was before the reset.
I mean, absolutely insane. I mean, this is just a mismatch of teammates, because I'm like, This is the first time these two have ever played together, and they have just won Galaxy Cup Zenith EU doubles over Saphir, Jakey. There's Akino Munir, Godly Blaze, Taya Ahmed, all of these people, and out steps the champion of Heartbleed and Shira.
Wow, what a set! What a ending to the game. Heartbleed and Shira. Make sure you remember the name. Write them down, because I did just check very quickly with Heartbleed and have confirmation. This tournament was to see if they were good together. They're planning to play in officials, hopefully, if everything goes according to plan. And I mean,
You know,
yeah,
if this isn't a sign,
think,
I don't know what is.
yeah, I think, you know, we could. A natural conclusion of this could be that they are at least decent together.
I think, you know, I think they might be able to get top 32. I don't know. I haven't seen much Europe gameplay. Or
It might be, yeah, it might be making out of the pools with this one.
maybe 129th even. Just a possibility. But yeah, once again, congratulations to you guys. Absolutely insane run. A 100% tournament win rate for this team. Never lost the tournament, by the way. Never lost a tournament.
Never lost a tournament together.
Never.
Wow.
But yeah, that was Galaxy Cup Zenith. Polly, I'll let you take it away here.
This has been a very, very nice experience. I do just gotta mention a lot of the focus has been on the players for a very long time. It was an honor to be on here. I wasn't able to cast the last official. Hopefully, I will be able to cast more events moving forward in the year. It was very fun casting with you for the first time, Flaming. You did a great job. Thank you very much to Space for having me on as well. I haven't been on a Galaxy Cup tournament since back when I did an entire top 8 alone. It was that far back. It was when we were struggling back in the day, whenever Space was trying to make his way as a TO. It's been a great event. Thank you for putting it together. Massive congratulations for Sharon Heartbleed. I hope it goes very well for them in the official. And yeah, it's been a great time. Do you have anything to mention, Flaming, before we sign off?
No, just make sure you sign up for Spring Championships. I know a team that might be signing up. That might be playing in it too. So make sure you do sign up for Spring Championship. I believe that's coming up in the next 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken, or the next week or so. So regardless, make sure you sign up. Make sure you play. Get your PR up. And yeah, that's about it.
And also 1v1 tomorrow. We are going to be casting and streaming 1v1s tomorrow. Also, Galaxy Cup Zenith. You see the link in chat. Space Electronics just sent it out. The sign-ups are still open, so you don't need a teammate last minute. You can just sign up, even if you're unsure if you're going to play or have the ability to play. It's going to be very difficult to compete if you're not signed up. So make sure you follow that link, and we'll be very happy to see you in brackets tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Okay.